Heaven Officials Blessing Chapter 1 to Chapter 14. Among the gods, there was a famous laughingstock of the three realms. According to legend, 800 years ago, there was an ancient country in the Central Plains called Xianlu country. The ancient country of Xianlu was a vast land with abundant resources. The people were happy and harmonious. The country had 4 treasures: beautiful women, colorful music, gold, and jewels. There was also a famous crown prince. This crown prince, how to describe it, was an extraordinary man. The king and empress treated him like a pearl in their palms and doted on him. They always proudly said, "My son will become a wise ruler in the future." However, the crown prince had no interest in the wealth and power of the secular world. What he was interested in, as he often said to himself, was, "I want to save the common people." When the crown prince was young, he wholeheartedly cultivated. During his cultivation journey, there were 2 widely circulated stories. The first story happened when he was 17 years old. That year, the Xianlu country held a grand festival of sacrifice to the heavens. Although this tradition had been abandoned for hundreds of years, it could still be imagined from the remnants of ancient books and the oral accounts of predecessors that it was a grand event that the whole world celebrated. Festival of Sacrifice, Divine Martial Street. On both sides of the street, there was a sea of people. Nobles chatted and laughed on top of tall buildings. Royal warriors in armor opened the way. Young girls danced, their snow-white hands sprinkling a rain of flowers. It was hard to tell who was more beautiful, the girls or the flowers. Melodious music came from the golden carriages, floating in the air above the entire imperial city. At the back of the honor guard, 16 white horses with golden bridles pulled a platform. On this high platform, was the martial artist who was the center of attention. During the festival of sacrifice to the heavens, the martial artist would wear a golden mask, wear luxurious clothes, and hold a sword. He would act as the first martial god in 1,000 years, Divine Martial Emperor Junwu. Once chosen as the martial artist, it was the highest honor. Thus, the selection criteria were extremely strict. This year, the one chosen was His Highness the Crown Prince. Everyone in the country believed that he would perform the most marvelous divine martial art in history. However, on that day, an accident happened. On the 3rd round of the honor guard, they passed by a wall that was more than 10 feet tall. At that time, the martial god on the platform was about to kill the demon with a single strike. This was the most exciting scene. Both sides of the street were boiling, and the top of the city wall was also surging. People were striving to be the first to poke their heads out, struggling and pushing. At this time, a child fell from the city gate tower. Screams filled the air. Just when people thought that this child's blood would splatter on Divine Martial Street, the crown prince slightly raised his head and leaped up to catch him. The crowd only had time to see a bird-like white shadow fly up into the sky before the crown prince landed safely with the child in his arms. The golden mask fell off, revealing the young and handsome face behind it. The next moment, the crowd cheered. The commoners were in high spirits, but the imperial preceptors of the imperial dojo were having a headache. He never expected such a big mistake to occur. Ominous, too ominous. Every time the platform circled around the imperial city, it symbolized a year of praying for the country's prosperity and people's peace. Now that it was interrupted, wasn't it inviting disaster? The imperial preceptors were so worried that their hair fell like rain. After thinking about it, they invited the crown prince and politely asked, "Your Highness, can you face the wall for a month to show your repentance?" He didn't really need to face the wall, just a gesture was enough. The crown prince smiled and said, "No." He said, "Saving people is not a bad thing. Why would the heavens punish me for doing the right thing?" What if heaven punished him? Then heaven is wrong. Why should the right apologize to the wrong? The imperial preceptors were speechless. This crown prince was such a person. He had never met anything he couldn't do, and he had never met someone who didn't love him. He was the right path in the world, he was the center of the world. Therefore, although the imperial preceptors were in pain, what do you know? They couldn't say much, and they didn't dare to. Anyway, His Highness wouldn't listen. The second story also happened when the crown prince was 17. According to legend, there was a bridge south of the Yellow River called One Thought Bridge. A ghost had been wandering on this bridge for many years. This ghost was very terrifying. It wore broken armor, stepped on hellfire, and was covered in blood and arrows. Every step it took left a trail of blood and fire behind it. Every few years, it would suddenly appear at night and wander on the bridge. It stopped pedestrians and asked 3 questions. Where is this place? Who am I? What can you do? If the answer was wrong, the ghost would swallow them. However, no one knew what the correct answer was. Therefore, over the years, this ghost had swallowed countless pedestrians. The Crown Prince heard about this while he was wandering and found One Thought Bridge. He guarded the bridge every night and finally, one night, he encountered the haunting ghost. The ghost appeared and was as scary as the rumors said. It asked the Crown Prince the first question. The Crown Prince answered with a smile, "This is the human world." But the ghost said, "This is seamless." Opening the door was a blessing, but he answered the first question wrong. The Crown Prince thought, "I'm going to answer all 3 questions wrong anyway, why should I wait for you to finish?" So he took out his weapon and started fighting. This battle was fought until the heavens and the earth darkened. The Crown Prince was very skilled in martial arts, and the ghost was even more fearsome. One man and one ghost fought on the bridge until the sun and moon almost turned upside down. In the end, the ghost was defeated. After the ghost disappeared, the Crown Prince planted a flower tree at the bridge. At this time, a Taoist passed by and happened to see the Crown Prince sprinkling yellow soil to send him off. He asked, "What are you doing?" The Crown Prince said the famous 8 words, "The body is in seamless, the heart is in paradise." The Taoist listened and smiled. He turned into a general in white armor, stepped on the auspicious clouds, and left with the wind. Only then did the Crown Prince know that he happened to meet the divine martial emperor who had personally come to the human world to subdue demons. The immortals and deities of the various heavens had noticed this outstanding soul-pleasing martial artist when he leaped into the upper Yuan sacrificial heaven. After meeting at One Thought Bridge, an immortal asked the emperor, "What do you think of the Crown Prince?" The emperor also answered with 8 words, "This person's future is limitless." That night, there was a strange phenomenon above the palace. In the thunder and lightning, the Crown Prince ascended. Whenever someone ascended, the heavenly realm would tremble. The moment the Crown Prince ascended, the entire heavenly realm trembled. It was too difficult to cultivate to the end. It required talent, cultivation, and opportunity. The birth of a god was often a long road of 100 years. It wasn't that there weren't any prodigies who ascended to immortality at a young age. There were also people who spent their entire lives cultivating arduously for 100 years without even seeing a single heavenly tribulation. Even if a heavenly tribulation came, they would still die if they couldn't pass it. Even if they didn't die, they would still be crippled. There were as many as the grains of sand in the Ganges River. They were ignorant mortals who spent their entire lives mediocre and couldn't find their own path. And this Crown Prince was undoubtedly the favorite of the heavens. There was nothing he couldn't get if he wanted. There was nothing he couldn't do if he wanted to do it. He wanted to ascend to become a god, and he really did it at the age of 17. He was originally the heart of the people. In addition, the king and the queen missed their beloved son, so they ordered to build temples and temples everywhere for him. They opened caves and erected statues for the people to worship. The more believers there were, the longer the lifespan and the stronger the magic power. Thus, the Crown Prince of Xianxia Palace enjoyed unparalleled glory in a few short years. He flourished and reached the peak. Until 3 years later, Xianxia was in chaos. The chaos was caused by the king's tyranny and the rebel army's uprising. However, although the flames of war were everywhere in the world, the heavenly officials couldn't interfere. Unless demons and ghosts crossed the border and invaded, they could do whatever they wanted. Think about it, there were disputes everywhere in the world. Everyone felt that they were in the right. If everyone interfered, you would support your country today, and he would avenge his descendants tomorrow. Wouldn't the gods fight each other and the sun and moon lose their light? In the case of the Crown Prince, it was even more necessary to avoid arousing suspicion. But he didn't care. He said to the emperor, "I want to save the common people." The emperor, who had thousands of years of divine power, didn't dare to say these words all day. Hearing him say this, one could imagine how he felt. But he couldn't do anything about it. "You can't save everyone." The Crown Prince said, "I can." And so, he descended to the world without hesitation. The people of Xianlu naturally celebrated. However, folktales from ancient times had tried their best to tell people a truth: when gods descended to the world without permission, nothing good would come of it. So, not only did the flames of war not subside, they burned even more crazily. It wasn't that the Crown Prince didn't try hard, but he might as well not have tried. The harder he tried, the more chaotic the situation became. The people of Xianlu were beaten badly and suffered heavy casualties. In the end, a plague swept through the entire imperial city. The rebel army entered the palace and the war ended. If Xianlu was originally struggling at death's door, then the Crown Prince directly killed it. After the country was destroyed, people suddenly realized something. It turned out that the Crown Prince they worshipped as a god wasn't as perfect and powerful as they had imagined. To put it bluntly, wasn't he just a good-for-nothing who couldn't accomplish anything? With nowhere to vent the pain of losing their homes and families, the people covered in pain angrily rushed into the Crown Prince's palace. They pushed down the statues and burned down the temples. The 8,000 temples burned for 7 days and 7 nights until nothing was left. From then on, a martial god who protected peace disappeared, and a god of plagues who brought disaster was born. If people said you were a god, then you were a god. If people said you were shit, then you were shit. Whatever people said you were, you were. That was how it was. The Crown Prince couldn't accept this reality no matter what. What he couldn't accept even more was the punishment he had to accept: banishment. Sealing magic power, banishing him to the world. He grew up being pampered, and had never suffered the sufferings of the world. And this punishment made him fall from the clouds to the mud. In this mud, he experienced hunger, poverty, and filth for the first time. It was also the first time he did things he never thought he would do in his life: stealing, robbing, cursing, and abandoning himself to despair. He lost all face, lost all self-esteem, and became as ugly as one could imagine. Even his most loyal servant couldn't accept this change and chose to leave. The body is in the seamless realm, the heart is in the land of peach blossoms. These 8 words were engraved all over Xianli's stone tablets and plaques. If it wasn't for the fact that almost all of them had been burned down after the chaos of war, if His Royal Highness the Crown Prince were to see them again, he would probably be the first to rush up and smash them. The person who said this had personally proved that when he was in the Avatar, his heart could not be in the land of peach blossoms. He ascended to the sky fast, and fell even faster. He caught a glimpse of the divine martial path, and met the demons and immortals on the bridge of thought. It seemed like it was yesterday. But the heavens sighed for a while, and let bygones be bygones. Until one day, after many years, there was a loud noise in the sky. The Crown Prince had ascended for the 2nd time. Since ancient times, the celestial officials who were banished were either unable to recover or fell into the ghost realm. There were few who could make a comeback after being banished. The 2nd ascension was well-deserved, and it was grand and spectacular. Even more vigorous was that after he ascended, he rushed into the heaven realm, punching and kicking, killing in all directions. Thus, he only ascended for the time it took for a stick of incense to burn before he was beaten down again. The time it took for a stick of incense to burn. It could be said that it was the fastest and shortest ascension in history. If the 1st ascension was a beautiful story, then the 2nd ascension was a farce. After the 2 ascensions, the heaven realm was full of disgust towards the Crown Prince. Other than disgust, there was also a bit of vigilance. After all, being banished once was enough to kill him. If he was banished twice, wouldn't his inner demons rise and take revenge on the common people? Who knew that after being banished this time, he did not turn into a demon, and was quite obedient in adapting to the life of being banished? There was no problem at all. The only problem wasn't he too serious? Sometimes, he performed on the streets, and was proficient in all kinds of musical instruments. Even breaking rocks with his chest was not a problem. Although they had long heard that the Crown Prince was good at singing and dancing, and was multi-talented, but to actually see it in such a way really made people have mixed feelings. Sometimes he was diligent in collecting junk. All the celestials and gods were shocked. Things had already reached this point, and it was unimaginable. So much so that nowadays, if someone were to say, "Your son is the crown prince of Xianlu," it would be much more vicious than saying that the other party had no descendants. In any case, he was once the crown prince, a heavenly official ranked in the celestial list. Who else could muddle along to this point? The so-called laughingstock of the three realms was like this. After laughing, some sentimental people might even sigh, that high and mighty heaven's favored one really had completely disappeared. The statue of the gods collapsed, the country was destroyed, not a single believer was left, and he was gradually forgotten by the world. Thus, no one knew where he wandered to. Being banished once was already a great shame and humiliation. After being banished twice, no one could climb up again. After many years, suddenly one day, there was another loud noise in the sky. The sky fell and the earth split, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. The ever-burning lanterns trembled, and the flames danced wildly. All the heavenly officials were startled awake from their own golden palaces, and ran around asking, which new noble ascended? It was really a big battle. Who knew? Just as they were sighing, "Amazing, amazing, amazing," they looked back and saw that all the gods and Buddhas in the sky had been struck. "Are you done yet?" "Congratulations, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Hearing this, Xiaolian raised his head and smiled before saying, "Thank you. However, can I ask what you are congratulating me for?" Lingwen Zhenjuan stood with her hands behind her back and said, "Congratulations on obtaining first place on the list of heavenly officials who most wish to be banished to the mortal world." Xiaolian said, "No matter what, it's still first place. But I think that since you are congratulating me, then there should be something to be happy about?" Lingwen said, "There is. First place on this list can obtain 100 merits." Xiaolian immediately said, "Next time, if there is such a list, please be sure to include me." Lingwen said, "Do you know who is second?" Xiaolian thought for a moment and said, "It's too hard to guess. After all, in terms of strength, I alone should be able to take the top 3 places." Lingwen said, "It's about time. There is no second place. You are so far ahead that it is impossible to catch up." Xiaolian said, "I really don't dare." "Then who was first place in the last 60 years? Lingwen said, "No one. Because this list only started this year. To be precise, it only started today." "Huh?" Xiaolian stared blankly and said, "So you're saying that this isn't a list specially set up for me, right?" Lingwen said, "You can also think that because you just happened to be there, you just happened to get first place." Xiaolian beamed and said, "Okay, if I think like that, I will be a bit happier." Lingwen continued, "Do you know why you got first place?" Xiaolian said, "Because everyone wants it." Lingwen said, "Let me tell you the reason. Look at that clock." She raised her hand and pointed. Xiaolian turned around and looked. What he saw was extremely beautiful. He saw a white jade temple, pavilions, terraces, and pagodas, celestial clouds curling around, and flowing springs and flying birds. But after looking for a long time, he asked, "Did you point in the wrong direction? Where is the clock?" Lingwen said, "You didn't point in the wrong direction. It's right there. Do you see it?" Xiaolian looked again seriously and said truthfully, "I don't see it." Lingwen said, "That's right. Originally, there was a clock there, but when you ascended, it was shaken off. That bell is older than you, but it has a lively personality. Whenever someone ascends, it will ring a few times to cheer them on. On the day of your ascension, it shook the bell until it went crazy and couldn't stop. In the end, it fell down from the bell tower and stopped. It fell and hit a passing priestess." Xiaolian said, Then is it better now?" Lingwen replied, "No, I'm still working on it." Xiaolian said, "I'm talking about the priest who was hit." Lingwen said, "The one who smashed it was a martial god. He immediately turned his hand and split it in two. Again. Please look at the golden palace over there. Do you see that?" She pointed again, and Xiaolian looked again. He saw a dazzling golden dome in the midst of the clouds, and said, "Ah, I see it this time." Lingwen said, "It would be wrong if you saw it. There was nothing there. When you ascended, the golden pillars and glazed tiles of many heavenly officials' palaces were toppled." Some of them couldn't be repaired in a short time, so they had no choice but to build a few new ones. The responsibility is on me? The responsibility is on you. Oh. Xiaolian confirmed, did I offend many heavenly officials when I just ascended? Lingwen said, if you can salvage it, then perhaps not. Then what can I do to salvage it? It's easy to say. 8,880,000 merits. Xiaolian smiled again. Lingwen said, of course, I know you can't even take out a tenth of it. Xiaolian frankly said, how do I say this? Although it's very embarrassing, even if you want a 10,000th of it, I can't take it out. The faith of the mortal world's believers transformed into the heavenly officials' magical power, and their incense and offerings were called merits. After he finished laughing, Xiaolian solemnly asked, are you willing to kick me down from here right now and give me 8,880,000 merits? Lingwen said, I'm a literary god. If you want someone to kick you, you should find a martial god. The harder you kick, the more you give. After a long sigh, Xiaolian said, let me think about what to do. Lingwen patted his shoulder and said, don't panic. When the car reaches the mountain, there will be a way. Xiaolian said, I am. When the boat reaches the bridgehead, it will naturally sink. If it was 800 years ago when Xianlu Palace was at its peak, how difficult would it be to get 8,880,000 merits? His Highness the Crown Prince wouldn't even bat an eyelid. But today was different from the past. His temples in the mortal world had long been burned to the point that not a single one remained. There were no believers, no incense, no offerings. There was no need to say anything. In any case, there was nothing at all. Xiaolian squatted alone on the streets of a mortal city and had a headache for a long time. Only then did he suddenly remember that it had been almost 3 days since he ascended, but he still hadn't entered the heavenly court's spirit communication array. Just now, he had forgotten to ask for the password. The heavenly officials in the heavenly court had jointly set up a set of array that could allow one's divine sense to instantly communicate with the spirit within the array. After ascending, one had to enter the array. However, one needed to know the password in order to use their divine sense to search for the specific spirit communication array. The last time Xiaolian entered the array was already 800 years ago, so he simply couldn't remember what the password was. He released his divine sense to search, and when he saw that one of the arrays seemed a bit similar, he randomly entered. The moment he entered the array, he was swept to the left and right by the frenzied shouts that surged from all directions. Let's place our bets. Once we're done, let's bet on how long our crown prince can hold on before going down again. I'll bet 1 year. 1 year is too long. Last time, it was only a stick of incense. This time, it'll be 3 days. I'll bet 3 days, 3 days. Don't, you idiot. 3 days have almost passed. Can you do it? Xiaolian silently withdrew. Wrong. It definitely wasn't this. Those who entered the heavenly court were all great heavenly officials who oversaw a region. Each and every one of them was well known and had a myriad of affairs to attend to. Moreover, because they were all proper heavenly officials who had ascended to the heavens, they were usually more reserved and reserved. Their words and actions often carried a certain air. It was only when he had ascended for the first time that he had grabbed and greeted every heavenly official in the spirit communication array because he had been too excited. He had introduced himself from head to toe with incomparable seriousness and detail. After he withdrew, he randomly searched again and randomly entered another array. This time, when he entered, Xiaolian's heart relaxed. He thought to himself, it's so quiet, it's most likely this one. At this time, he heard a soft voice say, has His Highness the Crown Prince returned? This voice sounded very comfortable at first. The voice was soft and gentle, and the tone was refined. However, if one listened carefully, they would discover that the voice was very cold, and the mood was also very cold. It actually made that gentleness somewhat seem like it harbored ill intentions. Xiaolian originally only wanted to enter the array according to the rules and silently lurk. However, since the other party had already found him to talk, he couldn't just pretend to be deaf and mute. Moreover, there was actually a heavenly official in the heavenly court who was willing to take the initiative to talk to him, the god of plagues, so he was very happy. Thus, he quickly replied, that's right. Hello everyone, I've returned. How could he have known that after this question and answer, all the heavenly officials in the spirit communication array at this moment all pricked up their ears? That heavenly official leisurely said, His Highness the Crown Prince's ascension this time is truly a great spectacle. In the heavenly court, it could be said that emperors and generals walked everywhere, and heroes were like flowing water. In order to become an immortal, one must first become an outstanding person. In the mortal world, those who had made meritorious achievements or great talents had originally had a greater chance of ascension. Therefore, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that kings, princesses, princes, and generals weren't rare in this place. Who wasn't a proud son of heaven? Everyone was polite and courteous to each other. They would randomly address each other as Your Majesty, Your Highness, General, Sect Leader, and Alliance Leader. However, this heavenly official's two sentences didn't sound so right. Although he kept saying His Highness the Crown Prince left and right, it didn't make people feel that he had the slightest bit of respect. Instead, it was like he was using a needle to poke people. There were a few other heavenly officials in the spirit communication array who were also genuine crown princes, but after hearing him call them that, they felt goosebumps on their backs and their whole body felt uncomfortable. Xianxia could already tell that the heavenly official didn't come with good intentions, but he didn't want to fight over who was better. He thought to himself that he would run away, so he smiled and said, It's all right. However, that heavenly official didn't give him a chance to run away, and said indifferently, Your Highness the Crown Prince, it's all right. However, my luck is rather bad. Suddenly, Xianxia heard a secret message from Ling Wen's side. She only said one word, Zhong. Xianxia instantly understood. So this was the martial god who was hit by Zhong. Since that was the case, it wasn't unreasonable for him to be angry. Xianxia had always been very good at apologizing, so he immediately said, I've heard about Zhong, I'm very sorry, I'm sorry. The heavenly official snorted, but couldn't tell what he meant. There were many famous martial gods in the heavenly realm, and many of them were new nobles who had ascended after Xianxia. Just by listening to his voice, Xianxia couldn't tell who this was, but he couldn't apologize without knowing his name. Thus, he asked again, May I ask how to address Your Excellency? Once these words came out, the heavenly official became silent. Not only did the heavenly official become silent, but the entire spirit communication array seemed to have solidified, and a deathly aura assaulted his senses. On the other side, Lingwen transmitted to him again, Your Highness, although I feel that you shouldn't not recognize him after talking for so long, I still want to remind you. That's Xianxia. Xianxia said, Xianxia? He froze for a moment before finally reacting. Slightly shocked, he transmitted back, That's Muqing? General Xianxia was the martial god who oversaw the southwest. He sat on 7,000 temples and could be said to be illustrious in the human world. And this General Xianxia's real name was Muqing. 800 years ago, he was a deputy general who served under the crown prince of Xianlu Palace. Lingwen was also very shocked, You can't really not recognize him, right? Xianxia said, I really can't recognize him. In the past, he didn't talk to me like this. Moreover, when was the last time I met him? I can't remember clearly. If it wasn't 500 years ago, then it was 600 years ago. I can't even remember what he looks like, so how could I recognize his voice? The spirit communication array remained silent. Muqing didn't utter a single word. And the other heavenly officials pretended that they weren't listening while crazily waiting for someone to hurry up and continue the conversation. Speaking of which, the two of them were in an awkward situation. The twists and turns of the story had been passed down for so many years, so everyone already knew about most of it. Back then, Xianxia was the crown prince of Xianlu and cultivated in the Huangji Temple. This Huangji Temple was Xianlu country's imperial family's Taoist temple, and its standards for selecting disciples were very strict. Muqing was born poor and his father was a criminal who had been beheaded. This kind of person didn't have the qualifications to enter the Huangji Temple, so he could only be an odd-job worker. In the temple, he cleaned the rooms for the crown prince and served tea and water. Xianxia saw that he was hardworking and diligent, so he asked the state preceptor to make an exception and accept him as a disciple. The crown prince's words were like gold and jade, so Muqing was able to enter the temple and cultivate together with the crown prince. And after he ascended, Xiaolian also appointed him as a general and brought him with him to immortal capital. However, after Xianlu was destroyed and Xiaolian was banished to the mortal world, Mu Qing didn't follow him. Not only did he not follow him, he didn't even say a single word for him. In any case, the crown prince was no more, so he was free. He found a paradise and diligently cultivated. Within a few years, he passed through the heavenly tribulation and ascended on his own. At that time, one was in the heavens and one was on the earth. Now, one was in the heavens and one was on the earth. It was just that the two people's circumstances were completely reversed. On the other side, Lingwen said, "He's very angry." Xiaolian said, "I guessed so too." Lingwen said, "I'll go say something else." "You should quickly take the opportunity to leave." Xiaolian said, "No need. Wouldn't it be fine to just pretend that nothing happened?" Lingwen said, "No need? I feel awkward just looking at you guys." Xiaolian said, "It's okay." Xiaolian was a person who could do anything but die. He didn't do anything, but he definitely lost a lot of face. He had done things that were many times more embarrassing than this, so in his heart, he really felt that it was okay. Who knew that all things couldn't be said to be okay first? Just as he said it's okay, he heard a roar, "Who the fuck tore down my golden palace? Get the hell out here." This roar made all the immortals in the array feel like their scalps were going to explode. Although their stomachs were already tumbling, they still held their breaths and waited silently to hear how Xiaolian was going to reply to this cursing. Who would have thought that there was no most exciting thing, only more exciting? Before Xiaolian could open his mouth, Mu Qing spoke first. He laughed twice. "Haha." The person who came coldly said, "You tore it down? Fine, wait." Mu Qing indifferently said, "I didn't say it was me. Don't make false accusations." The other person said, "Then why are you laughing? Are you crazy?" Mu Qing said, "Nothing else. What you said was funny, that's all. The person who tore down your golden palace is currently in the array. You can ask him yourself." Things had already reached this point. No matter what, Xiaolian was too embarrassed to run away like this. He coughed dryly and said, "It was me. I'm sorry." Once he spoke, the person who came later also fell silent. By his ear, Lingwen transmitted her voice again. "Your Highness, that's Nanyang." Xiaolian said, "I recognize this one. But he doesn't seem to recognize me." Lingwen said, "No. He just roams around the mortal world more and returns to immortal capital less. He doesn't know that you've ascended." Nanyang Zhenjun was the martial god who oversaw the southeast. He sat on nearly 8,000 temples and was extremely loved by the common people. His real name was Feng Xian. 800 years ago, he was the #1 divine general under His Highness the Crown Prince of Xianlu Palace. In the past, his lord had been reduced to a laughingstock with no incense, no temple, and no believers. Meanwhile, his two attendants had crossed heavenly tribulations and ascended to become great martial gods overseeing a region. This kind of situation, no one could avoid thinking about it. If Xiaolian had to choose between Feng Xian and Mu Qing, which made him feel more embarrassed, he would say, "Both are fine." But if others were to choose, would they want to see Xiaolian and Feng Xian fight each other, or would they want to see Xiaolian and Mu Qing fight each other? Everyone had their own tastes. After all, they both had sufficient reasons to fight each other, so it was hard to decide who was better. Therefore, no one responded to Feng Xian for a long time. He didn't even say a word and directly hit himself. Everyone was extremely disappointed. Xiaolian ended the matter and hit himself a few more times. "I also didn't expect things to become like this. It wasn't intentional, but I've caused trouble for everyone." Mu Qing coldly said, "Oh, that really is too much of a coincidence." What a coincidence, Xiaolian also felt that it really was too much of a coincidence. How could he just happen to smash Mu Qing and tear down Feng Xian? To others, it simply looked like he was deliberately taking revenge. But reality was like this. He was the kind of person who, if he had to choose one cup of wine from 1,000 cups to poison, would definitely choose the poisoned wine no matter what. But no matter what other people thought in their hearts, you couldn't do anything about it. Xiaolian could only say, I will do my best to repair everyone's golden palace and other losses. I hope you can give me a bit of time. Although it was obvious that Mu Qing still wanted to continue blowing cold air, his golden palace wasn't damaged and the bell that had smashed him had been chopped by him. If he continued to be overbearing, he would appear unsightly and lose his status. Thus, he also hid himself and didn't say anything. When Xiaolian saw that the mess had already left, he also hurriedly ran away. He was still seriously pondering how to obtain these 88 million merit points. The next day, Ling Wen invited him to Ling Wen's treasure hall. Ling Wen was a heavenly official in charge of human affairs. She was in charge of human affairs and had a meteoric rise. The entire treasure hall, from the ground to the ceiling, was filled with official documents and scrolls. That scene was extremely shocking and horrifying. As Xiaolian walked, every heavenly official that came out of Ling Wen Palace Hall was carrying documents that were taller than a person. Their faces were deathly pale, and if it wasn't a look of collapse, then it was a look of numbness. After entering the main hall, Ling Wen turned around and went straight to the point. Your Highness, the Emperor has something to ask of you. Are you willing to lend him a hand? There were many perfected immortals and middle immortals in the heavenly realm, but only one of them could be called the Emperor. If he wanted to do something, he would never beg others for help. Thus, Xiaolian was startled for a moment before asking, what is it? Ling Wen passed him a scroll and said, recently, there has been a group of big believers frequently praying for blessings in the north. I think it's not very peaceful. The so-called great believers generally referred to 3 types of people. The first type were rich people who paid money to burn incense, perform rituals, and build temples. The second type were preachers who could preach to others. The third type were people who completely carried out their beliefs in body and mind. Among them, the first type was the most common. The wealthier the person was, the more they feared the supernatural, and there were as many rich people in the world as there were carps in the river. The third type was the least, because if one could really do this, then that person's realm must be very high, and he would not be far from ascending. The people mentioned here were clearly the first type of people. Ling Wen said, the Emperor can't attend to the north at the moment. If you are willing to go in his place, when the time comes, no matter how much merit and virtue this group of great believers offers, I will offer it all to your altar. What do you think? Xiaolian received the scroll with both hands and said, many thanks. This was clearly Junwu helping him out, yet he was asking him if he was willing to help him out. How could Xiaolian not be able to see that? However, he was also unable to find a better word to express what he was thinking in his heart. Ling Wen said, I'm only responsible for handling matters. If you want to thank someone, then wait for the Emperor to return. You can thank him yourself. Oh right, do you need me to lend you any talisman? Xiaolian said, no need. Even if you give me a talisman, I won't have any strength when I go down, and I won't be able to use it. Xiaolian had been struck down twice, and he had lost all of his spiritual power. It was still alright if he was in the heaven realm. The heaven realm was a place where all the celestial palaces gathered. The spiritual energy there was abundant and endless. He could casually grasp it and use it for himself. However, once he returned to the mortal world, he would be a fool. If he wanted to fight, he could only make do with borrowing some spiritual energy from others. Ling Wen pondered for a moment, then said, then it would be best to borrow a few military officials to lend you a helping hand. The current martial gods either didn't recognize him or didn't like him. Xiaolian was still clear on this point. He said, there's no need. You won't be able to borrow people. Ling Wen, however, had her own considerations. She said, I'll try. It didn't make a difference whether she tried or not. Xiaolian neither agreed nor objected, so he let her try. Thus, Ling Wen entered the spiritual array. In a clear voice, she said, everyone, the Emperor has important matters to attend to in the north and is in urgent need of manpower. Which martial god's highness can lend 2 military officials from their palace? Just as she finished speaking, Mu Qing's voice lightly floated over. I heard that the Emperor isn't in the north right now. I'm afraid he's borrowing them for His Highness the Crown Prince. Xiaolian thought to himself, are you guarding the spiritual array all day long? Ling Wen thought the same thing as him. In her heart, she wanted to slap Mu Qing, who was obstructing her work, out of the array. With a smile, she said, Xianxia, how come I keep seeing you in the array these past 2 days? It seems like you've been stealing half a day of leisure recently? Congratulations, congratulations. Mu Qing indifferently said, my hand is injured. I'm recuperating. In their hearts, the various heavenly officials said, in the past, that hand of yours could easily split mountains and seas. What can it do to you if it's just a stupid clock? Lingwen wanted to first trick 2 people into coming over to work for her. Not only did Mu Qing guess it, but he also said it out loud. This time, they definitely wouldn't be able to find anyone. Sure enough, after a while, no one disturbed them. Xiaolian also didn't feel anything was wrong. He said to her, you see, I said I can't borrow people. Lingwen said, if Xianxia didn't say anything, I can borrow people. Xiaolian smiled and said, those words of yours are like holding a pipa and covering half of your face. Looking at the flowers in the fog gives 3 points of beauty. People think you're working for the emperor, so of course you can ask them to come. But if they come and find out you're working with me, I'm afraid they'll cause a ruckus. How can we work together? In any case, I'm used to being alone. I don't see any missing arms or legs, so I'll leave it at that. I'll have to trouble you, I'll be leaving now. Lingwen also couldn't do anything else. Cupping her hands, she said, all right. I wish your highness a smooth journey. Heavenly official's blessing. Xiaolian replied, nothing is taboo. Waving his hand, he confidently left. 3 days later, in the human world, in the north. On the side of the main road, there was a small tea and pastry shop. The shop wasn't big, and the staff was simple. However, the scenery was good. There were mountains, rivers, people, and a city. There was everything, not much. Not much, just right. In this scenery, if they were to meet here, it would definitely become a wonderful memory. The tea sommelier in the shop was extremely idle. When there weren't any customers, he would bring over a stool and sit at the entrance. He would look at the mountains, the rivers, the people, and the city, happily watching. In the distance, he saw a white-clothed Taoist walking over. His entire body was covered in dust, as if he had walked for a long time. As he walked closer, he brushed past the small shop. Suddenly, he stopped and slowly walked back. Holding up his bamboo hat, he raised his head and glanced at the liquor label. With a smile, he said, Encounter Small Shop, what an interesting name. Although this person looked a little tired, his expression was all smiles. Seeing him, the 2 corners of people's mouths couldn't help but curve upwards. He then asked, excuse me, may I ask if Mount Yujun is nearby? The tea sommelier pointed him in the direction and said, it's in this area. This person let out a breath. In the end, he didn't spit out his soul. In his heart, he said, I've finally arrived. It was Xiaolian. When he left the immortal capital that day, he had originally decided on the place where he would descend to the mortal world. He was going to land near Mount Yujun. Who knew that when he left the immortal capital and jumped down, his sleeve would get caught by a cloud? Yes, he got caught by a cloud. He didn't know how he got caught. In any case, he rolled in the sky and didn't know where he was after rolling down. After walking for 3 days, he finally arrived at the place where he had originally planned to land. For a moment, he was filled with emotions. After entering the shop, Xiaolian picked a table by the window and asked for tea and snacks. When he finally sat down with great difficulty, he suddenly heard the sound of crying and gongs and drums being beaten. He looked towards the main street and saw a group of men, women, old, and young escorting a large red bridal sedan, walking on the main road. This procession gave off a very strange atmosphere. At first glance, it looked like a wedding procession. However, upon closer inspection, the expressions on these people's faces were solemn, sorrowful, angry, and fearful. The only thing missing was joy. No matter what, it didn't look like they were celebrating a happy occasion. Yet, they were all dressed in red and flowers, blowing and playing drums. This situation was extremely strange. The tea sommelier held a copper teapot high in the air and nodded. He also saw this scene, but he only shook his head and went down. Xiaolian watched as the strange procession went far away. After pondering for a moment, he was about to take out the scroll that Ling Wen had given him and read it again when he suddenly felt a dazzling object flash past. He raised his head and saw a silver butterfly fly past his eyes. The silver butterfly was sparkling and translucent. As it flew through the air, it left behind a resplendent trail. Xiaolian couldn't help but extend his hand towards it. This silver butterfly was very intelligent. Not only was it not startled, but it also stayed on his fingertips. Its wings flickered, extremely beautiful and serene. Under the sunlight, it seemed like an illusion that would shatter at the touch of his hand. Not long after, it flew away. Xiaolian waved his hand at it as a farewell. When he turned his head, he saw that there were 2 more people sitting at his table. There were 4 sides to the table. These 2 people sat on the left and right of the table, each occupying a side. On both sides were teenagers around 18 or 19 years old. The one on the left was taller. His brows were deep and bright, and his gaze carried a hint of arrogance and unruliness. The one on the right was extremely white. He was delicate and pretty, but his expression was a bit too cold and indifferent. It was as if he wasn't very happy in his heart. In reality, both of their expressions weren't very good. Xiaolian blinked his eyes and asked, "You two are?" The one on the left replied, "Nan Feng." The one on the right replied, "Fu Yao." Xiaolian thought to himself, "I'm not asking for your names." At this moment, Ling Wen suddenly transmitted her voice over. She said, "Your Highness, there are 2 little military officials from the Central Heaven Court who are willing to come forward and assist. They have already gone down to look for you. They should have arrived by now." The so-called Central Heaven Court was naturally the opposite of the Upper Heaven Court. The heavenly officials of heaven could be simply and crudely divided into 2 categories, those who had ascended and those who hadn't. Those who had ascended to the Heaven Court were all heavenly officials who relied on their own abilities to ascend. In the entire heaven realm, there were no more than 100 of them, and they were all extremely precious. As for those in the Central Heaven Court, they were appointed. Strictly speaking, their full name should be Tong Heavenly Official. However, when people called them that, they would often omit the word Tong. In that case, there were Upper Heaven Court and Central Heaven Court, but were there Lower Heaven Court? There weren't. In fact, when Xiaolian first ascended, there really were. At that time, they were still divided into Upper Heaven Court and Lower Heaven Court. However, later on, everyone discovered a problem. When they introduced themselves, saying "I'm so-and-so from the Lower Heaven Court" was really unpleasant to hear. Having the word lower made them feel especially inferior. It must be known that among them, there was no lack of outstanding people with outstanding talents and powerful spiritual power. They were only one heavenly tribulation away from becoming a true heavenly official. Who knew when that day would come? Thus, someone suggested changing the word to "I'm so-and-so from the Central Heaven Court." This sounded much better. Although in reality, they all had the same meaning. In short, after changing it, Xiaolian couldn't get used to it for a while. Xiaolian looked at these 2 little military officials. Their expressions were one uglier than the other, and they didn't look like they were willing to come and help at all. Xiaolian couldn't help but ask, "Ling Wen, I don't think they're here to help me. It's more like they're here to take my dog head. Don't drag them over." Unfortunately, his words didn't seem to reach them. He also couldn't hear Ling Wen's voice in his ears. Presumably, they had left the immortal capital for too long, and their spiritual power had been exhausted. Xiaolian had no choice but to first smile at the 2 little military officials and say, "Nan Feng and Fu Yao, right? Since you're willing to come and help, I thank you in advance." The 2 of them only nodded their heads. They had quite an imposing manner, and it seemed like they were definitely under the command of the illustrious martial god. Xiaolian had the tea sommelier add 2 more cups. Picking up the teacup, he scraped the tea leaves and casually asked, "Which royal highness are you under?" Nan Feng replied, "Nanyang Palace Hall." Fu Yao replied, "Xianxia Palace Hall." This was truly frightening. "Xia." Lian swallowed a mouthful of tea and said, "Did your family's general ask you to come over?" The 2 of them replied, "Our family's general doesn't know that I've come." Xiaolian thought for a moment, then said, "Then, do you know who I am?" If these two little military officials were carelessly tricked by Ling Wen and helped him, then when they returned, they would be scolded by their own general. That wouldn't be worth it. Nanfeng replied, "You're His Highness the Crown Prince." Fu Yao replied, "You're the righteous path of the human world. You're the center of the world." Xiao Lian choked for a moment, then asked Nanfeng with uncertainty, "Did he just roll his eyes?" Nanfeng replied, "Yes. Tell him to scram." Nanyang and Xianxia didn't have a good relationship. This wasn't a secret, so when Xiao Lian heard about it, he wasn't all that surprised. This was because the relationship between Feng Xian and Mu Qing wasn't that good in the past. It was just that at that time, he was the master and they were the subordinates. When the crown prince said that they shouldn't quarrel and that they should be good friends, everyone endured and didn't turn hostile. If they were truly unhappy, they would at most use words to stab the other party. But now, they no longer needed to be hypocritical. Therefore, even the believers of the two heavenly officials in the southeast and southwest didn't think much of each other. Nanyang Palace Hall and Xianjin Palace Hall were even more hostile towards each other all year round. The two people in front of him were a typical example. Fu Yao sneered and said, "Ling Wen Jinjuan said that I can come willingly, so why should I scram?" The word willingly, when said with this expression, really wasn't convincing. Xiao Lian said, "Let me confirm. Did you really come willingly? If you're not willing, then don't force yourself." The two of them replied, "I came willingly." Looking at those two dejected faces, Xiao Lian thought to himself, "What you two actually want to say is I'm committing suicide, right?" In short, Xiao Lian said, "Let's talk about proper business first. You two already know what we came to the north for this time, so I won't start from the beginning." The two of them replied, "I don't know." Xiao Lian had no choice but to take out a scroll and say, "Then I'll tell you from the beginning." It was said that many years ago, there was a newlywed couple in Mount Jujun. This newlywed couple loved each other very much. The groom waited for the wedding procession to arrive, but after waiting for a long time, he still didn't see the bride arrive. The groom became anxious and went to look for the bride's maiden family. In the end, his father-in-law and mother-in-law told him that the bride had already left. The two families reported to the authorities and searched everywhere, but they still couldn't find the bride. Even if she was eaten by fierce beasts in the mountains, at the very least, she would still have an arm or a leg or something. How could she just disappear into thin air? Thus, it was inevitable that some people suspected that the bride herself wasn't willing to marry and had colluded with the wedding procession to run away. Who knew that after a few years, another newlywed couple would get married, and the nightmare would repeat itself? From then on, things got out of hand. In the next 100 years, a total of 17 brides went missing in the area around Mount Jujun. Sometimes it was peaceful for more than 10 years, sometimes two would go missing in a short month. A terrifying legend quickly spread: there was a ghost bridegroom living in Mount Jujun. If he fancied a woman, he would kidnap her on the way to her wedding and then eat the bridal procession. Originally, this matter wouldn't have reached the heavens because, although 17 brides went missing, there were thousands of safe and sound brides. In any case, they couldn't be found, and they couldn't be protected, so they could only make do with it. It was just that the number of families that dared to marry their daughters to this area was a bit less, and the local newlyweds didn't dare to make a big scene when they got married. However, it just so happened that the 17th bride's father was a government official. He rather doted on his daughter. When he heard the rumors, he carefully selected 40 brave and peerless military officials to escort his daughter to her wedding. Unfortunately, his daughter still disappeared. This time, this ghost bridegroom had poked a hornet's nest. The people this government official could find in the mortal world couldn't do anything about it. Thus, in a fit of rage, he united a group of official friends and madly performed a wave of rituals. He even followed the instructions of an expert and opened granaries to help the poor and so on. This caused a huge uproar in the city and finally alerted the few heavenly officials above. Otherwise, it would have been almost impossible for those tiny mortals' voices to reach the ears of the gods in the heavens. Xiao Lian said, "That's about it." Because the two people's expressions were extremely uncooperative, he didn't know whether they were listening or not. If they didn't listen, he could only say it again. On the other hand, Nanfeng raised his head and frowned. What do the missing brides have in common? Xiaolian said, there are poor and rich, beautiful and ugly, wives and concubines. In a word, there is no pattern. There is no way to judge what this ghost bridegroom's taste is. Nanfeng made a sound of agreement and picked up the teacup to take a sip. He seemed to be thinking. However, Fu Yao didn't touch the tea Xiaolian pushed to him. He just kept using a white handkerchief to slowly wipe his fingers. As he wiped, he coldly said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, how do you know it must be a ghost bridegroom? This isn't necessarily true. No one has ever seen it before, so how do you know if it's male or female, old or young? Aren't you taking it for granted? Xiaolian smiled and said, the scroll was summarized by the civil officials of the Lingwen Palace Hall. The ghost bridegroom is just a name used by the people. However, what you said makes sense. After exchanging a few more words, Xiaolian discovered that these two little military officials' train of thought was quite clear. Although their expressions were not friendly, their discussion was not ambiguous at all. Xiaolian felt quite gratified. Seeing that it was getting late, the three of them left the store for the time being. Xiaolian put on the bamboo hat and walked for a while. Suddenly, he realized that the two people behind him weren't following him. Puzzled, he turned around to look, only to find that the two people were also looking at him in puzzlement. Nanfeng asked, Where are you going? Xiaolian replied, Find a place to settle down. Fu Yao, why are you rolling your eyes again? Nanfeng asked in bewilderment, Then why do you want to go into the wilderness? Xiaolian often ate and slept in the open on the streets. He could find a piece of cloth and lay there for the night. Naturally, he was used to finding a cave to light a fire. Only after Xiaolian's reminder did he realize that Nanfeng and Fu Yao were both military officials under the command of the martial god. If there was a Nanyang temple or Xianxia temple nearby, they could directly enter. Why would they need to sleep in the wilderness? After a short while, the three of them found a dilapidated local god temple in an extremely unremarkable corner. The incense was broken, and it looked extremely cold and cheerless. Inside the temple, there was a round and small stone statue of the local god. Xiaolian called out a few times. This land hadn't had anyone to worship for many years, so when he suddenly heard someone calling him, he opened his eyes and saw three people standing in front of the temple. The two people on the left and right were shrouded in a layer of spiritual light, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. Xiaolian jumped up in fright and trembled as he asked, Three immortal officials, do you have any orders for this humble one? Xiaolian nodded his head and said, No orders. I just want to ask, is there a nearby city god temple that enshrines Nanyang General or Xianxia General? The local god didn't dare to be negligent and said, This. Pinching his fingers, he calculated and said, There is a city god temple 5 miles from here. It enshrines Nanyang General. Xiaolian put his palms together and said, Many thanks. The local god was blinded by the two spiritual lights at the side and hurriedly hid himself. Xiaolian took out a few coins and placed them in front of the temple. Seeing some scattered incense, he picked it up and lit it. During this time, Fu Yao rolled his eyes so much that Xiaolian wanted to ask him if his eyes were tired. After 5 miles, sure enough, they saw a city god temple standing by the side of the road. Although the temple was small, it was fully furnished. People came and went, and it was extremely lively. The three of them hid themselves and entered the temple. Inside the temple was a clay statue of the martial god of Nanyang wearing armor and holding a bow. As soon as Xiaolian saw this statue, he made a sound of hum in his heart. It was a small temple in the countryside. The statue and paint could be said to be crude. As a whole, it looked quite different from Xiaolian's impression of Feng Xian himself. However, for the heavenly officials, it was a common thing for the statues to be out of shape. Not to mention their mothers, some heavenly officials wouldn't even recognize their own statues. After all, there weren't many craftsmen who had actually seen the heavenly officials themselves. Therefore, they were either so beautiful that they were out of shape, or so ugly that they were out of shape. They could only rely on specific postures, tools, clothing, and so on to identify which heavenly official it was. Generally speaking, the more prosperous the place, the more the heavenly officials would want the statue to be. The poorer the place, the worse the craftsman's taste, and the more miserable the statue would be. Currently, only General Xianxia's statue was in a relatively good condition. Why was that? Because other people's statues were all heavenly officials. If their statues were ugly, then so be it. If they didn't care, then when they saw that they were made to look ugly, they would secretly break it and have someone remodel it. Or they would vaguely express their dissatisfaction in a dream. Thus, after a long period of time, the big believers knew that they had to find a craftsman who looked good. The entire Xianxia Palace Hall was exactly the same as their general. They all loved to be particular. After Fu Yao entered the Nanyang temple, he had been commenting on this Nanyang statue for an hour. He said that the shape was distorted, the color was vulgar, the craftsmanship was poor, and the taste was strange. Xiaolian saw that the veins on Nanfang's forehead were slowly popping out. He wanted to quickly find a topic to change. Just then, he saw another young girl come in to pay her respects and sincerely kneel down. He warmly said, "Speaking of which, Nanyang Zhenjuan's home ground is in the southeast. I didn't expect you to have so many incense offerings in the north." People built temples and temples, in fact, imitations of the heavenly immortal palaces, and the statues were the reflections of the heavenly officials. Temples gathered believers and attracted incense offerings, becoming an important source of magical power for the heavenly officials. And because of many reasons such as geography, history, and customs, people in different regions usually worship different heavenly officials. In their own territory, a heavenly official's magical power would be at its strongest. This was the home ground advantage. Only for heavenly officials like the divine martial emperor, who had believers all over the world and temples all over the world, whether it was the home ground or not was completely meaningless. It was a good thing that his general's temple was flourishing even when it wasn't his home ground. Nanfeng should be proud, but looking at his complexion, it wasn't very good. On the side, Fu Yao faintly smiled and said, not bad, deeply loved and respected." Xiaolian said, "But I have a question, I don't know." Nanfeng said, "If it's I don't know if I should say it or not, then don't say it." Xiaolian said in his heart, "No. What I want to say is I don't know if anyone can answer." However, he had a premonition that if he said this sentence, it wouldn't be good, so he decided to change the topic. Unexpectedly, Fu Yao unhurriedly said, "I know what you want to ask. You definitely want to ask why there are so many female believers who come to pay their respects." Xiaolian wanted to ask this question. The martial god system's female believers had always been fewer than male believers. Only 800 years ago, he was an exception. However, the reason for the exception was very simple. Just one word, good-looking. He was very clear that it wasn't because he was virtuous and respected or had extraordinary divine power or anything like that. It was simply because his divine statue was good-looking, and his temples were also good-looking. Almost all of his temples were built by the imperial family, and his divine statue was sculpted according to his face by the most skilled craftsmen from all over the country. Moreover, because of the phrase "the body is in the void, the heart is in the land of peach blossoms," the craftsmen often liked to add some flowers to his divine statue. They also liked to plant his temples into a sea of flowers and trees. Therefore, at that time, he also had another nickname, Corolla Martial God. The female believers liked that his divine statue was good-looking, and they also liked that his temples were full of flowers. Just because of this, they were also willing to come and pay their respects to him. However, because the murderous aura of ordinary martial gods was too heavy, their faces were often sculpted into a serious, malevolent, and callous appearance. When the female believers saw them, they would rather go and pay their respects to Guanyin or something. Although this Nanyang statue had nothing to do with murderous aura, it was far from being good-looking. However, the number of female believers who came to pay their respects was practically more than the number of male believers. Furthermore, Nanfeng also clearly didn't want to answer this question. Therefore, Xiaolian found it rather strange. Just at this moment, that young girl finished paying her respects. She got up to take some incense and then turned around. With this turn, Xiaolian pushed the other two people. Those two people were originally extremely impatient, but when they were pushed by Xiaolian, their expressions immediately changed when they looked over. Fu Yao said, "Too ugly." Xiaolian choked for a moment before saying, "Fu Yao, you can't say that about girls." In all fairness, what Fu Yao said was the truth. That young girl's face was incomparably flat, as if she had been slapped flat by someone. Even saying that her facial features were ordinary would make one feel wronged. If one had to describe her, then perhaps only crooked nose and slanted eyes could be used. However, in Xiaolian's eyes, he simply couldn't distinguish whether she was beautiful or ugly. The main reason was that when she turned around, there was a huge hole hanging from the back of her skirt. It was really impossible to pretend that you didn't see it. Fu Yao was startled at first, but he quickly calmed down. The blue veins on Nanfang's forehead instantly disappeared without a trace. Seeing his expression change greatly, Xiaolian hurriedly said, "Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous." That young girl took the incense and knelt down again. As she prayed, she said, "Nanyang General bless me. Believer Little Ing, I pray that you can catch that ghost bridegroom as soon as possible. Don't let innocent people be harmed by him again." She prayed devoutly and was completely unaware of the abnormality behind her. She was also completely unaware that 3 people were currently crouching at the feet of the god statue she was praying to. Xiaolian felt a headache coming on. What should we do? We can't just let her walk out like this, right? She'll be watched all the way back. Moreover, looking at the hole at the back of her skirt, it was clear that someone had deliberately cut it with a sharp weapon. He was afraid that not only would she be watched, but she would also be wantonly ridiculed. That would truly be a humiliation. Fu Yao indifferently said, "Don't ask me. The person she's praying to isn't our General Xianxia. Don't look at indecency." "I didn't see anything." Nanfang's handsome face was green and white. He only knew how to wave his hands and didn't know how to speak. A good and unruly young man had been forced into a mute. There was no hope. Xiaolian could only do it himself. He took off his outer garment and threw it down. With a whoosh, that outer garment floated over the young girl's body, covering the extremely indecent hole at the back of her skirt. The 3 of them simultaneously let out a sigh of relief. However, this gust of wind was truly too strange, causing the young girl to jump in fright. She looked around and took off her outer garment. After hesitating for a moment, she placed it on the altar. Unexpectedly, she was still completely unaware of it. Moreover, after she finished burning the incense, she was about to walk out. If he allowed her to go out and wander around, the young girl feared that she wouldn't have the face to see anyone. Seeing that the 2 people beside him were either stiff or stiff, unable to do anything about it, Xiaolian sighed. Nanfeng and Fu Yao only felt the space beside them become empty. Xiaolian had already appeared and jumped down. The light inside the temple wasn't dim, so when he jumped down, he brought along a gust of wind. The flame swayed, and the young girl, Little Ing, only saw a man suddenly emerge from the darkness. His upper body was bare as he stretched out his hand towards her. She was scared out of her wits on the spot. As expected, a scream rang out. Xiaolian was just about to speak when the young girl had already slapped him. She shouted, "Molestation!" With a paw sound, Xiaolian received a slap to the face. The sound of the slap was crisp and clear. When the 2 people squatting on the altar heard it, half of their faces simultaneously twitched. After receiving a slap, Xiaolian wasn't angry at all. He only forcefully stuffed his outer garment over and quickly whispered something. The young girl was greatly alarmed. She touched her back and suddenly, her entire face flushed red. In a split second, tears also welled up in her eyes. It wasn't known if she was angry, bitter, or ashamed. She grabbed the outer garment Xiaolian gave her, covered her face, and ran away, leaving only Xiaolian standing in his original position. When the person left, the temple became empty. A cool breeze passed through the hall. Suddenly, it felt a little cold. He rubbed his face and turned around. With half of his face covered in a large red palm print, he said to the 2 people, "All right. It's all right now." Just as he finished speaking, Nanfeng pointed at him and said, Did your wound split open?" Xiaolian lowered his head and let out an "oh" sound. Xiaolian took off his clothes, revealing a body of mutton fat jade-like skin. However, his chest was tightly wrapped in layers and layers of white cloth. Even his neck and wrists were wrapped in bandages. Countless small wounds crawled out from the edges of the bandages. It was truly a ghastly sight. Thinking that his sprained neck should be almost healed, Xiaolian began to remove the bandages one round at a time. Fu Yao glanced at him and asked, "Who?" Xiaolian asked, "What?" Fu Yao asked, "Who was your opponent?" Xiaolian replied, "Opponent? I didn't." Nanfeng asked, "Then your injuries are?" Xiaolian blankly said, "I fell myself." These were the injuries he received when he fell down from the mortal world 3 days ago. If he had been fighting someone, he might not have been injured to this degree. Fu Yao muttered a few words, but Xiaolian didn't hear them clearly. In any case, he definitely wasn't praising him for being strong. Xiaolian didn't ask and finished removing the thick layer of bandages on his neck. In the next moment, Nanfeng and Fu Yao's gazes focused on his neck. Sensing their gazes, Xiaolian smiled and turned around. "Is this the first time you've seen a real curse?" Curse, as the name suggested, was a shackle formed by a curse. A heavenly official who had been demoted to the heavenly realm would have the wrath of the heavens turned into a sin imprint. It would bind and seal their divine power so that they would never be able to escape. It was like tattooing on the face or chaining their hands and feet. It was a form of punishment and also a warning, frightening and humiliating. As the laughingstock of the 3 realms who had been beaten down twice, Xiaolian naturally had such a curse on his body. It was impossible for these 2 minor military officials not to have heard of it, but there was still a big gap between hearing about it and seeing it with their own eyes. Therefore, Xiaolian could understand why they had such expressions on their faces. He guessed that this thing might have made the 2 minor military officials afraid and uncomfortable. After all, it wasn't a good thing. He wanted to find some clothes to wear outside, but Fu Yao rolled his eyes at him and said, "If you go out on the streets looking like this, you'll look extremely vulgar." It was only after Nanfeng reached the back of the hall that he casually tore off the clothes of the temple attendants and threw it at him that he stopped being vulgar. But after sitting down again, he felt that the atmosphere had become a bit awkward. Thus, Xiaolian took out the scroll given by Lingwen Palace and asked, "Do you want to take a look?" Nanfeng raised his eyelids and looked at him. "I've seen it. I think he's the one who needs to take a good look." Fu Yao said, "What do you mean I need to take a good look? That scroll isn't written in detail and isn't worth a single coin. Is it worth looking at again and again?" Hearing him say that the scroll wasn't worth a single coin, Xiaolian couldn't help but feel sorry for those minor officials who had written so much that their faces turned ashen. Fu Yao said, "Where were we just now?" "Nanyang Temple. Why are there so many believers in Nanyang?" "All right." Xiaolian put away the scroll and rubbed his throbbing eyebrows. He knew in his heart that no one would be able to look at it tonight. Since they couldn't look at it properly, then let's see what was going on. It turned out that apart from the crown prince who had been collecting trash in the mortal world for hundreds of years, all the immortals and gods knew that Nanyang True Monarch Feng Xian was once known as Giant Sun True Monarch. He truly detested this form of address. And everyone only had one word for his experience: injustice. Because the original correct way to write it was absolute yang. The reason why it was misreported was because of this matter. Many years ago, there was a monarch who built temples. In order to express his sincerity, he personally inscribed words on the horizontal boards of every palace and hall. However, when he wrote Juyong Palace, for some unknown reason, he wrote Juyong Palace instead. The officials in charge of the construction of the temples were worried to death. They could not figure out if His Majesty had deliberately changed it like this or if he had accidentally written it wrong. If it was on purpose, why didn't they order me to change it? If he didn't do it on purpose, why would he make such a low-level mistake? He couldn't say, "Your Majesty, you're wrong." Who knew if His Majesty would think that he was mocking his carelessness? Insinuating that his knowledge was shallow? Insincere? Moreover, this was His Majesty's treasured calligraphy. Would it be useless if he didn't use it? The most difficult thing to guess in the world was the will of a saint. The officials were in extreme pain. After thinking about it, they felt that rather than wronging His Majesty, it was better to wronging Juyong Supreme. They had to admit that they made the right choice. After His Majesty found out that Juyong had become Juyong, he didn't say anything else. He only invited a group of scholars to vigorously flip through ancient books and find countless minor reasons. They wrote many articles to prove that Juyang was originally Juyang and that Juyang was the wrong way to write it. In short, after one night, all the Juyang Palace in the country became Juyang Palace. Feng Xian, who had been inexplicably changed, only found out about this matter after more than 10 years. He basically never carefully looked at the signboard of his own palace. But one day, he suddenly felt very depressed. Why did it seem like there were so many women coming to his temple to worship? Moreover, all of them were bashful and their faces were completely red. What were they praying for when they offered incense? After figuring out what was going on, he rushed to the peak of the 9 heavens and loudly cursed at the scorching sun in the sky. All the heavenly officials were shocked by him. After cursing, there was nothing they could do. If they prayed, then so be it. He couldn't say that he couldn't get along with these pious women, so he braced himself and listened to them for many years. Even when Juyang was changed to Nanyang by a proper monarch who felt that this was simply improper, everyone still didn't forget that besides being a martial god, what else could he protect in passing? However, everyone also adhered to a tacit understanding: they absolutely couldn't use those 2 words to address him. At the same time, they also adhered to a common understanding: how to evaluate Nanyang Supreme. 1 word: good. As long as he didn't open his mouth to curse, everything was good. That Nanfang's face was already as black as the bottom of an old pot. At this time, Fu Yao was still in the mood to write a poem. He said in a refined manner, "The friend of women, praying for children is the strongest. The secret formula for strengthening one's sexual function, sending children to Nanyang." Ahaha, ahaha, ahahaha. Xia Lian very kindly held back his laughter, giving him a bit of face in front of the statue of Nanyang. Nan Feng, on the other hand, flew into a rage. "Don't come here and act weird. If you're really bored, then go sweep the floor." When these words came out, Fu Yao's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. If Nanyang Palace Hall couldn't bear to hear people say those 2 words, then Xianxia Palace Hall couldn't bear to hear people say the word sweep. This was because when Mu Qing worked as an errand boy in Huangji Temple, he spent all day bringing tea and water to His Highness the Crown Prince, Xia Lian, sweeping the floor and making the bed. One day, Xia Lian saw him silently reciting cultivation incantations while sweeping the floor. Xia Lian was moved by Mu Qing's painstaking effort and spirit of seeking knowledge in adversity. Thus, Xia Lian went to plead with the state preceptor to accept him as a disciple. How should this matter be put? It could be big or small, it could be shameful or it could be a beautiful story. It all depended on what the person involved thought. Obviously, the person involved thought this was the shame of his life. This was because Mu Qing and the generals under him would definitely turn hostile if they heard this word. Sure enough, Fu Yao calmed down and glanced at Xia Lian, who was innocently waving his hand. He sneered and said, "Hearing you say this, those who don't know would think that your Nanyang Palace Hall is fighting for His Highness the Crown Prince." Nanfeng also sneered. "Your general is indeed ungrateful. What else is there to say?" Xia Lian was just about to interject when Fu Yao laughed and said, "Your general is just a pot calling the kettle black. What qualifications does he have to poke at me?" Hearing them use him as a big stick to hammer the spine of the heavenly official above him, Xia Lian finally couldn't bear to listen anymore. He said, "Wait, wait, wait. Stop, stop." Naturally, no one paid attention to him. Instead, they began to fight. It wasn't clear who started first, but in any case, the offering table was split into 2 halves. The plate of fruits rolled all over the floor. Xia Lian saw that it was impossible to stop the fight. He sat in the corner and sighed, "What a tragedy." Picking up a small steamed bun that rolled to his feet, he wiped off the skin and prepared to eat it. Nanfeng saw this from the corner of his eye and immediately slapped his hand away. "Stop eating." Fu Yao also stopped. Shocked and disgusted, he said, "You can still eat it when it's covered in dust." Xia Lian took the opportunity to make a gesture and said, "Stop, stop, stop. I have something I want to say." He separated the 2 of them and said with a pleasant expression, "First, the crown prince you're talking about is me. This prince hasn't even said anything, so don't use me as a weapon to attack each other." He paused for a moment before adding, "I believe that your 2 generals would absolutely not do this. If you act so disrespectfully, where would they put their faces? As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the two of them became somewhat unpredictable. Xiaolian then said, "Second, you're here to assist me, right? Then, are you going to listen to me, or am I going to listen to you?" After a long time, the two of them finally said, "We'll listen to you." Although their faces seemed to be saying, "In your dreams, we'll listen to you." Xiaolian was still very satisfied. With a paw sound, he clasped his hands together and said, "Good." Finally, the third and most important point, if you must throw something, then please throw it at me. Don't throw the food. Nanfeng finally dug out the steamed bun that Xiaolian had been looking for an opportunity to eat. Unable to bear it any longer, he said, "If it fell on the floor, then don't eat it." The next day, it was still the same Xiangfeng little shop. The tea sommelier was once again stretching his legs at the entrance to rest his bones. From afar, he saw the three people approaching. A Taoist dressed in simple white clothes and carrying a bamboo hat walked in front. Two tall and slender youths dressed in black walked behind him. The Taoist leisurely walked over with his arms crossed. Unexpectedly, he looked even more like an idler than the tea sommelier. "Shopkeeper, I'll have to trouble you to bring 3 cups of tea." The tea sommelier smiled and said, "Coming." In his heart, he thought, "These 3 silly little brothers are here again. What a pity, each one of them looks better than the last, but each one of them is sicker than the last. What gods, what immortals, what ghosts, and what heavens are they? If these people are sick, what's the use of looking better?" Xiaolian still chose a seat by the window. After sitting down together, Nanfeng asked, "Why did we come here to talk? Are you sure no one else will hear us?" Xiaolian warmly said, "It's fine. Even if they heard us, they wouldn't care. They would only think we're sick." Xiaolian said, "In order to prevent the 3 of us from wasting time like this, let's get straight to the point. After calming down for a night, have you guys thought of any ideas?" Fu Yao's eyes brightened. He coldly said, "Kill." Nanfeng said, "Nonsense." Xiaolian said, "Nanfeng, don't be so fierce. Fu Yao isn't wrong. The fundamental way to solve a problem is to kill. The problem is where to kill, who to kill, and how to kill. I suggest." Right at this moment, the sound of gongs and drums could be heard from the main street. The 3 of them looked out the window. It was that sinister and miserable group of people who were sending off the bride. This group of people were blowing and beating drums, shouting and wailing as if they were afraid others wouldn't hear them. Nanfeng frowned and said, "Didn't they say that the natives near Mount Jujun don't dare to make a big fuss when they get married?" Everyone in this group was a strong and sturdy dark-skinned man. Their expressions and muscles were all taut, and their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. It was as if they weren't carrying a big, joyous sedan chair, but rather a death-reaping guillotine. Who knew what kind of people were sitting in the sedan chair? After muttering to himself for a moment, Xiaolian was just about to go out and take a look when a gust of chilly wind blew past. The curtain on one side of the sedan chair was lifted by the wind. The person behind the curtain was leaning in the sedan chair in a very strange posture. Her head was tilted, and under the veil was a mouth painted bright red. The smile at the corner of her mouth was overly exaggerated. The sedan chair jolted, and the veil slid down, revealing a pair of round eyes that stared in their direction. From the looks of it, it was clearly a woman with a broken neck who was currently laughing silently at them. It was unknown whether it was because the sedan chair bearer's hands were shaking too violently, but the sedan chair wasn't very stable. The woman's head was also swaying. As the sedan chair swayed, with a dong, a head fell off and rolled onto the main street. One of the bearers didn't pay attention and stepped on an arm. He was the first to cry out. The wedding procession immediately went into an uproar. Whoosh! 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 A group of people pulled out a shining white broadsword and shouted, "What happened? Are they here?" Who knew where they were originally hiding? The street became noisy. When Xiaolian looked again, he saw that the separated head wasn't a living person, but rather a wooden doll. Fu Yao said, "Too ugly." Just then, the tea sommelier came over with a copper pot. Xiaolian remembered his attitude from yesterday and said, "Shopkeeper, I saw this group of people playing on the street yesterday. Today, I see them again. What are they doing? The tea sommelier said, courting death. Ha ha ha. Xiaolian wasn't surprised. Are they trying to lure the ghost bridegroom out? The tea sommelier said, what else could they be trying to do? There's a bride's father who offered a large reward for finding his daughter and catching the ghost bridegroom. This group of people has been creating a foul atmosphere all day. The father who offered the reward was definitely that official. Xiaolian glanced at the crudely made woman's head on the ground and knew that they wanted to use this dummy to disguise as the bride. He heard Fu Yao say in disgust, if I were the ghost bridegroom and they gave me such an ugly thing, I would destroy this town. Xia. Lian said, Fu Yao, your words don't sound like something an immortal should say. Also, can you change your habit of rolling your eyes? Why don't you set a small goal for yourself, like rolling your eyes 5 times a day or something like that? Nanfeng said, even if you set a goal for him to roll his eyes 50 times a day, it still wouldn't be enough. At this moment, a young man suddenly squeezed out of the procession. He was in high spirits and seemed to be the leader. He raised his arms and shouted, listen to me, listen to me. It's useless to continue like this. How many trips have we made these past few days? Has the ghost bridegroom been lured out? The group of burly men echoed his complaints. That young man said, in my opinion, we might as well go all the way and directly charge into Mount Yujun. Everyone search the mountain, catch that ugly person, and kill him. I'll take the lead. Good men, follow me. Kill that ugly person, and everyone will split the reward. At first, the group of men said a few words in unison. Gradually, their voices became louder and louder. In the end, everyone responded. It sounded very loud. Xiaolian asked, ugly? Shopkeeper, what's up with this ugly monster they're talking about? The tea sommelier said, it's said that the ghost bridegroom is an ugly freak who lives on Mount Yujun. It's precisely because he's too ugly that no woman likes him. That's why he harbors resentment in his heart and specifically steals other people's brides, not letting them have a good time. This wasn't recorded on the scroll of Lingwen Palace Hall. Xiaolian asked, is there such a saying? Could it be a guess? The tea sommelier said, who knows? It's said that quite a few people have seen it. It's said that its entire face is wrapped in bandages, its eyes are fierce, and it can't speak. It only knows how to growl like a wolf dog. It's been spread like a rumor. Fu Yao said, having a face wrapped in bandages doesn't necessarily mean that she's ugly. It could also be because she's too beautiful and doesn't want others to see her. The tea sommelier was speechless for a moment, then said, who knows? Anyway, I've never seen it. At this moment, a young girl's voice came from the street. She said, you guys. Don't listen to him. Don't go, Mount Yujun is very dangerous. The one who was hiding in the corner of the street and speaking was precisely the girl who had come to Nanyang Temple last night to pray for blessings, Little Ling. The moment Xiaolian saw her, he felt a slight pain on his face and unconsciously raised his hand to rub it. When that young man saw her, his expression didn't look good. He pushed her and said, big men are talking. Why is a little girl like you interrupting? Being pushed by him, Little Ling slightly cowered. She summoned her courage and said in a low voice, you guys don't listen to him. Whether it's a fake bridegroom or a search of the mountain, it's all so dangerous. Isn't this the same as throwing away your life? The young man said, you make it sound nice. We're all risking our lives to get rid of evil for the common people, but what about you? You're selfish. You're not willing to pretend to be a bride and get on the sedan chair. For the sake of us common people, you don't even have this bit of courage. Now, you've come to obstruct us. What are your intentions? Every time he said a sentence, he would push that young girl, causing everyone in the tea shop to frown. Xiaolian lowered his head to remove the bandage on his wrist. At the same time, he heard the tea sommelier say, this youngster. Previously, he wanted to coax this girl into pretending to be a bride. It was as if his mouth was smeared with honey, but the girl refused. Now, he's using this kind of face again. On the street, a group of burly men also said, don't stand here and block the road. Move to the side, move to the side. When Little Ling saw this, her flat face flushed red. Tears swirled in her eyes as she said, you. Why do you have to speak like this? That young man then said, am I right or not? If I asked you to pretend to be a bride, would you rather die than to do it? Littling said, I wouldn't dare, but you also didn't need to cut my skirt. The moment she mentioned this matter, that young man instantly jumped up as if he had been poked in the foot. Pointing at her nose, he said, you ugly freak, stop slandering people. I cut your skirt? Do you think I'm blind? Who knows if you didn't want to expose yourself to others and cut yourself? Who knew that no one would look at your ugly face even if your skirt was torn? Don't think you can blame it on me. Nanfeng couldn't bear to listen any longer. The teacup in his hand shattered with a cracking sound. Just as he was about to stand up, a white shadow floated to his side. The youngster, who had jumped 3 feet high, let out a loud cry. He covered his face and fell to the ground on his butt. Blood dripped down from the gaps between his fingers. Before anyone could clearly see what had happened, he had already sat on the ground. They all thought that Littling had suddenly jumped up. Who knew that when they looked at her again, they couldn't see her anymore? A white-clothed Taoist was standing in front of her. Xiaolian folded his hands in his sleeves. Without even turning his head, he looked at Littling with a beaming smile. He slightly bent his waist so that his eyes were level with hers. He asked, Miss, I wonder if I can invite you in to have a cup of tea. On the other side, the youngster on the ground was in severe pain from his mouth and nose. His face was in so much pain that it seemed as if he had been violently beaten by a steel whip. However, this Taoist clearly didn't have a weapon on him. Moreover, he didn't see how he had attacked or what he had used to attack. The youngster staggered as he crawled up. Raising his knife, he shouted, this person is using witchcraft. When the group of burly men behind him heard the words witchcraft, they all raised their knives in response. Who would have thought that behind them, Nanfeng would suddenly strike out with his palm? Gotcha! One of the pillars snapped in half. Seeing this godly strength, the group of burly men's expressions all changed. The youngster's heart was filled with fear, but he still stubbornly refused to admit his mistake. As he ran, he shouted at them, today, I've lost. Which path are you heroes from? Leave your names and we'll meet again in the future. Nanfeng simply disdained to reply. However, Fu Yao, who was standing to the side, said, no problem, no problem. This is Ju. Nanfeng flipped his hand and struck out with another palm. Just like that, the two of them began to fight without batting an eyelid. Xiaolian originally wanted to invite the little girl in to sit and order her fruit tea or something to eat. However, she wiped her tears and left by herself. Xiaolian could only sigh as he watched her back and enter. When he entered, the tea sommelier said, remember to pay for the pillars. Thus, when Xiaolian sat down, he said to Nanfeng, remember to pay for the pillars. Nanfeng. Xiaolian said, before that, let's first take care of proper business. Who can lend me some of your fa li? I need to enter the spiritual communication array to verify some information. Nanfeng raised his hand and the two of them clapped their hands to make an oath. This could be considered to have established an extremely simple contract. With this, Xiaolian could finally enter the spiritual communication array again. The moment he entered, he heard Lingwen say, Your Highness, you've finally managed to borrow some fa li? Did your progress in the north go smoothly? How are the help of those 2 little military officers who volunteered to help? Xiaolian raised his head and glanced at the pillar that had been broken by Nanfeng's palm. Then, he looked at Fu Yao, who had his eyes closed and was resting with a cold expression on his face. Xiaolian said, those 2 little military officers each have their own merits. They're both moldable talents. Lingwen smiled and said, then I really have to congratulate General Nanyang and General Xianxia. According to what your highness has said, these 2 little military officers will certainly have boundless prospects. Ascension is just around the corner. Not long after, Mu Qing's cold voice floated out and said, he didn't inform me of his trip this time. Let him go. In any case, I don't know anything. Xiaolian thought to himself, you really are guarding the spiritual communication array all day long. Lingwen said, Your Highness, where have you landed now? The north is where General Pei is overseeing things. The incense there is very strong. If your highness needs it, you can temporarily stay at his Mingguang Palace Hall. Xiaolian said, no need to trouble yourself. We couldn't find Mingguang Palace Hall nearby, so we settled down at Nanyang Palace Hall. May I ask, Lingwen, do you have any more information about this ghost bridegroom? Lingwen replied, yes. Just now, our palace hall's evaluation came out. It's fierce. Fierce. Regarding demons and ghosts that brought disaster to the human world, Lingwen Palace Hall divided them into evil, fierce, and absolute according to their abilities. Evil could kill a person, fierce could exterminate a clan, and fierce could massacre a city. As for the most frightening absolute, once they appeared, they would bring disaster to the country and bring disaster to the people, throwing the world into chaos. This ghost bridegroom hiding in Mount Yujun was actually fierce, second only to absolute. Then, it was likely that those who saw him wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Thus, after exiting the spirit communication array and informing the other two of this matter, Nanfeng said, those so-called ugly bandaged men are most likely just rumors. Otherwise, they just saw something else. Xiaolian said, there's also another possibility. For example, under certain circumstances, this ghost bridegroom won't, or can't, hurt people. Fu Yao complained, Lingwen Palace Hall is really inefficient. It took them so long to come up with an evaluation. What's the use of it? Xiaolian said, in any case, we have some understanding of the enemy's strength. However, since it's fierce, this ghost bridegroom's magic power must be extremely strong. It's impossible for a fake person to deceive him. If we want to lure him out, then the bridal party can't use illusions and disguise themselves with puppets. They also can't carry weapons. Most importantly, the bride must also be a living person. Fu Yao said, just find a woman on the streets and let her be the bait. However, Nanfeng vetoed the idea. That won't do. Fu Yao asked, why? Not willing? Just give me some money and I'll be willing. Xiaolian said, Fu Yao, even if there's a woman willing, it's best not to use this method. This ghost bridegroom is fierce. If we fail, we won't be able to do anything. However, if the bride is kidnapped, a weak woman can't escape or resist. I'm afraid only death awaits her. Fu Yao said, then if we can't find a woman, we can only find a man. Nanfeng said, where can we find a man who's willing to disguise as? Before he could finish speaking, the two people's gazes shifted over. Xiaolian was still smiling. Night, Nanyang Temple. Xiaolian came out from the back of the temple with disheveled hair. When the two people guarding the temple door saw him, Nanfeng cursed on the spot, F***ck, and rushed out. Xiaolian was speechless for a moment before saying, is it worth it? Anyone would be able to tell at a glance that this was a handsome man with gentle features. However, it was precisely because of this that a handsome man wearing a woman's wedding dress was a scene that many people couldn't look straight at. For example, Nanfeng probably couldn't accept it, which was why he reacted so fiercely. Xiaolian looked at Fu Yao, who was standing in place, and swept his gaze over him with a complicated gaze. Do you have anything to say? Fu Yao nodded and said, if I were the ghost bridegroom, who would give me this kind of woman? Xiaolian said, you'll just destroy this town? Fu Yao coldly said, no, I'll just kill this woman. Xiaolian smiled. Then I can only say that it's fortunate that I'm not a woman. Fu Yao said, I feel that you might as well go to the spiritual communication array and ask if there are any heavenly officials who are willing to teach you the method of transformation. It's more practical. There were indeed a few heavenly officials in the heaven realm who, due to special needs, knew the method of transformation. However, he was afraid that it would be too late to learn it now. On the other side, Nanfeng walked in with a pale face. After he finished cursing, he calmed down a lot. This was exactly the same as the general he served. Xiaolian looked at the sky and said, forget it, it's all the same even if I cover my head. As he said this, he was about to cover himself when Fu Yao raised his hand to block him. Wait a moment. You also don't know how that ghost bridegroom harms people. If he discovers that he was tricked the moment he takes off his veil, wouldn't a sudden change occur in his rage? Wouldn't that create more twists and turns? When Xiaolian heard this, he thought it made sense. However, the moment he took a step forward, he heard a ripping sound. The red wedding dress that Fu Yao had found for him really didn't fit him very well. Originally, a woman's figure was much more petite. When he wore it like this, his waist didn't seem to be out of place. However, when he raised his sleeves and raised his feet, he felt extremely restricted. If he moved too much, the dress would be torn. Just as he was looking around to see which part of the dress was torn, a voice came from the entrance of the temple. "Excuse me." The three of them followed the voice and looked over. They saw Littling holding a folded white dress in her hands. She stood at the entrance of the temple and timidly looked at them. She said, "I remember seeing you here last night, so I wanted to come and see if I would meet you again. I washed the dress, so I'll leave it here. Yesterday and today, thank you very much." Xiaolian was just about to smile at her when he suddenly remembered what kind of appearance he had right now. He decided it was better not to say too much to scare people. Unexpectedly, not only was Littling not scared by him, she even took a step forward and said, "If you like it, I can help you?" Xiaolian said, "No, miss, don't misunderstand. I don't have this kind of hobby." Littling hurriedly said, I know. What I mean is, if you don't mind, I can help you. You guys are going to catch the ghost bridegroom, right?" Her voice and face suddenly rose as she said, I know how to change clothes. I always carry a needle and thread with me, so if there's anything wrong, I can change it. I also know how to dress up. I'll help you." After the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn, Xiaolian once again walked out from the back of the temple with his head lowered. That bridal sedan chair was made of bright red satin, embroidered with flowers, round moons, dragons, and phoenixes. Nanfeng and Fu Yao, one on the left and one on the right, guarded the bridal sedan chair. Xiaolian sat upright in the sedan chair, leisurely swaying as the sedan bearers walked. The 8 sedan bearers were all military officials with outstanding martial arts skills. In order to find skilled sedan bearers to disguise themselves as a wedding procession, Nanfeng and Fu Yao directly went to the official's mansion and revealed their skills, clearly stating that they were going to investigate Mount Yujun. Without saying anything further, the official pulled out a row of tall and strong military officials. However, the reason they were looking for people with outstanding martial arts wasn't because they expected them to be able to help. They only wanted them to be able to protect themselves and escape when the ghosts attacked. In reality, however, these 8 military officials didn't think much of them. They were first-class experts in the mansion, and weren't they the leaders of the heroes? These 2 pretty boys actually rode on their heads and even made them carriage bearers. It could be said that they were very unhappy. They couldn't disobey their master's orders, so they forcefully suppressed the disdain in their hearts. However, they were still angry and couldn't help but flare up. From time to time, their feet would tilt and their hands would shake, causing the sedan chair to shake. Outsiders couldn't see it, but if the person sitting in the sedan chair was a little more delicate, they would probably vomit until the sky turned black. As the sedan chair shook, sure enough, they heard Xiaolian quietly sigh from inside. The military officials couldn't help but secretly feel proud. Outside, Fu Yao coldly said, "Miss, what's wrong? Getting married at such an old age, are you so happy that you're crying?" Indeed, when a bride got married, many of them would cry and wipe their tears on the bridal sedan chair. Xiaolian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but when he opened his mouth, his voice was calm and natural, without a trace of discomfort. "No, it's just that I suddenly discovered that this wedding procession is missing something very important." Nanfeng asked, "What's missing?" "We should have prepared everything that needs to be prepared." Xiaolian smiled and said, 2 dowry maids." The 2 people outside coincidentally looked at each other. It was unknown what kind of scene they were imagining. But they both felt a chill. Fu Yao said, "Just think of it as your family being poor and having no money to buy maids." Xiaolian said, "All right then." The bearers could not help but laugh as they listened to their banter. With this, the dissatisfaction in their hearts dissipated quite a bit, and their desire to get closer increased. The palanquin also steadied itself. Xiaolian leaned back, sat upright and still, and closed his eyes to rest. Who knew that not long after, a child's laughter suddenly sounded in his ears. Giggle, giggle, giggle. His laughter spread like ripples in the wilderness, ethereal and strange. However, the bridal sedan chair did not stop and continued to move steadily. Even Nan Feng and Fu Yao didn't make a sound, as if they hadn't noticed anything unusual. Xia Lian opened his eyes and said in a low voice, Nan Feng, Fu Yao. Nan Feng, who was on the left side of the sedan chair, asked, "What's wrong?" Xia Lian said, "Something's coming." At this time, the bridal procession had already entered the depths of Mount Yujun. The surroundings grew quieter and quieter. Even the creaking of the wooden sedan chairs, the crushing of broken branches and withered leaves, and the breathing of the sedan chair bearers seemed a little noisy in the midst of this silence. However, that child's laughter still hadn't disappeared. Sometimes it was far away, as if it was in the depths of the forest. Sometimes it was near, as if it was lying next to the sedan chair. Nan Feng solemnly said, "I didn't hear anything." Fu Yao also coldly said, "I didn't hear anything either." As for the other sedan chair bearers, it was even more impossible. Xia Lian said, "That is to say, it deliberately let only me hear it." The 8 military officials were originally confident in their martial arts. In addition, they felt that the ghost bridegroom didn't follow any rules when marrying, so they wouldn't be able to accomplish anything tonight. Thus, they weren't that afraid. However, for some reason, they suddenly thought of the 40 military officials who had mysteriously disappeared. A few of their foreheads broke out in a cold sweat. Xia Lian sensed that someone's footsteps had stopped and said, "Don't stop. Pretend that nothing happened." Nan Feng waved his hand, indicating for them to continue walking. Xia Lian then said, "He's singing." Fu Yao asked, "What is he singing?" Carefully listening to that child's voice, Xia Lian slowly and clearly said, "New bride, new bride, new bride on the red sedan chair." In the silence of the night, his slightly slow voice could be heard clearly. It was clearly him, but the 8 military officials felt as if they could hear the voice of a childish child singing this strange little ballad with him. They felt their hair stand on end. Xia Lian continued, eyes brimming with tears, "Crossing the hill, under the veil, don't smile, ghost bridegroom? Or what?" After pausing for a moment, he said, "I can't." It kept laughing, so I couldn't hear it clearly. Nan Feng frowned and asked, "What does that mean?" Xia Lian said, "The literal meaning. It's telling the bride sitting in the sedan chair to only cry and not laugh." Nan Feng said, "I'm asking why this thing ran over to remind you." Fu Yao, on the other hand, always had a different opinion. He said, "It might not necessarily be a reminder. It could also be deliberately doing the opposite. In fact, only by laughing can one be safe and sound. However, its goal is to trick people into crying. It's hard to guarantee that the previous brides didn't fall for it just like that." Xia Lian said, Fu Yao, if an ordinary bride heard this kind of voice on the road, she would probably be scared to death. How could she still laugh? Moreover, regardless of whether I laugh or cry, what's the worst result?" Fu Yao said, "Being kidnapped." Xia Lian said, "Isn't this the goal of our journey tonight?" Fu Yao snorted, but he didn't continue to refute. Xia Lian said, "Also, there's something I feel I have to tell you." Nan Feng asked, "What is it?" Xia Lian said, "From the moment I got on the sedan chair, I started laughing." Just as he finished speaking, the sedan chair suddenly sank. The 8 military officials outside suddenly became restless, causing the sedan chair to completely stop. Nan Feng shouted, "Don't panic." Xia Lian slightly raised his head and asked, "What's wrong?" Fu Yao indifferently said, "Nothing. I just ran into a group of beasts." Just as he finished answering, Xia Lian heard a mournful wolf howl cut through the night sky. A pack of wolves was blocking the way. No matter how Xia Lian thought about it, he still felt that this wasn't normal. He asked, "May I ask, do wolf packs often appear on Mount Yujun?" One of the military officials outside answered, "I've never heard of it. How could this be Mount Yujun?" Xia Lian raised his eyebrows and said, Then we've come to the right place." It was just a pack of barren mountain wolves, so they couldn't do anything to Nan Feng and Fu Yao. They also couldn't do anything to that group of military officials who climbed on the edge of a knife all year round. It was just that they were all pondering that ghostly ballad, so they were caught off guard and startled. In the dark night of the wild forest, pairs of faint green wolf eyes lit up. Pack after pack of hungry wolves slowly walked out of the forest and surrounded them. However, these beasts that could be seen and hit were much stronger than those things that couldn't be heard or touched. Thus, everyone rolled up their sleeves and prepared to start a massacre. However, the best part was yet to come. Closely following their footsteps, rustling sounds rang out. It sounded like a beast, yet not a beast, yet not a human. One of the military officials cried out in alarm, "This! What is this? What is this thing?" Nanfeng also cursed out loud. Xiaolian knew in his heart that a sudden change had occurred. Wanting to stand up, he asked, "What is it now?" Nanfeng immediately said, "Don't come out." Xiaolian had just raised his hand when the body of the sedan suddenly shook. It seemed as if something was clinging onto the sedan door. Xiaolian didn't lower his head. Instead, he slightly lowered his gaze. Through the crack of the veil, he saw something black at the back of its head. It had actually climbed into the sedan. That thing crashed into the sedan door, but it was suddenly dragged out by the people outside. Nanfeng cursed in front of the sedan, "Motherf asterisk cur, it's a lowly slave." As soon as he heard it was a lowly slave, Xiaolian knew that this was going to be troublesome. In Lingwen Palace Hall's judgment, a lowly slave was something that didn't even deserve the evil evaluation. It was said that lowly slaves were originally humans, but looking at it now, even if they were humans, they would still be deformed. It had a head and a face, but it was indistinct. It had hands and feet, but they were powerless to walk straight. It had a mouth and teeth, but they couldn't bite people to death even after half a day. However, if everyone had to choose, they would rather encounter the more frightening evil or fierce than encounter it. That was because lowly slaves often appeared together with other demons and ghosts. When the prey was fighting with the enemy, it would suddenly appear and use its endlessly entangling hands and feet, sticky body fluids, and its companions that would advance wave after wave to entangle the prey like sticky candy. Although its fighting strength was low, because of its extremely tenacious vitality, it would often appear in groups. No matter what you did, you wouldn't be able to shake them off, and it would also be very difficult to quickly kill them. Gradually, one's strength would be exhausted and they would trip over. There would always be a moment of carelessness when the enemy waiting for an opportunity would succeed. And after the prey was killed by other demons and ghosts, the lowly slave would pick up the leftover limbs and eat them with relish, gnawing until the ground was full of holes. This was truly an extremely disgusting thing. If it was a heavenly official from the heavenly court, they would naturally be able to scare them into retreating with a divine aura and a weapon. However, for the minor heavenly officials of the heavenly court, this thing was extremely difficult to deal with. Fu Yao said in disgust from afar, "I hate this thing the most." Did Lingwen Palace Hall ever say anything about this? Xiaolian said, "No." Fu Yao said, "What's the use of him?" Xiaolian asked, "How many came?" Nanfeng said, "More than 100, maybe even more." "Don't come out. For things like lowly slaves, the more there were, the stronger they were. If there were more than 10, then it would be very difficult to deal with. More than 100? It would be more than enough to drag them to death. Generally, it liked to live in places with a lot of people. He never would have thought that Mount Yujun would have so many of them." Xiaolian pondered for a moment before slightly raising his arm, revealing a small part of his wrist that was wrapped in bandages. He said, "Go." As soon as these two words came out, the white silk suddenly slipped off his wrist. As if it had a life of its own, it flew out of the curtain of the sedan chair. Xiaolian sat upright in the sedan chair and warmly said, "Strangle them." In the dark of the night, a white shadow suddenly slithered out like a poisonous snake. When that white silk was wrapped around Xiaolian's wrist, it looked like it was at most a few feet long. However, when this ghost-like lightning shuttled through the battlefield, it seemed endless. Only a series of caw-caw sounds could be heard. In the blink of an eye, dozens of wild wolves and lowly slaves had their necks broken. The 6 lowly slaves that were entangled with Nanfeng instantly died and fell to the ground. Nanfeng had sent a wild wolf flying with a palm, but he didn't feel the slightest bit relieved. Instead, he looked at the sedan chair in disbelief and said, "What is that thing? Didn't you say that you don't have any spiritual power and can't use a magic weapon?" Xiaolian said, there are always exceptions to everything. Nanfeng was extremely furious. He slammed his palm on the sedan chair's door. Xiaolian. Tell me clearly, what is that thing? Is it? This slap of his almost made the entire sedan chair fall apart. Xiaolian had no choice but to raise his hand to support the door. He was slightly startled. The tone of Nanfeng's words actually made him recall Feng Xian's appearance when he was angry in the past. Nanfeng was about to say something when he suddenly heard the blood-curdling screams of the military officials in the distance. Fu Yao coldly said, if you have anything to say, then say it after repelling this wave. Nanfeng had no choice but to go and save the situation. Xiaolian quickly regained his senses and said, Nanfeng, Fu Yao, you guys leave first. Nanfeng turned his head. What? Xiaolian said, if you guys surround the sedan chair, there will always be more things coming. If you can't fight them all, then take the people and leave first. I'll stay behind to meet that groom. Nanfeng wanted to scold him again. You're alone. Fu Yao coldly said, in any case, he can use that silk, so nothing will happen to him for a while. If you have the time to pull and pull, why don't you first settle this group down before coming back to help? I'll leave first. He was actually very carefree and straightforward. When he said he would leave, he didn't delay for even a moment. Nanfeng clenched his teeth. In his heart, he knew that Xiaolian's words weren't false. He also said to the remaining military officials, follow me first. Sure enough, after leaving the sedan chair, although the wolf pack and the lowly slaves were still entangled, there was no new wave joining the siege. The two of them protected 4 military officials each. As they walked, Fu Yao bitterly said, outrageous, if it weren't for me. After saying this, the two of them looked at each other with strange gazes. Fu Yao swallowed his words and turned his head away. For the time being, the two of them stopped talking and continued hurriedly moving forward. Corpses littered the ground all around the sedan chair. The silk rui had already strangled all the wolves and lowly slaves that had pounced on it. It flew back and automatically wrapped itself around his wrist. Xiaolian quietly sat in the sedan chair, surrounded by the endless darkness and rustling sea of trees. Suddenly, everything went silent. The sound of the wind, the sound of the sea of trees, and the roars of the demonic creatures. In an instant, everything fell into a deathly stillness, as if they were afraid of something. Then, he heard 2 very light laughs. It sounded like a young man, but also like a teenager. Xiaolian sat upright and didn't speak. The silk rui quietly coiled around his hand, accumulating power and waiting to attack. As long as the newcomer revealed a trace of murderous intent, it would immediately and frantically counterattack 10 times over. Who would have thought that instead of the sudden attack and murderous intent, he would encounter something else? The curtain of the sedan chair was slightly lifted. Through the gap under the bright red veil, Xiaolian saw the newcomer extend a hand towards him. To give or not to give? Xiaolian maintained his composure. He had yet to decide whether he should continue to sit like this, unmoving and unmoving, or whether he should pretend to be a panic-stricken bride and timidly hide backwards. The owner of that hand was actually quite patient and graceful. He didn't move, and he didn't move either. It was as if he was waiting for Xiaolian's reply. After a long while, Xiaolian stretched out his hand for some reason. He stood up and was about to lift the curtain to get off the sedan chair. However, the other party was already 1 step ahead and lifted the red curtain for him. The newcomer grasped his hand, but he didn't grasp it too tightly. It was as if he was afraid of hurting Xiaolian. It actually gave off the illusion that he was being cautious. Xiaolian lowered his head and let the newcomer lead him out of the sedan chair. Right now, he caught a glimpse of a wolf corpse that had been strangled to death by the silk rui. His mind slightly turned, and his feet slightly tripped. With a startled gasp, he fell forward. The newcomer immediately backhandedly supported him and caught him. With this support, Xiaolian also backhandedly grabbed the newcomer's hand. He only felt something cold. It turned out that the newcomer was wearing a pair of silver wrist guards. These wrist guards were gorgeous and exquisite. The patterns on them were simple and unadorned. Maple leaves, butterflies, and ferocious beasts were carved on them. They were rather mysterious and didn't seem to be something from the Central Plains. Instead, they seemed to be an antique belonging to a foreign tribe. Holding onto this person's wrist, it appeared refined and neat. The ice-cold silver and pale hands were completely lifeless, yet they carried a bit of murderous and evil aura. Xiaolian's fall had been an act to test the newcomer. The silk rui had always been slowly twirling under the wide sleeves of his wedding clothes, accumulating power and waiting to be unleashed. However, the newcomer merely held onto his hand and led him forward. Xiaolian's vision was unclear due to the veil covering his head. Furthermore, he wanted to stall for time. Thus, he deliberately walked very slowly. Surprisingly, the newcomer also matched his pace and walked extremely slowly. His other hand would occasionally come over to hold on to Xiaolian, as if he was afraid he would fall again. Although Xiaolian was extremely vigilant in his heart, being treated like this, he couldn't help but think, if this really is a bridegroom, then he really is gentle and considerate to the extreme. At this moment, he suddenly heard an extremely light ringing sound. With every step the two of them took, that ringing sound rang out. Just as he was pondering what this sound was, he suddenly heard the muffled roars of wild beasts coming from all directions. Wild wolves. Xiaolian's figure slightly moved, and the silk cloth rui suddenly retracted from his wrist. Unexpectedly, before he could do anything, the person holding his hand lightly patted the back of his hand, as if comforting him and telling him not to worry. These two blows were so light that they could even be said to be gentle. Xiaolian was slightly startled, but that low growl had already been suppressed. When he listened carefully, he suddenly realized that these wild wolves were not growling, but whimpering. That was clearly the whimper of a wild beast that was terrified to the extreme, unable to move, and struggling on its deathbed. His curiosity towards the identity of the newcomer grew even stronger. He wanted to lift the veil to take a look, but he also knew that it would be inappropriate to do so. He could only peek through the gap below the red veil. What he saw was the hem of a red robe. Under the red robe was a pair of black leather boots, and he was walking at a moderate pace. The pair of small black leather boots were tightly folded, revealing a pair of slender and straight calves. When he walked, it was very pleasing to the eye. Hanging from the side of the black boots were two thin silver chains. With every step he took, the silver chains swayed, emitting a crisp jingling sound that was very pleasant to listen to. His footsteps were careless and brisk, making him seem even more like a teenager. However, every step he took seemed to have a well-thought-out plan in his chest, as if no one could obstruct his steps. If anyone dared to block his path, then that person would be waiting to be crushed to pieces. Because of this, Xiaolian couldn't be sure what kind of person this person was. Just as he was pondering, a dense white object on the ground suddenly entered his line of sight. It was a skull. Xiaolian's feet paused for a moment. With a glance, he could see that there was a problem with the way this skull was placed. This was clearly a corner of some array. If he touched it, he feared that the entire array would instantly launch an attack towards this point. However, looking at that teenager's footsteps, it seemed as if he hadn't noticed that there was something there. Just as he was thinking about whether or not he should warn him, he heard a crack that was too miserable to listen to. Then, he saw the teenager's foot step down, instantly crushing the skull into pieces. Then, as if he didn't feel anything, he indifferently stepped over the pile of powder and walked over. Xiaolian. He actually, with just one foot, crushed the entire array into a pile of powder. At this moment, that teenager's footsteps paused. Xiaolian's heart moved, wondering if he should make a move. But that teenager only paused for a moment, then continued to lead him forward. After 2 steps, there was suddenly a dripping sound from above, as if drops of rain were hitting the surface of the umbrella. It turned out that just now, that teenager had opened up an umbrella and covered their heads. Although it wasn't the right time, Xiaolian couldn't help but praise him for being so considerate. But he was still rather puzzled. Is it raining? Black mountain, lush wild forest. Far away in the depths of the mountains, a pack of wolves howled at the moon. Not sure if it was because of the battle that had just happened in the mountains, the cold air was still filled with a faint smell of blood. The scene was extremely strange and enchanting. But that teenager was holding him with one hand and holding the umbrella with the other. Slowly walking forward, it was an inexplicably bewitching scene of boundless romance, leisurely and affectionate. That strange rain came and went in a strange manner. Not long after, the dripping sound of raindrops hitting the umbrella disappeared. That teenager also stopped and stood still, seemingly putting away the umbrella. At the same time, he finally withdrew his hand and took a step closer to Xiaolian. The hand that had been holding Xiaolian along the way gently grasped a corner of the veil and slowly lifted it up. Xiaolian had been waiting for this moment the whole way here. He stood motionless as he watched the lingering red curtain in front of him slowly lift up. The silk moved. It wasn't that the teenager was murderous. Rather, he had to strike first to gain the initiative and restrain him first. Who knew that when the silk rui flew out, it would bring about a fierce wind? That scarlet veil left that teenager's hand, flew up and then fell back down. Xiaolian only had enough time to see the afterimage of a red-clothed teenager before the silk rui passed through. That teenager actually shattered into 1,000 silver butterflies, scattering into a dazzling silver starry wind. Although it was still untimely, after Xiaolian retreated 2 steps, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. This scene was truly beautiful, as if he was in a dream. At this moment, a silver butterfly faintly flew past his eyes. He wanted to take a closer look, but that silver butterfly circled around him twice before merging with the butterfly wind. Together, they transformed into a part of the silver light that filled the sky, flapping their wings as they flew into the night sky. After a while, Xiaolian finally regained his senses. He thought to himself, is this teenager the ghost bridegroom or not? From what he could tell, he didn't seem like it. If he was, then the wolf pack on Mount Yujun should be his subordinates. Why would they be so afraid when they saw him? Furthermore, the array on the road should have been laid down by the ghost bridegroom, yet he had casually crushed it. But if that wasn't the case, then why would this teenager come to rob the bridal sedan chair? The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was strange. Xiaolian flung the silk rui over his shoulder and thought to himself, forget it. It's also possible that he just happened to be passing by. It's better to put this aside for the time being. Proper business is more important. He looked all around him and made a E sound. As it turned out, not too far away, there was actually a building that stood there. Since that teenager had brought him here and this building had been painstakingly hidden within the maze, then he had to go in and take a look. Xiaolian walked a few steps before suddenly stopping. After thinking for a while, he turned back and picked up the veil on the ground. Patting it a few times, he held it in his hand before continuing to walk in that direction. The red walls of this building were tall, and the bricks and wooden tiles were slightly mottled. It actually looked like a city god's temple that had existed for many years. Furthermore, according to Xiaolian's experience, this building was most likely a martial god's temple. Sure enough, when he raised his head, he saw 3 large words carved out of diamond and iron on top of the main door, Mingguang Temple. The martial god of the north, General Mingguang, was also the same General Pei that Ling Wen had mentioned in the spiritual communication array last time. It was no wonder that they hadn't been able to find Mingguang Temple in the vicinity and had instead found Nanyang Temple. It turned out that Mingguang Temple was located in Mount Yujun. However, it had long been sealed off by a maze. Could it be that this ghost bridegroom had some sort of relationship with General Mingguang? However, this General Mingguang could be said to be a proud and powerful great priest. Furthermore, his position in the north was also very stable. Personally, Xiaolian didn't think that such a great priest would be willing to have anything to do with the ghost bridegroom. It wasn't strange for a great priest to be unknowingly poisoned by a great priest. As for what the truth was, it was better to wait and see. He walked forward. The temple door was closed, but it wasn't locked. With a push, it opened. After pushing it open, a strange smell assaulted his nostrils. It wasn't the gray gas that had been left untouched for many years, but a faint rancid smell. Xiaolian closed the door with a backhand, making it look as if no one had entered before. Then, he stepped into the temple. In the middle of the main hall, there was a martial god statue. Naturally, it was the martial god of the north, General Mingguang. Many human-shaped objects, such as statues, dolls, and portraits, were easily contaminated with evil energy. Therefore, Xiaolian first went up to carefully examine this martial god statue. After looking for a long time, his conclusion was, this statue was sculpted extremely well. It held a treasured sword and wore a jade belt. It had a handsome face and an imposing appearance. There was no problem, and the rancid smell wasn't coming from the body of the statue. Thus, Xiaolian ignored him and walked towards the back of the main hall. When he turned around, Xiaolian's entire body froze. His pupils instantly contracted. A group of women wearing bright red wedding dresses and veils stood straight in front of him. The faint rotting smell came from the bodies of these bridal gowns. Xiaolian quickly calmed his mind and counted one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way until he counted 17. They were precisely the 17 brides who had gone missing in the area around Mount Yujun. Some of the brides' wedding dresses had already faded red and were extremely old and tattered. They should have been brides who had gone missing earlier. Some of the brides' wedding dresses were brand new, and the style was also new. The smell of rotting corpses on their bodies was also extremely faint. They should have been brides who had gone missing recently. Xiaolian pondered for a moment before lifting the veil of one of the brides. Under the bright red veil was a deathly pale face. It was so pale that it had a slight greenish tint to it. Under the dim moonlight, it looked extremely frightening. But the most frightening thing was that this woman's face had already been twisted. However, on this twisted face, there was still a stiff smile. Xiaolian took off another woman's veil, and the corner of his mouth also rose. This room was filled with corpses, yet all of them were wearing wedding clothes and had smiles on their faces. Xiaolian's ears seemed to ring with the strange ballads sung by that child, new bride, new bride, new bride on the red sedan chair, eyes brimming with tears, crossing the hill, don't smile under the veil. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound coming from outside the temple. It was truly an extremely strange sound. It was so strange that it was hard to describe. It sounded like two sticks wrapped in thick cloth that were fiercely beating on the ground. It also seemed like there was a heavy object hanging on them that was being dragged on the ground with difficulty. This sound came from far away and approached extremely quickly. In a flash, it had arrived at the entrance of Mingguang Temple. With a long creaking sound, the entrance of Mingguang Temple was pushed open. Regardless of whether it was a person or something, it was most likely that ghost bridegroom. And now, it had already returned. There was nowhere to escape and nowhere to hide. Xiaolian only thought for a moment. Seeing the row of brides, he immediately covered his head with the veil again and stood inside, motionless. If there were only 3, 4, 5, or 6 corpses standing here, he would naturally be able to tell that the number was wrong. But now, there were 17 corpses here. Unless he counted them one by one like he did just now, it would be very difficult to immediately notice that someone had mixed in. Just as he stood inside, he heard the strange thump-thump, thump-thump, walk in. While standing still, Xiaolian pondered, what exactly is this sound? Listening to the length of the pause, it's a bit like footsteps. But what kind of things footsteps are like this? This definitely isn't the youth that brought me here. He was very calm and at ease, even walking with a jingling sound. Suddenly, he thought of something and his heart tightened, not good, the height is wrong. These corpses were all women, but he was a genuine man. He was naturally taller than women. Although he couldn't tell at a glance that there was an extra person, he could tell at a glance that there was a particularly tall person among the group of corpses. However, when he thought about it again, Xiaolian quickly calmed down. He was indeed tall, but that girl, little Ing, had only simply tied his hair and didn't do much. These brides, on the other hand, were all dressed splendidly, their hair buns reaching the sky. Some of them were even wearing phoenix crowns, with a large crown on their head. Some of them added together might not be shorter than him. Even if he was taller, it shouldn't be very eye-catching. Just as he was thinking about this, he heard another swish sound. It was 2 feet away from him. After a moment, another swish sound was heard, and this time, it was a little closer to him. Xiaolian finally realized what the ghost bridegroom was doing. It was lifting the bride's veils one by one and checking the faces of the corpses one by one. Bang! If he didn't attack now, when would he? The silk rui suddenly flew out and hit the ghost bridegroom. A loud sound was heard, and the black fog hit his face. Xiaolian didn't know whether or not the demonic fog was poisonous. He didn't have any spiritual aura protecting his body, so he immediately held his breath and covered his nose and mouth. At the same time, he urged the silk rui to dance and create a stream of wind to disperse the black fog. He only heard thump thump, thump thump. Xiaolian narrowed his eyes and saw a short and small shadow flash past the entrance of the temple. The temple door opened wide, and a mass of black fog surged towards the forest. Xiaolian made a prompt decision and immediately chased after it. Unexpectedly, he hadn't even chased for a few steps when the forest unexpectedly burst into flames. In the distance, he heard the sound of fighting and killing. Charge! A young man's voice was particularly loud and clear. Catch the ugly freak and eliminate the evil for the people. Catch the ugly freak and eliminate the evil for the people. Everyone can. Divide the reward equally. It was that youngster. Xiaolian complained bitterly in his heart. This group of people said they wanted to go up the mountain, and they actually went up the mountain. Originally, it would have been fine if they hadn't been able to find the place with the protection of the formation. However, just now, that formation had been smashed to pieces by that youngster's foot. They were like a blind cat running into a dead mouse, and they actually managed to find the place. When he looked again, the direction they came from just happened to be the direction that the ghost bridegroom had fled in. Xiaolian lifted the rui silk cloth and rushed over. He shouted, "Stop and don't move." Everyone was stunned. He was about to speak again when he heard the youngster eagerly ask, "Miss, you were kidnapped by that ghost bridegroom and brought into the mountain, right? What's your name? We're here to save you, so you can rest assured." Xiaolian was startled. In his heart, he found it funny. Only now did he remember that he was still wearing women's clothing. There were no mirrors in Nanyang Temple, so he didn't know what he looked like right now. However, looking at their reactions, Miss Little Ying's hands should be very skillful. This group of people were so startled that they actually treated him as the real bride. This youngster was probably still hoping that he would be the 17th bride so that he could receive the reward. No matter what, he couldn't let this group of villagers run around in this situation. However, he couldn't guarantee that the ghost bridegroom wouldn't continue to run forward. Just at this moment, two black-clothed youngsters rushed over. Xiaolian immediately called out, "Nan Feng Fuyao, quickly come and help me." Who knew that when these two people followed the sound and looked over, they would both be startled and simultaneously take 2 steps back. Xiaolian had to ask them several questions before they finally reacted. Xiaolian asked, "You guys came from that direction? Did you encounter anything on the way?" Nan Feng replied, "We didn't." Xiaolian said, "Good. Fuyao, immediately follow this road and search the surroundings. Make sure that the ghost bridegroom hasn't escaped." When Fuyao heard this, he turned around and left. Xiaolian then said, "Nan Feng, you guard this place. Make sure that not a single person can leave. If Fuyao didn't find the ghost bridegroom in the mountains, then he's definitely in this group of people right now." Hearing this, the group of burly men went into an uproar. The youngster could also see that Xiaolian wasn't a woman and was the first to jump up. Not a single person can leave? Based on what? Is there still any law? Everyone, let's not listen to them. Before the youngster could even land on the ground, Nanfeng chopped out with his palm and a large tree that was wide enough for a person to wrap their arms around broke and fell to the ground. Everyone immediately remembered that this youngster would chop things without saying a single word. If they were chopped by him like a pillar, then even if they paid him money, it would be useless. Thus, they all stopped talking. The youngster then said, "If you say the ghost bridegroom is in our group, then he's in our group. Everyone here has a name. If you don't believe me, you can use a torch to shine on everyone's faces and see." Xiaolian said, "Nanfeng." Nanfeng took the torch from the youngster's hand and held it up, shining it on everyone. Every single face was covered in sweat. Some were nervous, some were at a loss, and some were excited. Every single one of them was extremely vivid. Xiaolian couldn't see what was going on, so he walked in front of everyone and said, "Everyone, I have offended you just now. However, I injured that ghost bridegroom and he escaped. He definitely couldn't have gone far. When my 2 little friends came here, they didn't bump into him. I'm afraid that he might have mixed in with you guys. I'll have to trouble you all to carefully look at each other and clearly see everyone's faces. See if there's anyone you don't recognize mixed in with your group. When everyone heard that the ghost bridegroom might have mixed in with their group, they all felt their blood run cold. They didn't dare to be careless and looked at each other in dismay. After looking for a long time, someone suddenly cried out, "Why are you here?" Xiaolian's eyebrows jumped. He rushed over and asked, "Who?" The youngster snatched someone else's torch and shone it towards a corner before saying, "That ugly freak." The person he was pointing at was actually Little Ying. Little Ying's crooked nose and slanted eyes looked somewhat distorted under the light of the fire. It seemed as if she couldn't stand being exposed like this. She raised her hand to cover her face and said, I was just worried and wanted to come up and take a look." Seeing her extremely frightened appearance, Xiaolian took the torch from the youngster's hand and asked everyone, "How is everyone?" The group of people shook their heads one after another and said, "There's no one we don't recognize." Nanfeng asked, "Could it have attached itself to someone's body?" Xiaolian muttered to himself for a moment before saying, "It shouldn't be. It's a solid person." Nanfeng said, "But since it's already a ferocious person, it's hard to say if it can change its form." While they were hesitating, the youngster was the first to shout, "The ghost bridegroom isn't among us. Did you guys see clearly? If you saw clearly, then let us go." Xiaolian swept a glance at them and said, "I would like to ask everyone to stay in front of this Mingguan temple. Don't leave even half a step." Everyone wanted to complain, but when they saw Nanfeng's grave and stern expression, they didn't dare. At this time, Fuyao also returned and said, "There's no one nearby." Fuyao noticed Little Ying hiding in the crowd. He frowned and said, "Why is there a woman here?" Although his tone was not fiery, it was not kind either. Little Ying lowered her head. Xiaolian replied, "She was afraid something might happen, so she came up to take a look." Fuyao asked the people beside him, "Did you come up with her?" Everyone hesitated at first, then said, "I don't remember. It's hard to explain." "No, she wasn't there when we came up. I didn't see her anyway." "I didn't see her either." Little Ying hastily replied, "That's because I secretly followed you." The youngster immediately asked, "Why did you secretly follow us? Are you feeling guilty? Are you a ghost bridegroom in disguise?" As soon as these words came out, the space around Little Ying instantly emptied out. She frantically waved her hands and said, "No, no, I'm Little Ying, I'm real." She then turned to Xiaolian and said, "Gongzi, we just met. I've helped you put on rouge and groomed you." Xiaolian. Everyone stared at him, and some people began to whisper among themselves. He heard words like likes, different from ordinary people, unbelievable, and so on. He coughed twice and said, "This is the mission requirement." Mission requirements. Nanfeng Fuyao, you. Only when he turned his head did he realize that Nanfeng and Fuyao were staring at him with strange gazes. Moreover, they had restrained themselves and kept some distance from him. Xiaolian felt goosebumps all over his body from their gazes. He said, "Do you guys have anything you want to say?" How could he know that the girl's makeup brush was uncanny workmanship? It taught him how to trim his eyebrows, make his face look like it was covered with jade powder, and add rouge to his lips. If she didn't speak, she would be a gentle and beautiful young lady. This caused the two of them to be greatly shaken when they looked at him. They found it hard to believe, and they began to doubt their lives. His face was still the same, but he no longer knew who he was talking to. Fuyao asked Nanfeng, "What do you want to say?" Nanfeng immediately shook his head. "I have nothing to say." Xiaolian said, "You guys should say something." At this moment, someone in the crowd said, "Eh? This is a Mingguan temple? There's actually a Mingguan temple in this mountain? I've never seen it before." Everyone looked at it curiously. Xiaolian suddenly said, "Right, Mingguan temple." Nanfeng could hear the change in his tone. "What's wrong?" Xiaolian replied, "The north is clearly General Mingguang's territory. It's not like his incense isn't flourishing, and it's not like his mana isn't strong. However, why is there only Nanyang Temple at the foot of Mount Yujun?" It was easy to understand why the official prayed to the Shenwu Great Emperor, because the Shenwu Great Emperor was the first martial god in 1,000 years. His status was higher than General Mingguang's. Naturally, the higher the official prayed, the safer it would be. However, General Ming Guang and General Nan Yang had equal statuses. If one were to really compare, this General Ming Guang had 9,000 temples, which was 1,000 more than Nan Yang. He really couldn't understand why he had to give up what was near and seek what was far away. He continued, logically speaking, even if the Mingguang temple on Mount Jujun was occupied by that ghost groom, and others couldn't find it, they could obviously build another Mingguang temple. So, why did they build another martial god temple? Fu Yao understood and said, there must be another reason. Xiaolian said, yes, there must be another reason that made the people of Mount Jujun choose not to build another Mingguang temple. If any of you want to lend me some more mana, I'm afraid I'll have to ask. At this moment, someone shouted, so many brides. When he heard that the voice came from inside the temple, Xiaolian suddenly turned around. He had told this group of people to properly stay in the open space in front of the temple, but they actually turned a deaf ear and ran into the temple. Nanfeng shouted, the situation is dangerous, don't run around. However, that youngster said, everyone, don't listen to them. They wouldn't dare to touch us. We're good citizens, do you think they would dare to kill us? Everyone get up, get up, get up. He was actually certain that these three people wouldn't really break their waists, so he became unscrupulous. Nanfeng's knuckles made cracking sounds. It looked like he was holding back his curses. However, as a military official of Nanyang Palace Hall, he really couldn't break the hands and feet of any ordinary person. If he was found out by a supervising heavenly priest, it wouldn't be fun. The youngster mischievously sneered, don't think I can't see what you guys are planning. Aren't you just trying to trick us into not moving and monopolize all the credit so you can collect the reward yourself? With him inciting them like this, half of the people actually became restless and followed him into the temple. Fu Yao brushed his sleeves and indifferently said, let them be. This group of unruly citizens. He was actually extremely disgusted and didn't want to care anymore. Meanwhile, inside Mingguang Temple, another scream rang out, these are all dead people. The youngster was also greatly alarmed and said, they're all dead? They're all dead. Strange, how come this one looks like it's been dead for dozens of years and it hasn't rotted yet? After thinking twice, he immediately understood and said, it's fine even if they're dead. If we transport the bride's corpse down the mountain, wouldn't their families have the money to buy it? Xiaolian's gaze gradually sank. When everyone thought about it, they agreed that this was reasonable. Some people sighed, some people muttered, and some people became happy again. Xiaolian stood at the entrance of the temple and said, everyone, please come out first. There's no wind at the back of the temple all year round. If an ordinary person breathes in this corpse aura, they would have an accident. His words sounded very reasonable. Just when everyone didn't know whether they should listen or not, Littling quietly said, everyone, don't be like this, okay? This place is so dangerous. Why don't we listen to this young master and go out and sit? However, this group of people didn't even listen to Xiaolian's words, so why would they listen to her? No one paid attention to her. Littling wasn't discouraged and repeated her words a few times. The youngster even taught them, everyone, pick the fresh corpses. If the corpses are too old, we don't even know if their families are still alive, so don't waste your energy to carry them. There were even a few people who praised him for being smart and capable. When Xiaolian heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When he saw some people moving their hands and feet, he said, don't take off the veil. That veil can block out corpse aura and yang energy. You guys have a lot of people and the yang energy is too strong. If you let them breathe it in, it's hard to guarantee that nothing will happen. However, in order to pick out the fresh corpses, the group of people had long since removed most of the veils. Xiaolian and Nan Feng, who had just arrived at the door, glanced at each other and shook their heads. They knew that they couldn't stop this group of people. After all, they couldn't beat them until they vomited blood and couldn't move. If something happened later, wouldn't they be unable to escape? They were also very helpless. At this time, a large man lifted the veil of a bride and said, my God, this young lady is truly beautiful to the point that she can reach the heavens. One after another, everyone crowded over and said, she hasn't even passed the gate yet, so it's really a pity that she died like this. Her clothes are a bit tattered, but this is the most beautiful. This bride had most likely died not too long ago, as the skin on her face was still quite supple. Someone asked, "Do you dare to touch her?" The youngster replied, "Why wouldn't I dare?" As he spoke, he pinched the face of the corpse twice. He felt that it was slippery, making his heart itch unbearably. He wanted to touch it again, but Xiaolian couldn't bear to watch any longer. Just as he was about to stop him, Littling rushed over and said, "Don't be like this." The youngster pushed her away with the back of his hand and said, "Don't get in the way of a man's business." However, Littling crawled back up and said, "You guys are truly incurring the wrath of the heavens by acting like this." The youngster became angry and said, "Mother **Cur, you ugly freak really have a lot of ugly things to do." As he cursed, he wanted to kick Little Ying. However, Xiaolian grabbed the back of Little Ying's collar with one hand and gently pulled her away. Unexpectedly, a dong sound was heard. The youngster shouted loudly, "Who hit me?" Xiaolian turned his head around and saw that the youngster's head was actually bleeding. A large hole had been smashed into his head, and a blood-stained stone had fallen onto the ground. Littling stared blankly and hurriedly said, I'm sorry. I was scared and accidentally dropped it." However, even if she rushed to admit it, there wouldn't be anyone who would believe her. That was because the direction of the stone was completely wrong. This stone had been thrown in from a window behind the youngster. Just now, when the youngster had shouted, everyone had looked towards that direction. Coincidentally, they had seen a figure flash past the window. The youngster cried out strangely, "It's him. It's that ugly freak with the bandages on his face." Xiaolian shoved Littling into Nanfang's hands and took 2 steps forward. His right hand lightly pushed against the window lattice and flipped over. Then, he chased after the youngster into the forest. In addition, there were also a few people who were brave enough to jump out of the window after him. However, when they reached the edge of the forest, Xiaolian suddenly smelled a wave of blood. Sensing that something was wrong, he became vigilant. He suddenly stopped and said, "Don't go in." He had already warned them. However, those people thought that since he didn't want to chase after them, they would chase after him. Thus, they didn't stop and directly rushed into the forest. The people who had originally gathered in the temple also rushed out. When they saw Xiaolian stop at the edge of the forest, those who weren't brave also followed him to watch. Not long after, several miserable screams could be heard. A few black figures stumbled out of the forest. They were the people who had rushed in first. These black figures staggered out of the forest and walked into the moonlight. When everyone saw them, they were immediately frightened out of their wits. When they entered, they were still alive. How did they come out covered in blood? From their faces to their clothes, they were all stained with blood. Their blood flowed out like a fountain. If a person lost so much blood, they definitely wouldn't be able to live. However, they were still walking over step by step. Everyone was so scared that they uniformly retreated until they were behind Xiaolian. Xiaolian raised his hand and said, "Calm down. The blood isn't theirs." Sure enough, those people said, "That's right. The blood isn't ours. It's. Their faces covered in blood couldn't hide the fear on their faces. The group of people followed their gazes and looked into the forest. It was pitch black. They couldn't see clearly what was inside the forest. Xiaolian took a torch and walked forward a few steps. He held it up and probed forward. In the darkness, something dripped onto the torch and made a sizzling sound. He glanced at the torch and moved his gaze up. After a moment, he raised his hand and threw the torch. Even though the torch only illuminated the sky for a moment, everyone could still clearly see what was above the forest. Long black hair, deathly pale faces, tattered military official robes, and arms dangling back and forth in the air. More than 40 men's corpses, high and low, swaying as they hung upside down on the trees. It was unknown how long the blood had flowed, but it still hadn't dried up. Drip 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 drip, forming a terrifying scene of a forest of corpses and a rain of blood. Although the group of people outside were all strong men, when had they ever seen such a scene? They were all scared silly and became absolutely silent. When Nan Feng and Fu Yao came over and saw this scene, their expressions both froze. After a moment, Nan Feng said, "Green ghost." Fu Yao said, "Indeed, it's his favorite trick." Nanfeng said to Xiaolian, don't go over. If it's him, then it's a bit troublesome. Xiaolian turned around and asked, who are you guys talking about? Nanfeng said, a near absolute. Xiaolian was puzzled. What's near absolute? Near absolute? Fu Yao said, that's right. Near absolute green ghost is a vicious creature that was evaluated in Lingwen Palace as having a realm very close to absolute. He really likes this game of hanging corpses upside down. It can be said that he's famous. Xiaolian thought to himself, this is really unnecessary. If it's absolute, then it's absolute. If it's not, then it's not. Just like how there's only ascending and not ascending, there's no such thing as close to ascending and about to ascend. Adding the word near instead makes it a bit awkward. He then remembered that when that youth had led him forward, there had been the sound of rain hitting the surface of an umbrella. Could it be that the reason he had opened the umbrella was to help him block this rain of corpses? At that moment, he let out a soft ah. The two people immediately asked, what's wrong? Xiaolian then briefly explained how he had met a youth on the sedan chair and how that youth had brought him here. In the end, Fu Yao said skeptically, when I came up, I already sensed this maze in the mountains. It was very dangerous, yet he casually broke it? Xiaolian thought to himself, it wasn't casually at all. He just casually stepped on it and didn't put it in his eyes. Then, he said, that's right. This near absolute green ghost you guys were talking about, could it be him? Nanfeng thought for a moment before saying, I've never seen green ghost, so I can't say. Did the youth you saw have any special characteristics? Xiaolian said, silver butterfly. Just now, when Nanfeng and Fu Yao saw the scene in the forest of corpses, their expressions could be said to be completely calm. Xiaolian could clearly see that the expressions on their faces had changed in an instant when he said that. Fu Yao asked in disbelief, what did you say? Silver butterfly? What kind of silver butterfly? Xiaolian sensed that he had probably said something extraordinary. He said, it looked like silver, but also like crystal. It didn't seem to be alive. However, it looked quite beautiful. He saw Nanfeng and Fu Yao look at each other. Their expressions were extremely unsightly, almost to the point of turning green. After a while, Fu Yao said in a low voice, let's go. Immediately. Xiaolian said, the ghost bridegroom hasn't been dealt with yet, how can we leave? Fu Yao said, dealt with? He turned around and sneered, it seems that you've really delayed in the human world for too long. This ghost bridegroom is only a xiong. Even though this green ghost in the forest of corpses is a headache, it's only a near absolute. After pausing for a moment, he suddenly turned stern. But do you know what kind of background the owner of that silver butterfly has? Xiaolian honestly said, I don't know. Fu Yao stiffly said, I don't know, and I don't have the time to talk about it right now. In short, it's not something you can deal with. You should hurry back to the heaven realm. And ask for reinforcements. Xiaolian said, then you should go back first. You. Xiaolian said, the owner of that silver butterfly didn't reveal any malicious intent. But if he did, and if he really was as frightening as you said, I'm afraid it would be difficult to escape his grasp within several kilometers of Mount Yujun. At this time, there needs to be someone guarding this place. So it would be better for you to go back first and see if you can help me ask for reinforcements. He could see that Fu Yao didn't want to stay here to deal with so many troublesome matters. Since it was like this, then he definitely couldn't force him. Fu Yao was a very straightforward person. He brushed his sleeves and left. He actually really left first. Xiaolian turned towards Nanfeng. He wanted to open his mouth and ask about that youngster in detail, but the crowd was once again in an uproar. Someone said, caught him. Caught him. This time, Xiaolian didn't have the time to ask. He asked, what did you catch? Two bloody figures walked out from the forest. One of them was a large man. Just now, he had been the first one to rush into the forest. Unexpectedly, he hadn't been scared off by the rain of blood and corpses. He really could be considered bold. The other figure was a youngster that he was dragging in his hands. The youngster's head and face were wrapped in messy bandages. Xiaolian still remembered that in the Xiangfeng little store, the tea sommelier had said, It said that the ghost bridegroom is an ugly freak with bandages wrapped around his face. It's because he's too ugly that no woman likes him. That's why he doesn't want to see other people having a good time. At that time, they had thought that it was most likely just a rumor. Unexpectedly, such a person really did exist. However, whether or not he was the ghost bridegroom was another matter. Xiaolian was just about to take a closer look at the bandaged youngster when Littling rushed over and said, "You guys are mistaken. This isn't the ghost bridegroom, he isn't." The youngster said, "You've already been caught on the spot and you're still saying that he isn't?" Suddenly, he seemed to have suddenly realized something and said, "Oh, I was wondering why you were always so strange. You kept saying no and no. So it turns out that you were colluding with this ghost bridegroom?" Littling was startled. She repeatedly waved her hands and said, "No, I didn't, and he didn't either. He really didn't do anything. He's just an ordinary. The youngster overbearingly said, "Ordinary what? An ordinary ugly freak?" He randomly pulled at the bandaged youngster and said, "Then how about we take a look at what this ordinary ghost bridegroom looks like? Why is he so fond of snatching other people's women?" As he pulled out a few bandages, the youngster immediately held his head and screamed miserably. His screams were filled with fear and were extremely mournful. They were also extremely pitiful. Xiaolian grabbed the youngster's arm and said, "That's enough." When Littling heard the youngster's screams, tears rolled down her cheeks. When she saw Xiaolian move to stop them, it was as if she had seen hope. She hurriedly grabbed onto his sleeve and said, Young master, help me, help him." Xiaolian glanced at her. Littling once again let go of his sleeve in embarrassment. It was as if she was afraid that he would dislike her for being so touchy and not want to help her anymore. Xiaolian said, "It's nothing." He then glanced at the bandaged youngster whose head was covered in blood. He discovered that the youngster's bloodshot eyes were peeking out from the gap between the bandages on his arm. The youngster was also peeking at Xiaolian. However, he only peeked for a moment before immediately lowering his eyes and busily wrapping the bandages again. Although the youngster didn't reveal his face, he had revealed a bit of his skin. Just this bit alone was already extremely frightening. It was as if he had been scorched by a large fire. It wasn't hard to imagine how frightening his face was underneath the bandages. This caused the bystanders to suck in a breath of cold air. Xiaolian noticed that the two of them had the exact same cowering posture. It was as if they didn't dare to see the light all year round. Xiaolian sighed in his heart. At the side, the youngster was extremely vigilant. "What are you trying to do? We were the ones who caught the ghost bridegroom." Xiaolian let go of him and said, "I'm afraid he wouldn't be caught so easily by you guys. Just now, my friend searched the surrounding area, but he couldn't find him. This youngster could only have come later. The real ghost bridegroom should still be here." Littling also gathered her courage and said, "If you want to put up a bounty, you can't just randomly catch people to make up the numbers." When the youngster heard this, he wanted to make a move again. Since just now, he had been continuously causing trouble. Xiaolian finally couldn't bear it anymore. With a wave of his hand, the silk rui flew out. With a paw sound, the youngster tumbled backwards. Nanfeng also seemed to have reached his limit. He immediately followed up with a kick, causing the youngster to finally fall to the ground and not get up again. This youngster was someone who specialized in stirring up trouble. Since he didn't move, the crowd didn't know who to follow. Thus, they all became extremely well-behaved. After a few sparse shouts, they no longer made a ruckus. In his heart, Xiaolian said, "I can finally do something." After sizing up the youngster on the ground for a moment, he asked, "Were you the one who threw a stone at someone by the window just now?" Xiaolian's voice was gentle, causing the bandaged youngster to tremble like a chaff. Stealthily looking at Xiaolian, he nodded his head. Littling said, "He didn't want to harm anyone. He just saw that the youngster seemed like he wanted to hit me, so he wanted to help me." Xiaolian then asked the youngster, "Do you know what's going on with the forest of corpses hanging in the middle of the forest?" Littling replied, "I don't know what's going on, but I'm sure he wasn't the one who hung them." The bandaged youngster shook his head again and again. Nanfeng stared at him from the side. Suddenly, he asked, "How are you related to Green Ghost Chi Rong?" When he heard this name, Xiaolian was slightly startled. As for the bandaged youngster, he was clearly at a loss. He didn't react to Xiaolian's words at all. He also didn't dare to reply to Nan Feng. Littling said, he's just scared. He doesn't dare to speak. She had been trying her best to protect this strange youngster. Xiaolian warmly said, Miss Littling, what's going on with this child? What do you know? Tell us first. When she saw Xiaolian, Littling seemed to have mustered a bit of courage. The light from the fire shone brightly on her face. She didn't try to hide anymore. Instead, she wrung her hands and said, he really didn't do anything bad. This child only lives on Mount Yujun. Sometimes, when he's hungry, he would run down the mountain to steal some food. One time, he just happened to steal it from my house. I saw that he didn't really know how to speak, and his face was also injured, so I found some cloth to wrap it up for him. Sometimes, I would also send him some food. Xiaolian originally thought that they might be a couple. But now, it seemed that little Ying's protection of this youngster was more like that of an older sister. She was even like an elder who took care of him. She continued, later on, a lot of people thought that he was the ghost bridegroom. I also couldn't say anything. I could only hope that we could catch the real scourge as soon as possible. I thought that since young master had such great abilities, if you wanted to disguise yourself as a bride to catch the ghost bridegroom, then at least you wouldn't catch the wrong person. Because he absolutely wouldn't go and rob the bridal sedan chair. Who knew that when I went out, I would hear that the little Peng and the others were also going to search the mountain today. I was really worried, so I secretly followed them to take a look. She moved in front of the youngster to protect him, as if she was afraid that someone would hit him again. She explained, he really isn't the ghost bridegroom. Look at him. Just a few people and he's already beaten to this state. How could he beat so many military officials escorting the bride's sedan chair? Xiaolian and Nan Feng glanced at each other. They both felt a headache coming on. If what she said was true, then didn't that mean that this youngster had absolutely nothing to do with this matter? The bandaged youngster, the fierce ghost bridegroom, the near absolute Qing Gui, and also the silver butterfly master whose background wasn't small. Just the mention of the heaven realm heavenly officials would cause their expressions to change. A small Mount Yujun unexpectedly had an unending stream of strange guests. It was truly hard to deal with. Who was who? What was the relationship between who and who? Xiaolian felt his head grow several times bigger. He rubbed the space between his eyebrows. For the time being, he didn't think about whether little Ying's words were true or false. Suddenly, he thought of something he always wanted to ask. He asked, Miss Littling, have you always lived near Mount Yujun? Littling replied, yes. I've always lived here. I can guarantee that he hasn't done anything bad here. Xiaolian replied, no, I want to ask you another question. In the area around Mount Yujun, besides the one on this mountain, has there never been another Mingguang temple built before? Littling was startled. This? She thought for a moment before saying, it should have been built before. When he heard her say this, Xiaolian suddenly faintly felt that he had grasped something important. He asked, then why is there only Nanyang Temple at the foot of the mountain, but no Mingguang Temple? Littling scratched her head and replied, it has been built before, but I heard that every time they wanted to build a Mingguang temple, it would always catch fire for no reason. Some people said that they were afraid that General Mingguang couldn't keep this place under control for some reason, so they replaced him with General Nanyang. Nanfeng noticed that Xiaolian's expression froze and asked, what's wrong? Xiaolian suddenly discovered that it was too simple. The bride that couldn't smile, the temple that caught fire for no reason, the Mingguang temple that was locked in the mountain by a maze, the imposing General Pei's martial god statue, and the ghost bridegroom that disappeared after being injured by Rui silk, it was too simple. It was just that there had always been other things that had been interfering with his line of sight, causing him to not notice such a simple fact from the start. He suddenly grabbed Nanfeng and said, lend me a bit of your magic power. Nanfeng was startled by his grab. He hastily exchanged a palm strike with Xiaolian in the air and asked, what's wrong? Xiaolian pulled him and started running. He said, I'll explain later. First, think of a way to suppress the corpses of those 18 brides. Nanfeng said, "Are you muddled? There are only 17 brides' corpses. Including you, that's only the 18th. The two of them ran back to Mingguang Temple. However, the back of the main hall was already empty. The place where the group of brides used to stand was only a mess of red veils. Seeing this, Xiaolian thought in his heart, not good, not good. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. He quickly picked up the veils on the ground. Just as he finished picking them up, he heard a burst of exclamations coming from outside the temple. The two of them looked out through the window and saw more than 10 women in scarlet wedding clothes forming an encirclement. They were slowly approaching the group of villagers. These women's faces were all green, but they had smiles on their faces. Their hands were raised horizontally in front of them. These were the corpses of the brides from before. Seeing them getting closer and closer, no one could remain calm. Everyone simply couldn't care less about the bandaged teenager and broke into a run. Littling hurriedly went over to support him. Xiaolian helplessly said, "Don't run." He didn't know how many times he had said this tonight. Every time something happened, he would say it at least 30 or 40 times. However, there would always be people who turned a deaf ear to him. He waved his hand and the silk cloth rui flew into the sky. He casually made a hand seal and the silk cloth started spinning in the air on its own. It was as if a celestial maiden was dancing wildly. It was very eye-catching. The group of brides saw that there was a very active thing that was spinning around happily. Its tail would occasionally whip at them. Many of them were attracted over. There were also 7 that were attracted by the smell of blood in the depths of the forest and slowly jumped over. Xiaolian said, "Nanfeng, chase them. Don't let them go down the mountain." Needless to say, Nanfeng had already caught up. The 2 brides attacked Xiaolian. Their fingers were bright red and their nails were sharp. Xiaolian took out the red veils he had picked up from the ground and suddenly threw them with both hands. The 2 veils spun and flew out, covering the heads of the 2 brides. Their movements instantly became sluggish. Sure enough, the thick red veil covered the eyes and nose of the bride's corpse. She couldn't see or smell any human aura. Moreover, because their corpses were stiff, they couldn't bend their arms to take off the veils. They could only stretch out their hands and randomly grab everywhere, as if they were playing hide and seek. This scene was truly terrifying and comical. Xiaolian stood in front of them and tentatively waved his hand in front of the 2 brides. Seeing them blankly groping in another direction, he thought for a moment and finally couldn't help but say, "Excuse me." Grabbing their arms, he placed their hands on each other's necks. The 2 brides suddenly touched something. Their bodies trembled, but they couldn't see what it was, so they fiercely pinched each other. Xiaolian hurriedly ran away. With another wave of his hand, the silk rui also flew away in a streak of white light, soundlessly leaving behind a large white ring on the ground. He said to the fleeing crowd, "Get into the circle." The group hesitated as they ran, but Littling hurriedly helped the bandaged youth to stand up. After thinking for a bit, she ran out of the room and dragged the unconscious youngster inside. At this time, a bride jumped to the edge of the white circle and tried to grab it with her claws, but it was as if she was suddenly blocked by an invisible wall. Littling found that she could not jump in no matter how hard she tried. She quickly shouted, "Everyone, come in. They can't enter this circle." Seeing this, everyone rushed in like a swarm of bees. Fortunately, Xiaolian had made the silk rui grow several times in advance, so the circle was large enough. Otherwise, he would really be worried that someone would be squeezed out. The brides couldn't jump into the circle, so they knew that they couldn't move. They all turned around and attacked Xiaolian while screaming. On the other hand, Xiaolian had been waiting for a long time. He took out a handful of veils from his sleeves, and 4 or 5 pieces of red cloth flew up and down in his hands. His feet didn't stop moving, and his hands didn't stop moving. He covered one bride after another, and every time he covered a bride, she would begin to slowly fumble around like a blind man touching an elephant. His veil was spinning so fast that it dazzled everyone's eyes. He tossed the veil back and forth between his hands, creating several red shadows in the air. Everyone in the white circle couldn't help but cheer, "Good. Amazing, amazing, truly amazing." He must have practiced this kung fu before. When Xiaolian heard this, he habitually blurted out, "It's all right." it's all right. Everyone, if you have money, please support me. If you don't have money, please support me, eh? As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized they weren't right. He had unexpectedly blurted out the words he used to say in the acrobatics class. Thus, he hurriedly stopped himself. While he was speaking, several more brides jumped up. One jump was more than 7 feet high, and one jump was more than 10 feet away. In an instant, they arrived in front of him, bringing with them a putrid smell. Xiaolian's feet tapped the ground, and his body also flew out. In the air, he hurriedly chanted the spiritual password 3 times before saying, Ling Wen knows everything. Let me ask a question. Do you know if the martial god of the north, General Mingguang, has any female confidants? Ling Wen's voice rang in his ear. Your Highness, why are you asking this? Xiaolian replied, currently, I have a bit of a situation here, and it's a bit dangerous. To tell you the truth, there are a dozen or so dead people currently chasing after me. Ling Wen, so miserable? Xiaolian, it's all right. So, is there? I know this question is relatively private and hard to answer, so I didn't ask it inside the spiritual communication array. The mission requirements must never be leaked. Ling Wen replied, Your Highness, you've misunderstood. It's not that this question is hard to answer, it's that Old Pei has too many female confidants. Since you suddenly asked this question, I don't know which one you're asking about. Xiaolian's feet almost slanted as he said, all right. Then, among these female confidants of General Pei, is there a possessive, jealous, and disabled woman? Ling Wen replied, Now that you mention it, I indeed think of one. Another 2 veils flew out of Xiaolian's head, drawing cheers. He turned around, cupped his hands, and said, Speak. Ling Wen said, Before Old Pei ascended, he was a general. On the battlefield, he met a female general from the enemy country. She was extremely beautiful, and her temperament was fierce. Her name was Xianxia. Xiaolian replied, Amen, Xianxia. Ling Wen continued, General Pei is a person. When he sees a beautiful woman, even if a knife was held to his neck, he would still go and pester her. This woman led her troops to confront him, and in the end, she was defeated by him. Xianxia became a captive and was escorted to the enemy camp. Taking advantage of the unprepared defenders, she attempted to commit suicide on the spot. Unfortunately, she didn't manage to kill herself. Instead, she was saved by a general who cut off a 3-feet-long sword. As for this elegant and graceful General Pei of the enemy country, he was the General Mingguang who ascended later. This General Pei had always been a person who had tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Secondly, the overall situation of the war had already been decided. Even if the war continued, there would be no possibility of a comeback. Thus, he released Xianxia. It was easy to imagine what would happen if they kept going back and forth. At this moment, a bride grabbed onto Xiaolian's right leg. Her 5 fingers gripped tightly, almost piercing into his flesh. Xiaolian was just about to kick out when he discovered that from this angle, he could only kick his face. In his heart, he thought that he couldn't hit a girl's face. Thus, he changed his position and kicked her shoulder instead. With a backhand, another veil flew out. He said, It sounds like a beautiful story. Ling Wen replied, It was originally a beautiful story. However, the bad thing was that Xianxia insisted on staying with General Pei for the rest of her life. Xiaolian took 2 steps and leaped up to the roof. Looking down at the 5 or 6 brides that continued to approach him, he wiped away his sweat and said, There's nothing wrong with a woman wanting to stay with a man for the rest of her life. Ling Wen replied, That's right. However, when 2 countries are at war, the battlefield is heartless. Originally, the 2 of them had already agreed on a marriage of due. You and I were willing. There would be today, but there wouldn't be tomorrow. They would only talk about romance and not war. Moreover, this Old Pei, I'll tell you the truth. It's already pretty good if he doesn't fly off with you. That Xianxia is a noble daughter of a family of generals. Her temperament is extremely intense. If she wants something, she would definitely grab it to death and not let go. Wait. Xiaolian said. First, tell me, is Xianxia handicapped? Where is she handicapped? It's her. At this point, Ling Wen's voice abruptly stopped. It was truly annoying. Every time he heard the crucial point, the little bit of magical power he borrowed would be completely exhausted. It seemed that next time, he would have to start by asking the main point. While he was flying, Xiaolian quickly reorganized his thoughts. If the bandaged teenager wasn't the ghost bridegroom, and this group of villagers had mutually confirmed that there wasn't a ghost bridegroom among them, then the only place he could hide in was the pile of 17 brides. When he sneaked in by himself, the ghost bridegroom wouldn't be able to discover that the number wasn't right. Conversely, when the ghost bridegroom sneaked in, he similarly wouldn't be able to detect that there was an extra corpse. Thinking about it carefully, after the silk Rui injured the ghost bridegroom, he only saw a mass of black fog rolling towards the forest. He couldn't guarantee that there was a person inside that mass of black fog. In reality, at that time, he was afraid that when he ran out of the temple to chase after the ghost bridegroom would still be inside the black fog. The ghost bridegroom would have brushed past him, returned to the back of the temple, hid the leaves in the forest, and mixed in with the corpses of the brides. In that case, the ghost bridegroom wasn't a bridegroom, but a bride, a woman wearing a bridal wedding dress. Since it was a woman, then many things could be deduced. For example, why there weren't any Mingguang temples around Mount Yujun. It wasn't that the locals didn't want to build one, but that they couldn't. Littling had said, every time they wanted to build a Mingguang temple, it would always catch on fire for no reason. This didn't sound like a coincidence. The only possibility was that the temple had been deliberately set on fire. Why would the temple be set on fire? Under normal circumstances, it would be because of hatred. However, in Mount Yujun, there was a Mingguang temple that was sealed off by a bewildering array. Not a single person came here, and the statue inside the temple was extremely well carved and well preserved. Why? The ghost brides were wearing wedding dresses, but they couldn't bear to see the women wearing wedding dresses smiling when they passed by Mount Yujun. Why? Connecting all the dots, besides jealousy and possessiveness, Xiaolian couldn't think of any other answer. As for that strange sound of a wooden stick wrapped in thick cloth, if it was really the sound of footsteps, Xiaolian could only think of one possibility. The brides that were chasing him had all been covered by the veil. Xiaolian finally landed on the ground. He took a light breath, calmed his mind, and got up to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10. 7 brides jumped into the forest, and Nanfeng chased after them. 10 brides were covered by the veil again, and they were all here. In that case, there was still one that hadn't appeared yet. At this time, he heard the familiar thump-thump, thump-thump sound coming from behind him. Xiaolian slowly turned around, and an extremely short figure entered his eyes. He lightly sucked in a breath, and thought, sure enough. The short woman in front of him was wearing a red wedding dress. There wasn't a happy expression on her face, only a mournful one. However, the reason why she was short wasn't because of her short stature. Rather, it was because she was kneeling on the ground. The bones in her legs were broken, but her calves weren't amputated. She had been using her kneecaps to walk on the ground. That female ghost had a long face and raised eyebrows. She was indeed very beautiful. Originally, there was a hint of heroism in her beauty, but now, there was resentment in her beauty. It was as if she had been confined to a narrow place all year round, unable to see the clear sky. Kneeling on the ground, the wedding dress below her knees was in tatters. It was no wonder that someone had said something. Xiaolian stared at her for a while before saying, Xianji? It seemed like it had been many years since someone had called her by this name. After a long time, the resentment on the female ghost's face slowly dissipated, and a light flashed in her eyes. She said, Did he send you to find me? This he, Xiaolian guessed, was naturally referring to that General Pei. Xianji continued to ask, what about himself? Why didn't he come to see me? The fervent expression on her face as she spoke, the tone of her voice filled with anticipation, made Xiaolian feel that it was best not to say no. Seeing that he did not answer, Xianji fell to the ground. She leaned against the tall and handsome statue of the martial god, her red wedding dress forming a huge flower of blood on the ground. Her hair was disheveled, and her face was full of pain, as if she was suffering from the greatest torture. She said, Why didn't he come to see me? Xiaolian could not answer this question, so he could only maintain his silence. Xianji raised her head to look at the statue and said in a mournful voice, Pei Lang, oh Pei Lang, I betrayed my country for you, abandoned everything, and became like this. Why didn't you come to see me? She pulled at her hair with both hands and asked, Is your heart made of iron and stone? Xiaolian did not bat an eyelid. Hearing these words, he thought to himself, Xianji said that General Pei betrayed her country for her. Could it be that she was referring to this General Pei taking advantage of the moment when the two of them were deeply in love to obtain information from her, causing Xianji's country to lose on the battlefield? She also said that it was because of General Pei that she became like this. The like this was naturally referring to the miserable state of her broken leg. Xianji was a female general. On the battlefield, it was impossible for her to be crippled. Then her leg could only have been broken later. Could it be that this had something to do with General Pei? Was it because of General Pei's abandonment that she was so resentful? Although he felt that his thoughts were very vulgar, but Xianji's resentment was so deep that she wanted to harm innocent people's lives. Even though it was vulgar, he had no choice but to brace himself and think in that direction. At this time, a woman's scream came from outside the temple, Help! Help! Xiaolian and Xianji looked out the window at the same time. At the white circle that Xianxia had created, a person was currently dragging the bandaged youth out. Littling was tightly hugging onto the person's leg, refusing to let go. The person cursed loudly. It was the little youngster, Scram. You idiot! What if you call the female ghost over? Littling shouted, Call me over if you want me to. You're scarier than a ghost. I'd rather see a female ghost. It turned out that the youngster, who had fainted after being whipped by Xiaolian, had woken up. When he saw the bride slowly groping around him, he was startled at first. However, he quickly discovered that they couldn't see anyone. He was extremely courageous and impetuous. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that no one else dared to move to drag this bandaged youth down the mountain to claim the reward alone. He didn't care whether this youth was the ghost bridegroom or not. In any case, everyone at the foot of the mountain was saying that he was, so he was. Who knew that Littling would pounce over and shout loudly, startling all the brides wandering around and Xianji who was inside the Mingguang temple. When Xiaolian saw it was him again, he thought to himself that he should have whipped him even more ruthlessly just now. He should have whipped him until he couldn't wake up for 3 days and 3 nights. Thus, he shouted, Go back to the circle. When the youngster saw a black fog coming towards him, he hurriedly retreated. However, he was dragging the bandaged youth in his hand and hugging Littling on his leg. In the end, he was a step too slow. In the blink of an eye, he was caught by the black fog and sucked into Xianji's hands. When he turned around to look, he saw that this woman with long hair dancing in the wind and a dancing aura was none other than the beautiful female corpse that he had touched among the brides on the ground just now. Now that things had progressed to this point, he finally knew fear and started to scream out in pain. However, Xianji bent her 5 fingers and inserted them into the back of his head. In an instant, she had peeled off his entire skull from the thick layer of brain skin. The skull that had been peeled off was still steaming hot as it opened its mouth and loudly shouted, "Ahhhhh." The people inside the white circle, who were scared out of their wits, also opened their mouths and loudly shouted, "Ahhhhh." Littling was also scared out of her wits. She continued to yell as she dragged the bandaged youth into the circle. Xianji once again extended her 5 fingers towards them. Xiaolian flashed in front of her and said, "General, don't kill again." Xiaolian had called her general with the intention of reminding her that she was also once a heroine who charged and broke through enemy lines on the battlefield and protected her country. However, when Xianji crushed the skull of the youth that was screaming miserably, her extremely beautiful face had unexpectedly become 70% deformed at this moment. She sneered and said, "Is it because he doesn't dare to see me?" Xiaolian had no other choice. In his heart, he thought that he should first pretend to be someone sent by General Pei to deal with her. However, Xianji didn't need his answer. She laughed out loud a few times before suddenly turning around. Pointing at the statue of a god, she said, "I burned your temple and caused chaos in your territory. All for the sake of you coming to see me. How many years have I waited for you? She stared at the martial god statue in a daze for a good while. Suddenly, she fiercely jumped up and grabbed its neck before frantically shaking it. She said, "You actually still aren't willing to see me. Is it because you also know that you've let me down? Look at my legs. Look at my current appearance. I did all of this for you, for you. Could it be that your heart is made of iron and stone?" Although as an outsider, Xiaolian didn't want to comment on who was right and who was wrong, he couldn't help but think, if you want to see him, can't you use a more normal method? If someone wanted to use this method to see me, in any case, I wouldn't want to come at all. On the other side, Littling finally returned to the circle with the bandaged youth. She looked over and worriedly whispered, "Young master." Hearing this, Xiaolian smiled at her, indicating that she didn't need to worry. Who would have thought that when he smiled, Xianxi's face would instantly distort? She fiercely jumped down from the statue and said, "Since you don't want to see me and like to look at those smiling women, I'll let you slowly look to your heart's content." Although she was strangling Xiaolian, her words were actually directed at General Pei. Xiaolian originally thought that Xianji couldn't marry the person she loved, so when she saw the bride happily smiling on the sedan chair, she felt jealous. However, he didn't expect that it was because General Pei liked smiling women. She then mistakenly thought that this was a bride that was going to marry the person she loved. No wonder she burned down the Mingguang temple at the foot of the mountain. Presumably, she couldn't stand the fact that there were women going in and out of General Pei's temple all day long, sharing the same statue with her. This female ghost was worthy of being called fierce. Even though her legs were broken, her movements were extremely ghostly and swift. Furthermore, even after being struck by Ruoxi, she still possessed such boundless strength. Xiaolian and her were in a deadlock. Just as he was about to summon Ruoxia, he heard a loud shout, "Ah!" Seeing that he and the female ghost were in a deadlock, the young girl, Littling, picked up a branch from the ground and rushed over. She shouted as she ran, as if to boost her courage. Xianji didn't even need to make a move. She only needed to turn her head and look at her. Before she could get close, she was already sent flying several feet away. She landed heavily on the ground with her head down and body up. That bandaged youth let out a hoarse ah-ah as he ran over. Xiaolian was also startled. He sat up, but he suddenly felt a chill on the back of his head. Xianji's 5 fingers were already on top of his head, as if she wanted to peel his skull from his scalp just like before. In a moment of desperation, Xiaolian's right hand fiercely grabbed her wrist and shouted, "Bind." He only heard a schwa-schwa sound as a white piece of silk answered his summons. It coiled around Xianji 9 times and 10 times before tying her up. Both of Xianji's legs were broken, so she couldn't dodge in time. With a ping sound, she heavily knelt down and started rolling on the ground. She wanted to struggle free of this white silk, but who would have thought that it would only become tighter and tighter? As soon as he broke free, Xiaolian didn't even have time to catch his breath. He immediately got up and ran towards the place where Littling had landed. Ruoxi had already been restrained, so the crowd still didn't dare to move. However, there were also a few bold villagers who were used to those touching brides, so they surrounded her. That bandaged youth knelt beside her body that was lying on the ground. He was at a loss of what to do and was as anxious as a bug on a hot pan. Not a single person dared to move her. They were all afraid that she would break some vital part of her body. If they moved carelessly, she would break even more. Xiaolian quickly examined her. In his heart, he knew that no matter how careful he was, it would be useless. After falling like this, it seemed like she wouldn't be able to survive. Although he hadn't spent much time with this young girl Littling, and they hadn't even talked much, he knew that although her appearance was ugly, her heart was filled with kindness. This kind of ending really made his heart feel heavy. Xianji probably wouldn't be able to struggle free of Ruoxi for a while. Xiaolian thought to himself, even if it's useless, I can't let her die in this position. Thus, he carefully turned her over. Little Ying's face was covered in blood. Seeing this, the people at the side couldn't help but click their tongues and sigh. However, she still had a breath left in her. In a small voice, she said, "Gongzi, did I make things worse?" Although she didn't make things worse, she really didn't help much. At that time, Xiaolian had already wanted to summon Ruoxi, so he didn't need anyone else's help. Moreover, even if that branch of hers had hit Xianxia, it wouldn't have had any effect. Not to mention, she couldn't even get close to that female ghost's body. If that was the case, it could be said that she was sending herself to death without any value. Xiaolian replied, no. You helped me a lot. You see, when you came over, you drew away that female ghost's attention. Only then could I find the time to subdue her. I really have to thank you. However, next time, you can't do this again. If you want to help, you need to tell me first. Otherwise, it would be terrible if I didn't connect. Littling smiled and said, AI, Gongzi, you don't need to coax me. I know I didn't help, and there won't be a next time. Her words were unclear, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Within the blood, there were actually a few broken front teeth. The bandaged youth was so anxious that he started trembling. It was unknown what he wanted to say. Littling said to him, in the future, don't go down the mountain to steal things to eat. If someone finds out, they'll beat you to death. Xiaolian said, if he's hungry, he can ask me for something to eat. Hearing this, Little Ying's eyes brightened. She said, really? Then I really have to thank you. As she smiled and smiled, 2 streams of tears suddenly flowed down from her pair of small eyes. In a small voice, she said, I feel that as long as I live in this world, I don't have many happy days. Xiaolian didn't know what to say, so he lightly patted her hand. Littling sighed again and said, AI, forget it. Maybe I'm just born with bad luck. These words really sounded a bit funny. Moreover, because her nose was crooked and her eyes were slanted, she was so ugly that it was comical. For her face to be covered in blood and tears, it actually looked very funny. As tears flowed down her face, she said, but, even if it's like this, I still. Speaking up to this point, she breathed her last and died. Seeing that she had died, the bandaged youth hugged her corpse and started sobbing softly. He buried his head in her stomach, as if he had lost his support. No matter what, he didn't dare to raise his head. Xiaolian reached out and helped her close her eyes. In his heart, he said, you're stronger than me. Right at this moment, a strange bell sound rang out. Dang! 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 3 loud sounds rang out. In a split second, Xiaolian felt dizzy. He asked, what's going on? Looking around, he saw that the brides were all lying on the ground. Only their arms were still raised straight into the sky. A group of villagers had also fallen to the ground and couldn't get up. It was as if they had all simultaneously fallen unconscious from the deafening sound of the bell. Xiaolian was also a bit dizzy. He supported his forehead with one hand and forced himself to stand up. His legs went soft and he half knelt on the ground. Fortunately, someone supported him. Looking up, he saw that it was Nan Feng. It turned out that after the 7 brides entered the forest, they immediately scattered in all directions. Nan Feng had practically run all over Mount Yujun before he managed to capture every single one of them. He had just returned. Seeing that he was very calm, Xiaolian immediately asked, what's with this bell sound? Nan Feng said, don't worry, they're reinforcements. Following his gaze, Xiaolian discovered that at some unknown time, a row of soldiers had appeared in front of Mingguang Temple. This row of soldiers were all clad in armor. They were in high spirits and gave off an awe-inspiring aura. Their bodies were all shrouded in a faint layer of spiritual light. And in front of the soldiers stood a tall and elegant young general. He was clearly not an ordinary person. The general walked with his hands behind his back. When he arrived in front of Xiaolian, he bowed slightly and said, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Before Xiaolian could open his mouth to ask, Nan Feng whispered, This is General Pei. Xiaolian immediately glanced at Xianxia on the ground and said, General Pei? This General Pei was very different from what he had imagined. He was also very different from the statue of a god. That statue of a god had a heroic bearing. His eyes and brows were overflowing with arrogance. It was a type of invading handsomeness. And although this young general was also handsome, his complexion was pale. His eyes and brows were calm like a piece of cold jade. There was no killing intent, only a calm and unperturbed calmness. It was fine to say that he was a general, but it was also fine to say that he was a strategist. General Pei looked at Xianxia on the ground and said, Lingwen Palace informed us that the matter at Mount Yujun this time might be related to our Mingguang temple. I didn't expect that there would be such a connection. I'll have to trouble your highness the crown prince. Xiao Lian wanted to thank Lingwen. How could Lingwen Palace's efficiency be low? He said, I'll also have to trouble General Pei. While Xianxia was struggling, she vaguely heard the 3 words General Pei. She suddenly raised her head and eagerly said, Pei Lang, Pei Lang. Is it you? You've come? You've finally come? She was tied up by Ruaxia. No matter how ecstatic she was, she could only kneel. Who knew that when she looked at the general, her face would turn white? She said, Who are you? Xiao Lian had already roughly explained to Nan Feng what was going on with the ghost bridegroom. Hearing her question, he said, Isn't this General Pei? Could it be that she's been waiting for too long and doesn't recognize him? Nan Feng said, It's General Pei. But it's not the one she's waiting for. Xiao Lian was baffled. Could it be that there are 2 General Pei? Nan Feng said, That's right, there are 2. It turned out that the General Pei that this female ghost Xianxia was waiting for was the main deity of Mingguang Temple. And the one in front of them was the assistant deity of Mingguang Temple. He was the descendant of that General Pei. When they called him Little General Pei in order to differentiate them. In the orthodox Mingguang Temple, one had to worship the 2 of them. General Pei was the main deity of the main temple. His statue faced the temple door, while Little General Pei's statue was behind him. Although they were the younger generation, they looked no different from brothers. For one family to ascend to the heavens, it could be considered a wonderful story. Xianxia looked around and didn't see the one she wanted to see among the soldiers. She said mournfully, Where's Pei Ming? Why isn't he here? Why isn't he here to see me? Little General Pei nodded slightly. General Pei has an important matter to attend to. Xianxia murmured, Important matter? Under her long hair, she cried as she said, I've waited for him for hundreds of years. What important matter does he have? Back then, in order to see me, he could cross half the border in one night. What important matter would he have now? So important that he wouldn't even come down to see me? Is there? There probably isn't. Little General Pei said, General Xianxia, please go on your way. 2 Mingguang Temple soldiers walked over. Ruoxi suddenly jumped down from Xianxi's body and coiled around Xiao Lian's wrist. Xiao Lian lightly patted it twice to comfort it. Xianxia let the 2 soldiers grab her. She was stunned for a while, then suddenly struggled fiercely. Pointing at the sky, she scolded, Pei Ming. I curse you. This shout of hers was very sharp. Xiao Lian was startled, thinking, Isn't this the same as cursing your ancestors in front of your descendants? Little General Pei's expression didn't change as he said, I've made a fool of myself. Xianxia shouted herself hoarse, I curse you. You better never fall in love with anyone. Otherwise, if there comes a day, I curse you to be like me, forever and ever, at every moment, endlessly, with the fire of love burning your body. The fire of love burning your body, burning your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. At this time, Little General Pei said to Xiao Lian and the others, I've been rude. Please wait a moment. Raising his index and middle fingers, he lightly pressed them against his temples. This was the incantation to activate the spirit communication technique. He must be communicating with someone. In a flash, he grunted and put down his hands, putting them behind his back again. Turning to Xianxia, he said, General Pei asked me to tell you, that is impossible. Xianxia shrieked, I curse you. Little General Pei slightly raised his hand and said, Take her away. 2 soldiers carried the crazily struggling Xianxia and dragged her away. Xiao Lian said, Little General Pei, allow me to ask, how will this Xianxia be dealt with? Little General Pei said, She will be stationed at the foot of the mountain. Finding a mountain to stay in was indeed a commonly used method when dealing with demons and ghosts in the heaven realm. After muttering to himself for a moment, Xiao Lian still said, This General Xianxi's resentment is quite heavy. She has never forgotten the hatred of General Pei's treason and losing her leg. I'm afraid suppressing her isn't a long-term solution. However, little General Pei slightly tilted his head and said, "She said she betrayed her country and lost her leg because of General Pei?" Xiaolian said, "She indeed said it was because of General Pei that she became like this. As for what the truth is, I don't know." Little General Pei said, "If you must say it that way, that's fine. It's true that she betrayed her country for General Pei. However, the details might not be the same as what others were thinking. After General Pei parted ways with her, General Xianxia didn't hesitate to take the initiative to offer military intelligence in order to make him stay. General Pei didn't want to win without honor, so he didn't take it. This was truly unexpected. The so-called "I betrayed my country for you" was actually like this. Xiaolian said, then she said her legs were also broken because of General Pei. This is. Little General Pei said, her legs were broken by herself. Broken by herself? Little General Pei calmly said, General Pei doesn't like strong women, and General Xianxia is naturally strong. This is why they couldn't last long. General Xianxia was unwilling and told General Pei that she was willing to sacrifice herself for him. As a result, she crippled her own martial arts and even broke her own legs. As a result, she broke her own wings and tied herself to General Pei's side. General Pei didn't abandon her and took her in to take care of her. However, he still wasn't willing to marry her. General Xianxia couldn't fulfill her long-cherished wish and committed suicide with hatred. Not for him, but to make General Pei sad. However, forgive me for speaking bluntly. From beginning to end, his speech was refined, courteous, and excessively calm. He said, I won't. Xiaolian rubbed the space between his eyebrows and didn't say anything. In his heart, he thought, who are these people? Little General Pei continued, whether it's right or wrong, I don't know either. I only know that if General Xianxia was willing to let go, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Your Highness the Crown Prince, this one bids farewell. Xiaolian cupped his hands and sent them off. Nanfeng commented, what a weirdo. Xiaolian thought to himself, I'm also a laughingstock of the three realms, a famous weirdo, so I shouldn't talk about others. This matter between General Pei and Xianxia wasn't a part of the plot, so there was no need to discuss who was right and who was wrong. It was just that those 17 innocent brides, as well as the military officials and sedan bearers who were escorting them, had suffered an undeserved calamity. At the mention of the brides, he immediately turned to look. He saw that the 17 brides' corpses on the ground had all changed to varying degrees. Some had already turned into white bones, while others had begun to rot and emit waves of stench. The stench awoke everyone on the ground. They slowly woke up, and when they saw this scene, they were once again shocked. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiaolian rambled on about karma and retribution, warning everyone to pray for the brides after they left the mountain and think of a way to notify the brides' families to come and claim the corpses. They must not engage in the shady business of selling corpses, and they must not do anything shameful. After such a thrilling night, and with no one to take the lead, no one dared to say anything else when they heard him speak. They all trembled with fear as they agreed, feeling as if they had just had a nightmare. Only now did they realize why they seemed to have been possessed last night. With so many corpses, how could they still think of nothing but making money? Thinking back on it, even they felt terrified. Last night, everyone had been doing it. Relying on the fact that there were many people, and with someone taking the lead, they had muddle-headedly followed. Now that they were afraid of the lingering fear, they sincerely repented and prayed for blessings. The sky hadn't even brightened yet, and there were still wolf packs waiting to cause trouble in the mountain. Nanfeng had just finished running a large circle around the mountain, and now he had to bring such a large group of people down the mountain. He didn't complain. He made an appointment with Xiaolian to discuss the aftermath of the upside-down forest of corpses later. After the bandaged teenager woke up, he once again sat next to little Ying's corpse. He hugged her without saying anything. Xiaolian also sat next to the teenager. After thinking for a long time, he was just about to say something to comfort him when he suddenly discovered that the teenager's head was bleeding. If it was blood from the forest of corpses, it should have already dried up. However, this blood was still continuously flowing, so it could only mean that the teenager was injured. At that moment, Xiaolian said to him, your head is injured. Take off the bandage and I'll help you take a look. The teenager slowly raised his head. His two bloodshot eyes looked at Xiaolian, seeming timid and hesitant. Xiaolian faintly smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. If there's an injury, it definitely needs to be bandaged. I promise I won't be scared by you." The teenager hesitated for a moment before turning around. Then, one round at a time, he slowly took off the bandage on his head. His movements were very slow. Xiaolian patiently waited for him. In his heart, he was already pondering the next question. This teenager definitely can't stay on Mount Yujun anymore. Then where can he go? He can't possibly follow me back to heaven. I don't even know where my next meal will be, so I need to think of a safe way to settle him down. There's also Qinggue, Qirong. At this moment, the teenager finished taking off the bandage and turned around. The youth's face was indeed covered with severe burn scars, just as he had expected. However, under these blood-red scars, he could vaguely see 3 or 4 small faces. These faces were only the size of a child's palm and were scattered crookedly across his cheeks and forehead. Because they had been burned by the fire, the facial features of these small faces were fiercely wrinkled, as if they were screaming in pain. These strange shrieking faces squeezed onto his originally normal human face. It was truly more terrifying than any ghost. The moment he saw this face, Xiaolian felt as if he had fallen into a nightmare. The great fear made his entire body numb, to the point that he didn't even know when he stood up. He also didn't know what kind of expression appeared on his face, but it was definitely very frightening. The young man slowly took off the bandages. He was already anxious, but after seeing Xiaolian's reaction, he also took 2 steps back. As if he knew that Xiaolian couldn't accept this face, as if to protect himself, he suddenly covered the horrifying face and jumped up from the ground. With a loud shout, he fled into the depths of the forest. Only then did Xiaolian come back to his senses. "Wait!" He chased while shouting, "Wait! Come back!" However, it took him a while to react. The youth was familiar with the path in the mountains and was used to hiding in the dark. In a short moment, he disappeared without a trace. No matter how he called out, he refused to come out. There was no one to search with him, and his magic power was exhausted, so he couldn't use his spirit to communicate. He ran through the mountains, but after searching for half an hour, he still couldn't find anything. The cold wind blew, and he became more clear-headed. He knew that running around like a headless fly wasn't a solution. He forced himself to calm down and thought, maybe he will go back and take little Ying's body. He first returned to the front of Mingguang Temple, but he was startled. He saw many black-clothed people gathered in the forest behind the temple. Their expressions were solemn as they carefully put down the 40 or so corpses that had been hung upside down. In front of the forest, there was a tall figure with his arms crossed, watching. When he turned his head, he saw the elegant and cold face of a youth. It was Fu Yao. It seemed that he had gone back and brought a group of mysterious Truth Palace officials down to help. Xiaolian was about to speak when he heard footsteps behind him. Nanfeng had also returned after sending off the villagers. When he saw this, he glanced at Fu Yao and said, "Didn't you run away by yourself?" These words were not pleasant to hear, and Fu Yao raised his eyebrows in displeasure. Xiaolian didn't want them to quarrel again at this critical juncture, so he said, "I was the one who told him to go back and get reinforcements." Nanfeng scoffed, "Where are the reinforcements? I thought that at the very least, your general would have to come down personally." Fu Yao indifferently said, "When I returned, I heard that little General Pei had rushed down, so I did not go to find our general. Moreover, even if I went to look for him, he's so busy that he might not have the time to come down." To be honest, according to Xiaolian's understanding of Mu Qing, even if he had the time, he wouldn't be willing to come down personally. But he didn't have time to think about it. He said tiredly, "Don't quarrel. Help me find that bandaged youth first." Nanfeng frowned and said, "Wasn't he with you guarding that girl's corpse just now?" Xiaolian replied, "I told him to take off the bandage, so I scared him away." The corner of Fu Yao's mouth curled up. "That can't be. You're not that scary even when you're cross-dressing." Xiaolian sighed and said, "It's my fault for being so stunned that I couldn't react." Littling Lady's death had already greatly stimulated him. He also thought that I was scared by his face and couldn't take the blow, so he ran away. Fu Yao wrinkled his nose and said, "He's really ugly to that extent?" Xiaolian said, "It's not a question of whether he's ugly or not. He has a human face plague." Hearing those three words, Nanfeng and Fu Yao's movements and expressions instantly froze. They finally knew why Xiaolian had been stunned just now. 800 years ago, the imperial city of Xianlu ancient country was swept through by a plague, ultimately destroying the country. That kind of plague would cause small lumps to appear on the body of those who were infected. The lumps would grow larger and harder, causing them to feel slight pain. Then, they would discover that the lumps would slowly become uneven. There were 3 depressions and 1 bulge, just like an eye, a mouth, and a nose. Then, the facial features would become more and more distinct. Finally, it would grow into a shape similar to a human face. And if left unattended, more and more human faces would grow on the body. It was said that some human faces, when they grew to the end, would even open their mouths to speak and even scream. And the name of this plague was called the human face plague. Fu Yao's expression changed again and again. He put down his crossed arms and said, "How is that possible? This kind of thing was extinguished several hundred years ago. It's absolutely impossible for it to appear again." Xiaolian only said one sentence, "I didn't see wrong." Nanfeng and Fu Yao were both unable to refute this. No one could refute Xiaolian's words. Xiaolian said, "His face still has traces of being burned by fire. It's possible that he wanted to burn off these necrotic faces." For those who were infected with the human face plague, many people's first reaction would be to use a knife to cut off this terrifying thing or use fire to burn it to death. For this reason, they wouldn't hesitate even if they had to cut off their flesh and break their bones. Nanfeng said in a low voice, "Then I'm afraid he's not an ordinary person. Perhaps he's already lived in this world for several hundred years. Let's not talk about anything else first. Can the plague on his body be contagious?" Although his head was splitting, Xiaolian still calmed down and thought about this question. He said with certainty, "It can't. The contagious power of the human face plague is extremely strong. If the plague on that youth's body was contagious, then after hiding in Mount Yujun for so long, the entire area should have been infected by him. His plague should have already been cured. It's just that the scars left behind previously can't be removed." The 3 of them didn't dare to be careless. Fu Yao seemed to have quite a high position in the Xianxia Palace Hall. He summoned the heavenly officials to search Mount Yujun thoroughly. However, no matter what they did, they couldn't find any traces of that youth. It was likely that he had already escaped from Mount Yujun and disappeared into the vast sea of people. For now, they could only return to the Heaven Realm and ask Lingwen Palace Hall to help them search together. Then, they could calmly wait for news. The plague on that youth's body wasn't contagious. Xiaolian was slightly glad about this point. However, when he thought about how terrifying that youth's appearance was, if he was discovered after descending the mountain, he was afraid that he would be treated as a monster and would be hunted down. It was better to find him as soon as possible. It wasn't good to continue staying on Mount Yujun. Xiaolian picked up little Ying's corpse and walked down the mountain step by step. Because he was a bit absent-minded, that tea sommelier shouted. Only then did he realize that he had almost carried the corpse into Xiang Feng's little store. He repeatedly apologized and went out to entrust someone to bury the corpse before returning. After settling everything and sitting down, Xiaolian sighed soundlessly. One matter had finally come to an end. However, he only felt that these few days after his ascension were more tiring than collecting trash in the human world for a year. Climbing up and down, leaping onto roofs and vaulting over walls, rolling and roaring, disguising and juggling. It was as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. There were still many unsolved mysteries and future troubles. He really wanted to hang a sign on his back that said, "Ascension is not as good as collecting trash and go to the human world to lobby." Fu Yao lifted the hem of his robe and sat down beside him. In the end, he still couldn't help but roll his eyes at him and say, "What are you still wearing these clothes for?" Seeing him roll his eyes, Xiaolian unexpectedly felt an incomparable sense of intimacy. Only then did he take off the wedding dress that he had worn all the way here. As he wiped off the rouge and makeup on his face, he felt slightly gloomy. Then wouldn't I be wearing these clothes all the time while talking to little General Pei? Nanfeng It would have been better if you had reminded me just now. Fu Yao said, maybe it's because you're obviously very happy wearing it. After running around for a day, Nan Feng could finally sit down and rest. He said, there's no need to remind me. It's not like little General Pei cares what you wear. Even if you dress 10 times weirder, he still won't say a word to anyone when he gets back. Xia Lian felt that tonight had really been hard on this little heavenly official. He poured him a cup of tea, then thought of that little General Pei's cold and cheerless demeanor. Comparing it to Xianxi's crazy state, he said, this little General Pei is really calm and collected. He's really able to keep his composure. Nan Feng drank the tea and said, don't look at that little General Pei's refined and courteous appearance. He's just like his ancestors, not easy to deal with. Xia Lian was naturally able to see this. Fu Yao actually agreed with this and said, Pei Su is a new noble that ascended in the last 100 or 200 years. However, his momentum is very fierce and he climbed very quickly. When he was appointed by General Pei, he was only 20 years old. Do you know what he did at that time? Xia Lian said, what? Fu Yao coldly spat out 2 words. Massacre the city. When Xia Lian heard this, he looked pensive, but he wasn't surprised. In the heavenly court, emperors, kings, generals, and ministers walked everywhere. As for the matter of conquering and defending the country, it was said that a general's success was built on the bones of 10,000 people. If one wanted to become an immortal or god, one must first become a hero. Beneath the feet of a hero was a bloody road. Fu Yao concluded, in the heavenly court, there aren't many people who are easy to get along with. You can't trust anyone. When Xia Lian heard Fu Yao's tone as if he was an experienced person giving advice to future generations, he couldn't help but want to laugh. He guessed that Fu Yao had been bullied in the heavenly court before, so he said this because he was deeply touched. However, he also knew that although he had ascended 3 times, the time he stayed in the heavenly realm was as short as a flash in the pan, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In terms of understanding of the immortals and gods, he really couldn't compare to these 2 little heavenly officials. However, Nan Feng seemed to strongly disagree with Fu Yao's words. He said, don't be an alarmist. There are good and bad everywhere. There are still many trustworthy heavenly officials in the heavenly realm. However, Fu Yao said, haha, trustworthy heavenly officials, are you talking about your family's general? Nan Feng said, whether it's my family's general or not, I don't know. In any case, it definitely isn't your family's general. Faced with this kind of situation, Xia Lian had long since become accustomed to it. In addition, he had something on his mind, so he didn't even have the strength to pull them apart. After wrapping things up in the north and returning to the heavenly realm, he first went to Lingwen Palace Hall and told them about the bandaged teenager. He then entrusted Lingwen to cast a net in the human realm to find him. When Lingwen heard this, her expression became solemn. She agreed and finally said, Lingwen Palace Hall will definitely search with all their strength. However, I really didn't expect that this trip to the north would involve so many things. This time, it has really been hard on your highness. Xia Lian said, this time, I still need to thank those 2 little heavenly officials who volunteered to go down and help, as well as Mingguan Palace Hall's little General Pei. I really don't know how to thank them. Lingwen said, since this is a disaster caused by old Pei's ill-fated relationship, it's naturally up to little Pei to clean it up. He's used to cleaning things up, so there's no need to thank him. When your highness has some free time later, I'll have to trouble you to enter the spiritual communication array. Everyone still needs to gather to discuss this matter. Xia Lian also had many unanswered questions. After exiting Lingwen Palace Hall, he took a detour until he found a small stone bridge. The stone bridge crossed over a gurgling stream. The river water was extremely clear, and one could see clouds and mist flowing under the water. Even through the flowing water and mist, one could see the undulating mountain ranges and large square-shaped cities of the lower realm. In his heart, he thought, this is a good place. Thus, he sat down at the head of the bridge, silently recited the password, and entered the array. As soon as he entered, the inside of the spiritual communication array of the heavenly court was unexpectedly bustling with activity. Numerous voices flew back and forth inside the array, creating a chaotic scene. The first thing he heard was Feng Xian's cursing. F*CK. Have you guys chosen which mountain to guard under yet? That female ghost Xianxia is a lunatic. No matter what we ask her, she'll keep clamoring to see General Pei. She's basically not willing to tell us where Green Ghost Qirong is. Little General Pei then said, General Xianxia's temperament has always been stubborn and intense. Feng Xian's voice sounded extremely angry. Little General Pei, has your General Pei returned yet? Hurry up and let her see him. Ask her about Green Ghost Qirong's whereabouts, then quickly send her away. Feng Xian was the least accustomed to dealing with women. Unexpectedly, he was actually sent to do this interrogation work. Xiaolian couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy. Little General Pei said, it's useless even if she sees him, she'll go even crazier. A voice said, it's the forest of hanging corpses again. Qirong's taste has really always been this low, making people unhappy. Even their ghost realm disdains his low taste. It can be seen that his taste is really very low. The heavenly officials conversed without any gaps. It could be seen that they were all very familiar with each other. As a newcomer who had ascended 800 years ago, Xiaolian was supposed to silently lie on the ground and not speak. However, after listening for a long time, he still couldn't help but interject. Everyone, what's going on with the forest of hanging corpses on Mount Yujun? Is Green Ghost Qirong also nearby? Because he didn't often speak inside the spiritual communication array, his voice was unfamiliar. The heavenly officials didn't know whether to answer. The first one to answer him was actually Feng Xian. He said, Green Ghost Qirong isn't on Mount Yujun. However, that forest of hanging corpses is due to the female ghost Xianxia following his request and giving him an offering. Xiaolian asked, Xianxia is Green Ghost's subordinate? Little General Pei replied, precisely. General Xianxia has already been dead for several hundred years. Although she had resentment before, she had always been powerless to stir up trouble. It wasn't until 100 years ago that Green Ghost Qirong took a liking to her. He admired her greatly and took her in as his subordinate. Only then did her magic power greatly increase. In reality, the meaning behind his words was that the female ghost Xianxia causing trouble couldn't be blamed on General Pei, because she originally didn't have that much ability. If someone was to blame, then blame Green Ghost Qirong. It was because he had taken in Xianxia that she had the ability to come out and harm people. All the heavenly officials originally felt that this matter was actually caused by General Pei himself. It was just that they didn't say it out loud, yet Xiaolian was actually able to sense it. In such a manner that was neither light nor heavy, it was just right to remind them. At that moment, they hid their thoughts even more deeply between their words. Xiaolian then asked, then has Mount Yujun been thoroughly investigated? There should still be a child spirit. This time, Mu Qing's voice emerged, neither cold nor warm. Child spirit? What child spirit? Xiaolian thought that it was probably because Fu Yao hadn't told him the details. Perhaps even coming out to help had been hidden from him. He didn't mention Fu Yao to avoid giving him trouble. He said, when I was on the palanquin, I once heard the laughter of a child who used a nursery rhyme to warn me. At that time, there were 2 minor military officials from the Martial God Hall beside me, but none of them sensed it. Presumably, this child's magic power is also quite exceptional. Mu Qing said, we didn't find any child spirits in Mount Yujun. Xiaolian was baffled. Could it be that the child spirit had specially come to warn him? Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered something he had been thinking about along the way. He asked, speaking of which, this time in Mount Yujun, I encountered a youth who could control silver butterflies. Does everyone know who this youth is? The spirit communication array was originally noisy and busy, but when he said this, it suddenly became silent. Xiaolian had long since expected this kind of reaction. He waited very patiently. After a while, Lingwen finally asked, Your Highness, what did you just say? Mu Qing coldly said, he just said that he encountered Hua Qing. Finally knowing the name of the red-clothed youth, Xiaolian's mood was inexplicably good. He smiled and said, so he's called Hua Qing? Amen, this name is quite suitable for him. Hearing his tone and words, the heavenly officials in the spirit communication array were somewhat speechless. After a moment, Lingwen lightly coughed and said, This. Your Highness, have you heard of the so-called 4 great scourges? Xiaolian thought, I'm ashamed, I only know of the 4 great scourges. The so-called 4 great scourges were the 4 stories of the heavenly court's heavenly officials before they ascended. The young monarch poured wine, the crown prince pleased the gods. The general broke his sword, the princess cut her own throat. Among these, the crown prince pleased the gods referred to Xianli's crown prince's shocking martial Dao. To be able to rank among the 4 great scourges wasn't necessarily because the heavenly officials' magic power was the strongest. It was only because their legends were the most widely spread and people took delight in talking about them. Xiaolian had always been slow to react to this kind of news from the outside world. It could be said that he was ignorant and inexperienced. It was only because he was one of the 4 great scourges that he had a slight understanding of. These 4 great scourges were probably a new saying that became popular much later on. Xiaolian had never heard of it. Since the word scourge was used, it definitely wasn't anything good. He said, I'm ashamed, I've never heard of it. May I ask what the 4 great scourges are? Muqing coolly said, Your Highness, the Crown Prince, has tempered yourself in the mortal realm for several hundred years, yet you're unexpectedly so ill-informed. It really makes one curious. Just what have you been doing down there? That was naturally eating, sleeping, performing, and collecting junk. Xiaolian smiled and said, As a person, there are a lot of things that need to be busy, and they're also very complicated. It's not as easy as being a heavenly official. Lingwen said, Your Highness, please remember these 4 great scourges. They are black water sinks the boat, green lantern roams the night. White clothes brings calamity to the world, blood rain explores the flower. They refer to the 4 devil incarnate of the ghost realm that both the upper and middle heavens find extremely troublesome. People, if they walked upwards, they would become gods. If they walked downwards, they would become ghosts. The various immortals and gods established the heaven realm as their residence, separating themselves from the mortal realm. They looked down upon the mortal realm from a high vantage point, placing themselves above all living beings. However, the so-called ghost realm had yet to be separated from the mortal realm. Demons, ghosts, and monsters shared the same piece of land as humans. Some lurked in the darkness, while others disguised themselves as humans. They mixed in with the crowd and wandered the mortal realm. Lingwen continued, Black water sinks the boat refers to a big water ghost. Although he's already in a hopeless situation, he rarely comes out to cause trouble. He's very low-key, so not many people have seen him. Green lantern roams the night refers to our green ghost Chi Rong, who has low taste and likes to hang upside down in the forest of corpses. However, he's the only one among the 4 great scourges who isn't in a hopeless situation. Why is he here? Maybe it's because he's always causing trouble and is very annoying, or maybe it's just because adding him to the 4 of them is easier to remember, so I won't mention it. White clothes brings calamity to the world. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, should be more familiar with this one. He has a name, Bai Wuxiang. When Xiaolian, who was sitting on the stone bridge, heard this name, he suddenly felt a throbbing pain that spread from his heart to his limbs and bones. The back of his hands faintly trembled, and he unconsciously clenched his fists. He was naturally familiar with this name. It's said that when a Jew appears, it can bring disaster to a country. And when this Bai Wuxiang appeared, the first country he destroyed was the Xianlu country. Xiaolian was silent. Lingwen continued, however, Bai Wuxiang has already been destroyed. I won't mention it. Even if he's still alive, I'm afraid it's not his turn to take the limelight. Your Royal Highness, the silver butterfly you saw on Mount Yujun is also called the dead spirit butterfly. Its master is the last of these 4, and also the one that the heaven realm doesn't want to provoke the most. Blood rain testing the flower, Huaqing. In the heaven realm, the ones who were worthy of being called great names were the divine martial emperor and the Xianlu crown prince. Although the meanings of these 2 were completely opposite, the degree of their thunderous reputation was basically the same. And in the ghost realm, if you want to pick a great name that was on par with them, other than Huaqing, there was no second. If you want to understand a heavenly official, go out and walk around on the road, find a temple and enter it. Look at what kind of clothes the heavenly official wears, what kind of magic tools they wield, and you'll get a rough idea. If you want to understand more, listen to the myths and legends that were passed down from mouth to mouth. What kind of identity the heavenly official had, what kind of things they had done, almost all of it has already been dug out clearly. But it's different for demons and ghosts. What kind of people they were when they were humans, and what they look like now, it's almost all a mystery. The name Huaqing is definitely fake, and his appearance is also definitely fake. Because in the rumors, he was sometimes a temperamental and perverse youth, sometimes a gentle and elegant handsome man, and sometimes a gorgeous female ghost with a venomous heart. There were all kinds of rumors. Regarding his original body, the only thing that was certain was that he wore a red robe, often appeared in bloody rain and foul wind, and that the silver butterfly chased after his clothes and sleeves. As for his origin, there were even more versions. Some people said that he was a deformed child, born without a right eye, so he was bullied and humiliated since he was young, and hated the world. Some people said that he was a young soldier who died in battle for his country, and his soul was unwilling. Some people said that he was an idiot who was in pain because of the death of his beloved, and some people said that he was a monster. The most bizarre version, it was said, just said. It was said that Huaqing was actually a heavenly official who had ascended. It's just that after he ascended, he jumped down himself and became a ghost. However, this was only a legend that didn't spread very widely. No one knew whether it was true or false, and not many people believed it. But then again, even if it was true, it had to be false. Because in this world, there was actually someone who gave up being a deity and would rather jump down to become a ghost. This was really too embarrassing for the heavenly realm. In short, the more people had different opinions, the more confusing it was. There were many reasons why the various heavenly officials were especially afraid of Huaqing. For example, his temperament was unpredictable. Sometimes, he was cruel and bloodthirsty, and sometimes, he was strangely kind. Another reason was that he was extremely powerful in the human world, and had many followers. Yes, people worshipped gods and prayed for blessings to stay away from the invasion of demons and ghosts. That was why the heavenly officials had many followers. However, a ghost like Huaqing actually had a large number of followers in the human world, almost to the point where he could cover the sky with one hand. Here, it had to be said. When Huaqing first appeared, he did something extremely famous. He publicly challenged the 35 heavenly officials of the heavenly court. The content of the challenge was to compete with the martial god, and discuss the Tao with the martial god. Among the 35 heavenly officials, 33 of them thought it was extremely funny, but they were also angered by his provocation. They accepted the challenge and prepared to join hands to teach him a lesson. The first to challenge him was the martial god. The martial god was the strongest god system in the heavenly realm. Almost all of them had many followers and powerful magic power. Against a greenhorn little ghost, it could be said that victory was in their grasp. Who knew that after the battle, they would be completely annihilated? Even their divine weapons were all smashed to pieces by Huaqing's extremely strange curved blade. After the battle, they found out that Huaqing came from Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Bronze Cauldron Mountain was a volcano, but that was not important. What was important was that there was a city in the mountain called Gu City. Gu City was not a city where everyone raised gu. The city itself was a large-scale gu poison. Every 100 years, tens of thousands of ghosts would gather here to fight. In the end, only one ghost would be left, and the gu would be formed. Although the result was usually that none were left, as long as one came out, it would definitely be a devil incarnate. In the past few hundred years, only 2 ghosts came out of Gu City. And these 2, as expected, became the ghost kings that everyone in the human world knew. Huaqing was one of them. The martial god was completely defeated, and then it was the martial god's turn. He could not win in a fight, but he could at least win in a debate, right? But coincidentally, he really could not win. That Huaqing went to heaven and entered the earth, discussing the past and the present. Sometimes he was refined, sometimes he was vicious, sometimes he was unyielding, sometimes he was incisive, and sometimes he was sophistry. Truly, his teeth were as sharp as steel. And he did not let a single drop of water escape his mouth. Several martial gods were scolded by him from heaven to earth, from the past to the present. They were so angry that a waterfall of blood shot up to the sky. Huaqing became famous in one battle. But if that was all, he was not scary enough. What was scary was that after winning, he asked the 33 heavenly officials to fulfill their promise. Before the challenge, both sides made an agreement: if Huaqing lost, he would offer up his ashes. If the heavenly officials lost, they would all jump down from the heaven realm and become mortals. If it was not for his arrogant attitude, the fact that the 33 heavenly officials were confident that they would not lose, they would not have agreed to fight him in a debate. But not a single heavenly official took the initiative to fulfill their promise. Although breaking a promise was shameful, think about it, there were 33 heavenly officials who had lost. It was shameful for one person to lose face, but if so many people lost face together, then it was not shameful at all. They could even turn around and laugh at each other. Therefore, they reached a tacit understanding and pretended that nothing had happened. In any case, people were very forgetful. In another 50 years, they might not even remember. On this point, they had calculated quite well. What they miscalculated was that Huaqing was not so easy to deal with. Don't fulfill? Fine, I'll help. So he burned down the temples and temples of these 33 heavenly officials in the mortal world. This was the nightmare that all the immortals and gods were talking about, the red-clothed ghost burning the temples of the 33 civil and military officials. The temples and believers were the heavenly officials' greatest source of power. If the temples were gone, where would the believers go to worship? What incense would there be? Their vitality was greatly damaged. It would take at least 100 years to rebuild the temples, and they might not even be able to recover to their original size. To the heavenly officials, this was a disaster even more terrifying than failing to pass the tribulation. Among these heavenly officials, the big ones had thousands of temples and the small ones had hundreds. In total, there were over 10,000 of them. Huaqing was burned down in one night. No one knew how he did it, but he did it. It was simply demented. The heavenly officials complained to Junwu, but Junwu was helpless. There was nothing he could do. At first, the heavenly officials were the ones who accepted the challenge and made the promise. Huaqing was also very cunning. He only destroyed the temples and didn't hurt anyone. It was equivalent to digging a hole and asking them if they wanted to jump in. So they dug a bigger hole and jumped in. Now, what else could they do? Originally, the 33 divine officials wanted to defeat this arrogant little demon in front of the world, so they chose the location of the martial arts competition in the dreams of many of the aristocrats in the mortal world. Their purpose was to show their divine might in front of the great believers. Who knew that the aristocrats would see them being utterly defeated in the battle? So, after they woke up from this dream, many nobles no longer worshipped the heavenly officials, but instead worshipped ghosts. These 33 heavenly officials lost their believers and temples and gradually disappeared. It wasn't until a new generation of heavenly officials ascended that a large number of vacancies were filled. From then on, many heavenly officials in the heavenly realm trembled in fear at the mention of the name Huaqing. Even the mention of red clothes and silver butterflies made their hair stand on end. Some were afraid of provoking him, and if he was unhappy, he would challenge them first, and then burn down the temple. Some were afraid of provoking him because he had something on them, and they could not move at all. Some were afraid of Huaqing's power in the human world, and sometimes some heavenly officials had to ask him for help when they needed to do something. After a long time, some of the heavenly officials, out of a strange mentality, began to worship him. So, towards this person, the heavenly realm really hated, feared, and respected him. And among the 35 heavenly officials, the two martial gods who didn't accept the challenge were Shenzhen General Mu Qing and Nanyang General Feng Xian. The two of them didn't accept the challenge not because they were afraid of Huaqing, but because they didn't put him in their eyes at all. They felt that there was no need to pay attention to this kind of challenge, so they didn't accept it. Who knew that it would be a stroke of luck? However, even though they didn't fight, Huaqing didn't forget about the two of them. During the several patrols during the Hungry Ghost Festival, the two of them had bumped into each other and fought a few rounds from afar. Both of them had been traumatized by the rampaging silver butterflies. Of course, he definitely wouldn't say this out loud. However, it was no wonder that Nan Feng and Fu Yao's expressions changed when they heard about the silver butterfly. They must have suffered at the hands of the silver butterfly master along with the two heavenly officials they served. One of the heavenly officials asked, "Your Highness, you met Huaqing." He. What did he do to you? This tone sounded more like he was asking, are you missing an arm or a leg? Xiaolian replied, he didn't do anything, it's just. At this point, he was at a loss for words and pondered, just what? I can't say that he stole my sedan chair and held my hand all the way. After a moment of silence, he could only say, he only broke the bewildering array that the female ghost Xianxia said in Mount Yujun and brought me in. All the heavenly officials muttered in their hearts and didn't say anything. After a while, one of the heavenly officials asked, everyone, what do you think? Just by listening to their voices, Xiaolian could imagine the heavenly officials shaking their heads and spreading their hands. No opinion at all. I don't know what he wants to do, it's so scary. What does Huaqing want to do? No one can understand. Although he was told that Huaqing was a devil incarnate, Xiaolian didn't feel that this person was that scary. To be honest, he felt that this time, Huaqing had helped him. In short, the first blessing he received after ascending to the heaven realm could be considered completed. Earlier, he had said that the merit points from this trip to Mount Yujun would all be counted on him. Even though that official only remembered to repay the vow after a long time because of his daughter's death, and he had to repay the vow with grief, it was inevitable that the merit points would be discounted. But with all kinds of leniency, the 88 million merit points wouldn't be too far off. Xiaolian's body was light and his mind was clear. He felt happy and refreshed, so he decided to be a good god. It would be best if he could become half friends with the heavenly officials. Although the spirit communication array of the celestial heavens was quiet, it was still noisy when it got busy. Usually, when the heavenly officials were in a good mood or saw something interesting, they would talk about it inside the array and tease a few words when it was appropriate. Although he couldn't tell who was who, he still listened quietly. But he couldn't keep silent forever. So, after listening for a long time, he would occasionally pop up and say gently, it's really interesting. I've read a beautiful poem, and I'd like to share it with everyone. I have a very effective little secret for treating back and leg pain. I would like to share it with everyone. Regrettably, every time he sent out these carefully selected and very beneficial contents, there would be a period of silence in the spirit communication formation. In the end, Lingwen really couldn't bear it anymore. She said to him in private, Your Highness, although the things you sent out in the spirit communication array are all very good, even if it's a heavenly official who's a few hundred years older than you, they still wouldn't send them out. Xiaolian felt a little depressed. In fact, he clearly wasn't the oldest, but why did he seem like an old man who couldn't keep up with the conversation of the young? It was probably because he had been away from the heavenly realm for too long, and he had always been ignorant and inexperienced, not caring about the matters of the outside world. Since he could not be saved, it was fine. After giving up on this matter, he was no longer depressed. But there was another problem. Up until now, no one in the human world had built a new temple for him. Perhaps there was, but since the heavenly realm couldn't find it, there was no record of it. One must know that even the land had a temple. He was a heavenly official who had ascended 800 years ago, and had even ascended 3 times. Up until now, he didn't have a temple, nor did he have a believer to worship. This was really very embarrassing. However, it was only the other heavenly officials who felt embarrassed for him. Xiaolian himself still felt that it was okay. Moreover, one day, he had a sudden impulse and suddenly thought, if no one wants to worship me, then I should be able to worship myself. All the heavenly officials didn't know how to respond. Who the hell had ever heard of a heavenly official worshipping themselves? Being a god to such a miserable extent, what taste was there left? And Xiaolian had long been used to the awkward silence as soon as he opened his mouth. He felt that this kind of self-entertainment could also be considered an interesting matter. Once he made his decision, he jumped down to the human world again. This time, the place he landed was a small mountain village called Puchi Village. Although it was called a mountain village, it was actually just a small dirt slope. Xiaolian saw the green hills and clear water, the continuous paddy fields, and the beautiful scenery. In his heart, he thought, this time, I really landed in a good place. Looking again, there was a crooked and dilapidated house on the small dirt slope. When he asked around, the villagers all said, that house is abandoned and ownerless. Occasionally, a homeless person would go in and sleep for a night. They can live there however they want. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? He immediately walked over. When he got closer, he discovered that this small wooden house looked very dilapidated from afar, but it looked even more dilapidated up close. Out of the 4 pillars in the corners of the house, 2 had probably rotted. When the wind blew, the entire house creaked, and he suspected that it would collapse at any moment. However, this degree was still within Xiaolian's acceptable range. He went in to take a look and then tidied up. When the villagers saw that there was actually someone who wanted to live here, they were very surprised and came over to watch the excitement. The villagers here were actually very enthusiastic. Not only did they give him a broom, but when they saw that he was dusty from cleaning, they also gave him a basket of freshly picked poo chestnuts. The skin of the poo chestnuts had already been peeled off. Each one was white and tender, sweet and juicy. Xiaolian squatted in front of the dilapidated house and finished eating. His hands were clasped together in happiness. In his heart, he decided to call this place Puchi Monastery. There was originally a small table in Puchi Monastery. After wiping it a few times, it could be used as an offering table. Xiaolian busied himself. When the surrounding villagers saw that this young man was actually going to make a small Taoist monastery, they became even more curious. One after another, they asked, "Who are you going to worship in this monastery?" Xiaolian lightly coughed and said, "This monastery is going to worship the Crown Prince of Xianlu." Everyone was dumbfounded. "Who is that?" Xiaolian replied, I don't know either. I think it's a crown prince." "Oh, what does he do?" "It's probably to ensure safety." Everyone eagerly asked, "Then does this crown prince care about attracting wealth and treasures?" In his heart, Xiaolian thought that it was already pretty good that he didn't owe money. In a warm voice, he said, "Unfortunately, it seems that he can't." One after another, everyone gave him suggestions. "It's better to be a water supplier. Attracting wealth. The incense will definitely be prosperous. How about we worship Lingwen Jinjuan? Who knows, our village might have a top scholar." A girl shyly and timidly said, "That. Do you have that?" Xiaolian maintained his smile and said, "Which one?" "General Juyang." If he really opened a Juyang monastery, he was afraid that Feng Xian horse would shoot an arrow from the heavens. After roughly cleaning up Puchi Monastery, he was still missing some incense burners, lots, and other sundries. However, Xiaolian had completely forgotten the most important thing, the statue of a deity. He put on his bamboo hat and went out the door. That's right, it didn't have a door either. After thinking for a bit, he decided that this house definitely needed to be repaired. Thus, he wrote a sign and placed it at the door. "This monastery is a dilapidated building. Sincerely seeking kind-hearted people to donate money to repair it and accumulate merit." After leaving the door, he walked 7 or 8 miles before arriving at a town. What did he come to do in town? Naturally, it was to make a living, so he had once again used his old profession. In myths and legends, immortals didn't need to eat. In fact, this matter was very hard to say. The powerhouses of Zhaohua realm could indeed directly absorb the spiritual energy they needed from sunlight and rain. However, the problem was, although they could, who would want to do this for no reason? Why would they want to do this? And some heavenly officials, because of their cultivation methods, required their 5 internal organs to be clean. They indeed couldn't come into contact with the greasy meat and fish of mortals. If they came into contact with it, they would vomit and have diarrhea like mortals eating poisonous insects and soil. However, it wasn't that they didn't eat food. They only ate those immortal fruits and spiritual birds that were born in pure lands, had the effect of prolonging life and strengthening magic power. However, this problem didn't exist for Xiaolian. With the curse on his body, he was no different from mortals. He could eat anything, and because he had been through hundreds of battles, he wouldn't die no matter how much he ate. Whether it was steamed buns that had been left for a month or pastries that had already grown green hairs, he would definitely be able to endure eating them. With such a heaven-defying physique, he actually lived quite well when he was collecting junk. To make a comparison, opening a monastery would cost money, collecting junk for money. It really was better to collect junk than to ascend. This person had a handsome and elegant demeanor, so he had an advantage when it came to collecting junk. In a short while, Xiaolian had collected a large bag. On the way back, he saw an old yellow ox pulling a handcart. The cart was piled high with several piles of straw. He remembered that he seemed to have seen this handcart in Puqi village, so they should be going the same way. He asked if he could hitch a ride, and the handcart owner raised his chin, indicating that he could get on. Xiaolian carried a large bag of junk and sat on it. When he sat on it, he discovered that there was already a person lying behind the tall pile of straw. This person's upper body was hidden behind the pile of straw. He propped up his left leg and rested on his right, as if he was resting there with his arm as a pillow. He looked very leisurely and contented. This kind of comfortable posture actually made Xiaolian quite envious. That pair of black boots were tightly folded, sticking closely to his slender and straight calves. It was quite pleasing to the eye. Xiaolian recalled what he saw under the veil on Mount Yujun that night and couldn't help but take a few more glances. He confirmed that there wasn't a silver chain hanging on the boots, and he didn't know what animal's skin was used to make them. He thought to himself, which family's young master ran out to play? The handcart slowly swayed on the road. Xiaolian carried his bamboo hat and took out a scroll, preparing to read it. He usually didn't pay much attention to the news circulating in the outside world, but because of the awkward silence he received many times, he felt that it would be best to cram some information. The ox cart swayed for an unknown amount of time as it passed through a maple forest. Xiaolian raised his head and looked around. The green fields rippled, and the brilliant maple flames carried a bit of the wildness of the mountains, as well as the refreshing smell of grass. It was extremely intoxicating. Xiaolian couldn't help but be slightly startled. When he was young, he cultivated at the Huangji Monastery. The Huangji Monastery was built in the middle of a mountain, and the entire mountain was covered with maple trees. They were as dazzling as gold, and as fierce as fire. It was hard to avoid thinking about this scenery. After staring for a while, he lowered his head and continued to read the scroll. The first thing he saw when he opened it was a line of words that read, Xian Le Crown Prince, ascended 3 times. Martial God, God of plagues, God of rags. Xiaolian said, all right, in fact, if you think about it carefully, there isn't much difference between a martial god and a rags god. All gods are equal, and all living beings are equal. At this moment, a light laugh came from behind him. A voice said, is that so? This youngster lazily said, people naturally love to say that all gods are equal, and all living beings are equal. But if that was really the case, then all the gods and immortals simply wouldn't exist. This voice came from behind the stack of straw on the cart. Xiaolian turned his head to look and saw that the youngster was still lazily lying there without any intention of getting up. Xiaolian guessed that he was just casually interrupting. Smiling, he said, what you said is reasonable. He then turned back and continued to read the scroll. At the bottom it was written, many people believed that as a god of plagues, the Xian Le Crown Prince's handwriting or portrait had the effect of a curse. If it was stuck on a person's back or on a house's door, it would bring bad luck to that person or family. This kind of commentary actually made it hard to determine whether it was talking about a god or a ghost. Xiaolian shook his head. He couldn't bear to look at the commentary related to himself anymore, so he decided to first go and understand the various heavenly officials of the current heaven realm. This way, he wouldn't be confused about who was who, and that would be too rude. Remembering that a villager had just mentioned the Navy, he went to look up the commentary related to the Navy. He flipped to a sentence, the Navy is invincible. Wields both water and wealth. Many merchants' shops and homes would have a statue of the Navy to protect their wealth. Xiaolian was a bit baffled. Since it's the Navy god, why does it also control wealth? At this time, the youngster lying behind the stack of straw spoke again. When caravans transport goods, they all have to travel by water. Therefore, before they set off, they would go to the Navy god temple and burn a stick of incense, praying for a safe journey, promising to return and so and so. After a long time, the Navy god gradually controlled wealth as well. This was actually specifically dispelling Xiaolian's confusion. Xiaolian turned around and said, so it's like this? Interesting. Presumably, this Navy god is a very powerful great heavenly official. That youngster sneered and said, the heavenly water god. Listening to his tone, it seemed like he didn't place this heavenly official in his eyes at all. It also didn't seem like he was saying anything good. Xiaolian asked, "What is the heavenly water god?" That youngster unhurriedly said, "The ship passes through a large river. Whether it leaves or stays, it all depends on his words. If you don't give him offerings, he will flip. He's quite unreasonable, so I gave him a nickname, the heavenly water god. It's more or less the same as General Zhu Yang and the floor-sweeping general. Heavenly officials with resounding reputations would more or less have a few nicknames in the mortal world and heaven. For example, Xiaolian, the laughingstock of the three realms, a famous weirdo, a jinx, a stray dog, cough cough cough, and so on. Usually, using a nickname to address a heavenly official was a very rude thing to do. For example, if someone dared to call Mu Qing floor-sweeping general in front of him, Mu Qing would definitely fly into a rage. Xiaolian remembered that he couldn't call him that and said, "So that's how it is. Many thanks for your explanation." Pausing for a moment, he felt that this youngster's way of talking was quite amusing. Then, he said, "This friend, you're so young, yet you know quite a lot." That youngster replied, "Not much. Idle. When I'm free, I just look around." Among the common people, one could see a large number of mythological booklets everywhere. All of them talked about the stories of gods, ghosts, and gods. From the big ones to the small ones, there were real ones and there were fake ones. This youngster knew a lot, so it couldn't be considered strange. Xiaolian put down the scroll and said, "Then, this friend, you know a lot about gods, but do you know anything about ghosts?" That youngster asked, "Which ghost?" Xiaolian replied, "Blood Rain. Probing flowers, Flower City." Hearing this, that youngster let out two low laughs before finally sitting up. When he turned his head, Xiaolian's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw that this youngster was approximately 16 or 17 years old. His clothes were a shade of red, his skin was as white as snow, and his eyes were as bright as stars. He had a smile on his face as he looked at Xiaolian from the corner of his eye. He was exceptionally handsome, yet there was an indescribable hint of wildness in his expression. His black hair was loosely tied up, somewhat askew. He looked extremely casual. His expression was one of ridicule, but there was an inexplicable omniscient calmness about him. Although he had the voice of a young man, his voice was slightly deeper than that of a boy his age, and it was very pleasant to listen to. Xiaolian sat upright and still on the ox cart. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Blood Rain exploring flowers, this scene sounds very extraordinary. This friend, can you tell me how it came to be?" Out of respect, he did not add the word little in front of friend. The young man sat casually with one arm resting on his raised knee. He adjusted the cuffs of his arrow sleeves and said casually, "No big deal." However, there was one time when he destroyed another ghost's lair, and it rained blood all over the mountain. When he was leaving, he saw a flower by the side of the road, which was badly hit by the blood rain, so he tilted his umbrella and blocked it. Xiaolian imagined that scene and felt that amidst the bloody rain and foul wind, there was an indescribable sense of elegance. He then recalled the legend of the ghost in red who burned down the 33 temples. He laughed and asked, "Does this watching often go around fighting?" The young man replied, "Not often. It depends on my mood." Xiaolian asked, "What kind of person was he when he was alive?" The young man said, "He's definitely not a good person." Xiaolian asked, "What does he look like?" When he asked this question, the young man looked up at him, tilted his head, and stood up. He walked to Xiaolian's side and sat down next to him. He asked, "What do you think he should look like?" At such a close distance, they felt this young man was even more shockingly handsome. Moreover, it was a handsome that faintly carried an intent to attack. It was like an unsheathed sword that was dazzling to the extreme, and it actually caused others to not dare look directly at him. After staring at him for only a moment, Xiaolian found it a bit hard to keep up. Slightly tilting his head, he said, "Since it's a great ghost king, its form must be ever-changing, having many different appearances." Seeing him turn around, the youth raised an eyebrow and said, "Yes. However, sometimes he would still use his true colors. Of course, we're talking about the main body." Xiaolian didn't know if it was an illusion, But he felt that the distance between the two of them seemed to be a little too far. So he turned his face back and said, "Then I feel that his original self might be a youth like you." The young man's lips curled up when he heard this. "Why?" Xiaolian replied, "No reason. You can say whatever you want, and I'll think about it. Just do whatever you want." The young man laughed and said, "Who knows? But he's blind in one eye." He pointed at his right eye and said, "This one." This statement was not strange at all. Xiaolian had heard about it before. In some versions of the legend, Huaqing wore a black blindfold over his right eye, covering the eye that he had lost. Xiaolian said, "Then do you know what's going on with that eye of his?" The young man said, "Yes, many people want to know the answer to this question. Others wanted to know what caused Huaqing to lose his right eye, but in fact, they wanted to know what Huaqing's weakness was." Xiaolian asked this purely because he wanted to know. Before he could reply, the youngster said, "He dug it himself." Xiaolian was startled and asked, "Why?" The young man said, "Crazy. When he went crazy, he even dug out his own eyes." Xiaolian was getting more and more curious about this red-robed ghost king. He didn't think that it was as simple as going crazy, but since he had already said so, there shouldn't be any more details. He continued to ask, "Then what is Huaqing's weakness?" He didn't expect the young man to answer this question, so he just casually asked. If Huaqing's weakness could be so easily known, then he wouldn't be Huaqing. Unexpectedly, the young man answered without hesitation, "Ashes. If you could obtain the ashes of a ghost, then you could control the ghost. If the ghost didn't listen to the command and destroyed the ashes, then the ghost's body and soul would be destroyed." This was common sense. However, this common sense didn't have much meaning when applied to Huaqing. Xiaolian smiled and said, "I'm afraid no one can obtain his ashes. Therefore, this weakness is equivalent to having no weakness." The young man said, "Not necessarily. There is a situation where the ghost will voluntarily give away the ashes." Xiaolian said, "Like when he challenged the 33 heavenly officials, he would hand it over as a bet." The young man sneered, "How could that be?" Although he didn't say everything, Xiaolian could still understand what he meant. How could Huaqing lose? He said, "There is a custom in the ghost realm. If a ghost chooses a person, then they will entrust their ashes to that person. That was the same as handing over one's life to another person. With such deep affection, what kind of touching story would it be?" Xiaolian said with interest, "So the ghost realm actually has such a passionate custom." The young man said, "There is. But not many people dare to do it." Xiaolian expected this to be the case. In this world, not only were there demons who deceived people's hearts, there were also humans who deceived demons. There would definitely be a lot of exploitation and betrayal. He said, "If you give your all with infatuation, but in the end, your bones are broken and your ashes scattered, it would truly be heartbreaking." The young man laughed and said, "What's there to be afraid of? If it were me, I would give away my ashes. Who cares if he wants to break my bones and scatter my ashes?" Xiaolian smiled. He suddenly remembered that the two of them had talked for so long, yet they still didn't know each other's names. He said, "Friend, how should I address you?" The young man raised his hand to cover his eyebrows, blocking the wine-red afterglow of the setting sun. He squinted his eyes as if he didn't like sunlight. He said, "Me? I'm the third child in my family, so everyone calls me San Lang." He didn't take the initiative to say his name, so Xiaolian didn't ask anymore. He said, "My surname is Xia, and my name is a single character, Lian. You're walking in this direction, are you also heading to Puqi village?" San Lang leaned back against the haystack. Using his hands as a pillow, he crossed his legs and said, "I don't know. I'm just randomly walking around." Hearing that there seemed to be some inside information in his words, Xiaolian asked, "What's wrong?" San Lang sighed and unhurriedly said, "My family quarreled, so I was chased out. I walked for a long time, but I had nowhere to go. Today, I was so hungry that I almost fainted on the streets, so I casually found a place to lie down." Although this young man's clothes seemed casual, the material was excellent. In addition, his way of talking was extraordinary, and he seemed to be very idle every day, looking at this and that. He seemed to know everything. Xiaolian had long guessed that he was the young master of some rich family who had run out to play. For a pampered young man to walk alone for so long, his road must have been full of hardships. Xiaolian deeply understood this point. Hearing him say that he was hungry, Xiaolian rummaged through the small bag he carried with him, only to find a steamed bun. In his heart, he rejoiced that it hadn't hardened yet. He asked the young man, "Do you want to eat?" The young man nodded, and Xiaolian gave him the steamed bun. Sanlang looked at him and asked, "You don't have any?" Xiaolian said, "I'm okay, not too hungry." Sanlang pushed the steamed bun back to him and said, "I'm okay too." Seeing this, Xiaolian took the steamed bun back, broke it, and divided it into 2 halves. He then handed 1 half to the young man and said, "Then you can have half, and I'll have half." Only then did the young man take the steamed bun and sit side by side with him, eating the steamed bun together. Seeing the young man sit beside him and take a bite of the steamed bun, Xiaolian felt as if he had wronged him somewhere. The ox cart slowly dragged along the undulating mountain road. As the sun gradually set in the west, the 2 of them sat in the cart and chatted. The more they chatted, the more Xiaolian felt that this young man was truly a strange young man. Although he was young, his gestures and words carried a disdainful attitude, calm and unruffled. It was as if there was nothing in the heavens or the earth that he didn't know, nor was there anything that could stump him. This made Xiaolian feel that the young man knew a lot and was mature despite his youth. Sometimes, he would also reveal the interesting side of a young man. Xiaolian said that he was the monastery master of Puqi Monastery, so the young man said, "Puqi Monastery? It sounds like there's a lot of Puqi Monastery to eat. I like it. Who is it for?" Xiaolian coughed lightly and said, "Xianli's crown prince, crown prince. You probably don't know." The young man faintly smiled, but before he could say anything, the body of the ox cart suddenly shook. The 2 of them also swayed a few times. Worried that the young man would fall, Xiaolian suddenly reached out to grab him. Who knew that the moment his hand touched Sanlang, the young man would suddenly shake off his hand as if he had been burned by a scalding hot object. Although the expression on the young man's face had only changed slightly, Xiaolian was still able to perceive it. He thought to himself, could it be that this young man actually hated him? But it was clear that they had been chatting quite happily along the way. However, at this time, he didn't have the mind to think too much about it. He stood up and asked, "What's going on?" The old grandpa driving the ox cart said, "I don't know what's going on either." "Old Yellow, why aren't you moving?" "Move." At this time, the sun had already set, and dusk had descended. The ox cart was in the middle of the mountain forest, so it was dark all around. That old yellow ox stopped in its original spot, stubbornly refusing to move. No matter how the old grandpa urged it, it was useless. It wished it could bury its head into the ground, mooing continuously, and its tail was as handsome as a whip. Xiaolian saw that the situation wasn't right and was about to jump off the cart. Suddenly, the old grandpa pointed ahead and shouted. In front of the mountain road, he saw many clusters of green flames faintly burning in the east and west. A group of people dressed in white were holding on to their heads as they slowly walked towards them. Seeing this, Xiaolian immediately said, "Protect." Ruaxia broke free from his wrist and flew around the ox cart. In midair, she formed a floating circle, protecting the 3 people and the animal. Xiaolian turned his head and asked, "What day is today?" Before the old grandpa could reply, the young man behind him answered, "Zhongyuan." In the middle of the 7th month, the gates of hell opened. When he went out, he didn't look at the date. Today actually happened to be the Zhongyuan festival. End of chapter 14. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.